love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 Wow. Put your hands up in the air, ladies and gentlemen. This is the least anti-Semitic podcast out there. Wow. That was incredible. That actually is a banger. That is crazy. That was uploaded 4 hours ago by Brilliant Drink. And oh boy, was that an absolute nutty banger. That actually also sounds good. Like that, like it's one of those unique instances where it's also like kind of good, but also if it was Psytrance, I think this would be number one in Israel. Like this is unironically a chart topper in Israel for the Israeli fascists that don't understand that we're making fun of them. Like I could totally see them playing this song unironically at a club in Tel Aviv, being like, "This is from an American who love Israel. This is an American who love Israel, and that is why we are playing this song. I'm Israel high, number one song in Tel Aviv." What an incredible song. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We are alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday, Newsday. It's Newsday Tuesday, lads. It's Newsday Tuesday, lads. And there's a lot going on. Did you see the Trump said protest over Saturday parade when we met with heavy force? Yeah, I know. We'll take a look. We'll cover all of that. TikTok to go with the song.
Hey, Anu, where are we going for dinner?
Oh, I love this. I mean, she's funny as hell, but I loved it. I saw this early, too. I should have liked it yesterday.
Sushi or... I noticed you didn't say Tel Aviv. Now tell me, do you believe in Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state? What is it like being a raging anti-Semite? Do you plan on visiting Israel anytime?
No, this is the new meta for sure. This is like time out. Stop the hate, but also simultaneously, it feels like on your day-to-day activities, you should probably say that you want to go to Tel Aviv, okay? But like not in an anti-Semitic way, like not even, you should probably start saying, in order to avoid additional scrutiny from institutions of power, you must say, and by the way, this is for all the Jewish HasanAbi heads in the chat as well. Make no mistake, if you think you're free of the long arm of the law and the scrutiny that you may get, you probably like thinking, oh, like, dude, I'm Jewish. I have a Star of David necklace on my chest. Like, no, it don't work that way.
It don't work that way. You have to say you're going to the Holy Land. If you're Christian, if you're Jewish, you have to say you want to go to Tel Aviv. You love Israel. You have to say Am Israel Chai. You know what I mean? Like you have to do that. Zoran went on Breakfast Club. Hell yeah. Did you get this heart attack noti from the GQ article this morning? Oh yeah, the death of Kajimbo. I did. I saw that. He posted it, so I didn't get a heart attack because I saw him post it. You know what I mean? Baba, nasıl tereyağı istiyorsun? Yani spread mi yoksa soğuk mu? Spread tereyağı. Ne demek lan? Butter yani. Ha, yani bıçakla spread edeceksin. Tamam, pişirmek için değil yani. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, my dad wants butter. My dad wants butter, and I'm trying to figure out what kind of butter he wants. I'm Israel and had Israel even on birthright back in the day. Now I know better, partially thanks to you. Hell yeah, chatter. I mean, no, hell no. You are demonstrating anti-Semitism. You must love Israel. You must love Israel. You must say, I'm Israel Chai. No politic here. Okay. But CENTCOM released the report as well. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, man. I'm all over the place right now, but it's personal news time at the moment, you know? And as it is my personal news time, I got to tell you about what's going on in my life. And there's literally nothing going on in my life. That's it. That's like, that was just a bait. Honestly, I have nothing going on. Everything that's going on is on camera for the most part. There is virtually nothing going on off camera. I came back. Oh, after the protest, after we ended the stream, March and I went and we had an incredible dinner. Okay, an incredible dinner at a nearby Sukemen, I think, or no, it's like a ramen, but it's a type of ramen with a thick broth that you actually take the cold noodles and like dip into the broth. Sukemen. Yeah, it's he said it was his favorite place, so we went there. Sujita, I think that's what it was. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah. But yeah, we had that. The dude who gave me the Zippo, the HasanAbi head who gave me the Zippo, was literally helping like I think like a homeless person who got shot 3 times in the leg, and then after he was done rendering aid to that guy, they also pulled up to the spot too, and they were also eating some ramen there as well. But yeah, shouts out to the HasanAbi heads. Do you enjoy the on the ground reporting? Yes and no. I enjoy it quite a bit. I enjoy being on the ground. I enjoy the solidarity that is expressed on there. I am super stoked to see so many people defend their neighborhood, defend their community, and say we're not here for it. You know what I mean? We didn't get hurt yesterday, and we didn't get hurt the day prior, luckily. But I think, it's definitely a dangerous situation, and only dangerous given how police response is so goddamn aggressive and so militant and so undeserved, so ridiculous. But overall, the process is great. Anyway, we had the ramen. I came back home. I basically passed out immediately. Woke up this morning early, played some ball, and now I'm here. My stream is dookie. Okay. Wait, what is this? Protesting and is March going to make it? Saw his post about his family. So cool to see. 100 to 1. Love the weirdo haters. Wait, people hate on March? Why do people hate on March? I was the man that was bringing the hot beef at the protest. The man that was bringing the hot beef at the protest. Dude, so many things happen. I think my brain is so broken. Just Nazis saying me and my family should be deported. Nothing crazy. Oh, God. I think I appreciate Thena Kitten speaking out on the ice raids. Yeah. That's why I was saying it's summer of jihad again. It's summer of jihad again. I saw streamers now speaking out, which is great. I'm really happy because for the longest time, it just felt like this space was so heavily dominated in one direction, especially like building up to the Trump administration, but certainly since the Trump election victory. And honestly, you know, it was weird. It felt weird. It felt as though people just did not give a shit at all. But wait, what? What is this? But now I'm glad that there are more people. Hasan on me. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. God damn. all the streamers are now posting about it, so that's good. Cause like I've had this conversation with some people where on the one hand, you don't want your friends to also invoke the hatred and ire, like draw the ire and psychopathic activities of all of these people that will inevitably come after them, right? Like, because there is a basically unspoken truth in this sphere that like you say something that's like against the administration and like everyone will come after you. And like people literally, what the Republicans constantly complained about as far as like social stigma is enforced through a sequence of mass harassment, right? Rooting for you. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I don't know what the hell's going on. Y'all are crazy. Burgles with 100. What the hell? Why? Hog Trucker 69. Thank you for the 10 gifted. K Siska. Thank you for the 5 gifted. What the hell's happening? Surgeon. Thank you for the 25 subs. But basically what the conservatives would constantly talk about, like this stigma associated with like being honest and being based and being true to yourself, which just usually meant being racist, right? And that social stigma was not necessarily like enforced through a sequence of harassment from other people, but usually from their own fan base that were like, the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you saying these things? And you're kind of seeing a piece of that with XQC, but now with the air of silence from a lot of like-minded content creators, and it felt like the domineering force in this side of the internet, which once used to be very woke, had become very not woke, because anyone that ever spoke out against like the God King Asmongold got fucking endlessly harassed, you know? So yeah, I'm gonna talk about the XCC tweet, don't worry. Wendy on Twitter found out the pig's pointing at y'all. Yeah, I saw that. HasanAbi, thank you for the 50 gifted. All right, let's just blast off, dude, because there's so much to talk about. Recapping day 2 of ICE protests versus media narratives. Trump wants more militant response. Updates on Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign and more. Get in now. Do I take it to the streets again? Potentially. I haven't decided yet, because I don't know what kind of actions are happening, but ICE raids are still ongoing, so we'll see. Did you see the right has synchronized tweets about banning third world immigration? I know. Hold on. Does anyone have a blast off or no? HasanAbi. Okay, I like this. All right, I'll just use that. That's a good one. That's a good one. Saturday I'll definitely go out to the No Kings one for sure. Did you see DSA LA is organizing something at 5? I did not see that, but all right. Let's just blast off real quick. Recapping day 2 ICE protests versus media narratives. ICE is taking farm workers in the fields in Oxnard and Santa Maria now. Yeah, they've yet to do like mass sweeps in the same way that they started doing in Los Angeles in like red states. I wonder what the response in red states is going to look like. I'm feeling like the red state response is also going to be as vicious, if not more vicious. I remember reading about the history of the Bracero program and the mass remigration of Mexican nationals and Mexican migrant workers and even Americans of Mexican descent, something that the Trump administration has basically pointed to as a positive. I remember that invoking a tremendous negative response from places like Texas back in the day, when all of the Texans themselves were hunting rangers with guns because they were deporting their ranch hands and their migrant workers and their friends and their neighbors. So back then they would literally disrupt federal agents and federal agents trying to engage in mass deportation violently. And it was the hogs that were doing that, the hogs that had the guns that were doing that. they would roll around town in pickup trucks looking for fucking rangers. So that's the type of history this country had. No, before you say hands off my slaves, that's not it. Okay, that's not it. There is a long history pre so much propaganda. There is a long history of like even right wingers hating the cops in this country for a multitude of different reasons, right? I wish New York City's had the same balls as LA. New York City is currently under the control of a criminal who had a quid pro quo with the Turkish government and was investigated by the DOJ for said quid pro quo, and then ironically set up a separate quid pro quo arrangement with the Trump administration in order to allow ICE to do whatever it wants to in the state against state laws, mind you, because New York also sanctuary state, New York City also a sanctuary city. GRETA was not kidnap law. Yeah, you're right, dude. That's totally when a foreign nation, let's say you have a British-owned, British-sailed boat, okay, that's sailing from Italy to Gaza, and you're off even if you're not going to Gaza, let's say you're off the coast of England, okay, or off the coast of fucking Egypt, okay, and then this completely separate, insane foreign nation just comes in, dumps paint on over your fucking boat, and then violently apprehends you. What would that be considered? That would be called kidnapping, or at least taking hostage, right? Like people that fucking lost their minds over the Houthis enforcing a blockade, okay, have no issue with what Israel did. No issue whatsoever. They're literally actually celebrating what Israel did, which I appreciate that, because like when I say what the Houthis were doing in terms of enforcing a blockade on the Red Sea was the correct thing to do, like I'm letting my position be known. I am putting my foot down and saying this is my moral boundary. Okay, what Israel is doing is unconscionable, and nations that are trying to stop what Israel's doing are on the right side, and history will vindicate them. That's what I'm saying. You, on the other hand, are saying, even though you are incredibly cowardly and you don't want to say it openly, you're basically saying all of the nations that are trying to stop Israel are bad, and what Israel is doing is right and good and awesome. It's not kidnapping law. You have no issue using that language when you're talking about Hamas. You have no issue using that language when you're talking about Ansar Allah. But seemingly, when Israel does the exact same thing at the behest of violence and the continuation of violence, because like Israel is not enforcing this blockade because other people are going to come in and be dangerous and scary to Israel. No, Israel's enforcing this blockade so they can continue the starvation. Okay, like you have to also remember why people are doing this. Why countries are doing this. Like when the Houthis enforce a blockade, it is to stop Israel. It is to render some sort of penalty to Israel for the crime of genocide. When Israel is enforcing a blockade, it is to stop humanitarian aid from going into Gaza. So not only is it the same action, but it's also on top of that, one is in the direction of good, a greater good. The other is in the direction of evil and the continuation of evil. So make no mistake, I will not let you get away with saying some dumb shit like that in this chat, okay? Don't try to fucking hit me with this like, double standards much. Yes, Hasan, watch this video from National Lawyers Guild. Okay, stop spamming this, please. Jesus Christ, chatter. Sure, we'll watch it. I think our societal treatment of police has never really recovered from the massive crime increase in the 70s and 80s. Even as it's fallen off dramatically across the board, we still treat cops with such reverence in post 9/11 culture. Yes, we do. We have tremendous respect for the police. Policing as an institution is like one of the most popular institutions. It's like incredible. It's very, very frustrating. Yeah. Zoran is only 2 points behind Andrew Cuomo. We'll obviously talk about that as well. Do you think the parade Saturday will make things worse? I will be going to the No King rally to see how the liberals get down, because I want to see. They'll probably have mass mobilization for sure. Liberals are going to be mass mobilizing in spectacular fashion in ways that you never even saw, ways that you never even heard of. And that's ultimately not a bad thing. But yeah, here is the National Lawyers Guild, the wonderful people, some of which were HasanAbi heads that we saw yesterday with the funny hats, with the cool fluorescent hats. Here's an announcement from them. Okay, National Lawyers Guild's Know Your Rights reminder.
Talking.
Right. Well, it's lovely talking to you as always.
Oh, hello.
We were just talking about you kids.
I'm Denise Heberly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the fuck up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do? Shut the fuck up!
They're right. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to cops. As I literally told you, even with my Customs and Border Patrol detention fiasco, don't talk to cops. Don't ever talk to cops. Don't talk to law enforcement. They're not your friends. Don't even talk to them if you're at a fucking barbecue. But that's for separate reasons, you know, because they don't deserve any sort of camaraderie and friendship from you. Okay? Unless you're asking where the horses are, or yeah, I mean, I'm don't do what I'm doing. Don't do what I'm doing, okay? When I'm on camera and I'm asking cops like, where can I piss, or where the horsies are, or whatever, like, don't follow my lead on stuff like that, okay? Don't do what I'm doing. Just do as I'm saying. I'm stupid. I'm a stupid person, and sometimes I have to pee. Nature calls. Can I see your service weapon, officer? I would like to take a look at it. Can I hold your gun? Is it okay to talk to them while tapping them on the out on the jujitsu mats? No. Hasan is white and rich. He gets some leeway with cops. We don't. Yo, speaking of being white and rich, I do have leeway with cops, but I will say this. There was some weird moments yesterday. I will say the second day, actually, at least for the duration that we were there, had less police retaliation. It wasn't like as violent and as aggro as the first day was, partially because the first day there were more numbers, and obviously pigs get very scared when there's a large number of people out there, right? They get, what do we know? Cops. If you ever see a cop running, you're fucking cooked, okay? If you ever see them lining up, you're also fucking cooked. As a matter of fact, if you see cops in general, you're kind of cooked. But my point is, they fear water bottles, they fear projectiles, it scares them, they fear loud noises, and also expressions of joy. They hate expressions of joy. Anyway, they hate bright colors, they hate press, they pretty much hate everyone. The only people that I don't see them routinely brutalizing are other white supremacists. So I guess, like, you know, there is that. But here is one thing that I mean, overall, it was more tense partially because they weren't like instantly fucking opening, and it wasn't like a constant barrage of them like pushing and then opening fire, pushing, opening fire. But instead, it was just like more tense. But one thing that I found out, or after the fact, but even though I got scoped a couple times by both the LA Sheriff's Department, but also the National Guard troops, was that they were pointing out people in the crowd. And I guess when we went and reviewed the footage, I think it's this guy
California National
looking right at us and pointing right at us and getting other homies to come over.
pointing at us.
March says they're pointing at us.
Wait, like technically,
Yeah, there
California
is.
National Guard is here.
But I can't tell if they were, you know, maybe they were just HasanAbi heads. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they were just, maybe he's a hate watcher, or maybe he was just a HasanAbi head. Who knows? Like, there's National Guard. Maybe they recognize you and were just starstruck. Is that HasanAbi? Yeah. You got scoped by the ABC's chopper. They pointed you out taking photos and everyone coming up to you. Wait, really? That's funny. Maybe he just wanted a photo. I don't know. TikTok was saying it was because you look like a cop in your vest, lol. Yeah, I don't think the cops thought I looked like a cop. Let me tell you. Because I just don't think the cops thought that. Maybe other protesters might have thought that, but then it would have been really weird if the other protesters had thought that, would then look at all these other protesters coming up and like fucking taking photos and whatnot. But he thinks your head is small is a challenging target. Yeah. This video actually kind of goes hard. I'm not gonna lie. Me with one hand in the pocket and the motorcycle also revving right at the same moment. Like that, I don't know. Sometimes videos just hit, you know. CNN blamed the protesters when they found used rubber bullets. That's some top class reporting. I know. There is a reason why they're behind the fucking cops and we are on the side of the protesters. That is something that I wanted to explain. Like CNN and a lot of mainstream media is there to drive home that same fucking narrative that like, yo, these rowdy protesters are really making police work quite difficult today. Like that is their job. That is their goal. That is what they're there to do. Okay? That is what they're there to do. The video of you crossing the bridge yesterday while getting fired at was pretty crazy. Yeah, I know. That shit was insane. This version is better. Hutch dipshit. Oh yeah, I saw this as well. But anyway, there was a couple moments where you know, cops were being fucking I mean, cops were always being escalatory. They were always obviously opening fire without any reason whatsoever, just because they felt like it and to initially like move people, you know. Fuck my hair up. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker stunned by flashbang in LA riots. Twitch pundit Hasan Piker was caught up in the mayhem of LA riots on Monday. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker was caught up in the Los Angeles riots with footage capturing the moment he was disoriented by loud flashbangs. Hasan Piker, who lives in LA, is known for posting YouTube videos under the moniker HasanAbi, was interrogated by border agents last month upon returning overseas with his anti-Trump political views. On Monday, photos and footage of him attending the protests were shared on social media. They're firing into the crowd now. I don't think that's fireworks, buddy. Piker is heard saying as he streamed from the scene. They're already deploying flashbangs. Not great. Look, what they're going to try to do is close down the other side of the road, he said while standing in a throng of protesters on a highway underneath a bridge. I think they're going to push from this side of the road. Oh, shit. Oh, that fucked my hair up, he adds as the loud bangs are heard. Piker continues to walk through the crowd as the loud bangs continue and fans are seen approaching him to shake his hand and take selfies. Yeah. Protesting for Gen Z has turned into a very different sport, I will say. Like, it is pretty crazy. I don't mind taking photos, you know, obviously. And it's great that like people are out there, right? And if you're out there and you're fucking Christ, the gray bars are back. If you're out there and you want a little treat on the side to get a photo, like that's fine because you're still out there, right? You're still protesting, but you know, don't overdo it. But it is wild how little people have, how little people care about their own safety and security. What is this? I saw the clip of you getting flashbang on Instagram with thousands of likes. Cool to see you reaching places I don't usually see you in. Yeah. Like y'all need to take better care of yourselves. Okay. You're already out there. It's already like a dangerous situation. And, and you're just like, what's up? Can we take a photo as flashbangs are exploding? Tom Morello was present on yesterday's protest. Also at the end of yesterday's stream, a guy took pictures of you. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I mean, I caught him doing that. Wouldn't it be better just to look and wave at chat together real quick instead of fumbling with phones and gather a screen cap later? Yeah. Anyway, but of course, as always, the people that seemingly are paid to be wrong, ironically enough, they do it for free, but they should be paid to be wrong, are constantly getting things wrong all the time. Streamer Hutch praises the restraint of LAPD and criticizes Hasan Piker for implying the police will fire on protesters as police begin firing on protesters.
Well, that's kind of what it feels like.
Okay, all right.
If that makes sense.
I just think I mean, listen, is it not kind of comical that he's been given this commentary about like, oh yeah, that's standard issue weaponry. That's usually a surefire sign that things are about to pop off, and he's been doing that for like an hour. And so far, it seems like the police.
Wait, what? Bro, that's crazy. Ain't no freaking way he was talking this big shit. Ain't no freaking way Southern lion? This man is no lion, okay? Wait, he was watching my protest coverage for an hour straight, just hate watching? Are these guys all right, man? He's like, yeah, I've been watching for an hour and no one has killed him yet. What's going on? Pick up the slack, LAPD. I like that he is so, like, his perspective is so anti-me. Like, this guy's supposed to be a liberal, okay? His perspective is so anti-me that he's just decided, like, police actually don't brutalize people at all. I don't know why he's saying that.
He's been given this commentary about, like, oh yeah, that's standard issue weaponry. That's usually a surefire sign that things are about to pop off.
Also, half of the things that I was saying was like memes. Like, I don't think, like, you know, when I say cops, like, loud noises scare them. Anyway,
like
let's watch.
Hour, and so far it seems like the police are showing restraint. Like, they're not advancing. They issued a dispersal order and they haven't advanced. Oh yeah, no, they use that technology in Colombia. To, oh, okay. Oh, fuck me, right?
Yeah, fuck you, actually. Yeah, fuck yourself. I love that this guy is so consistently wrong. It's so funny. Brother, make up your own fucking mind. You can, like, if you position your whole shtick as being against me while simultaneously claiming that you're a fucking libtard, you're always going to be wrong, and you're going to be wrong in the direction of conservatism to a degree where, like, other liberals are probably going to look at you and go, I don't really fuck with you, man. You're constantly saying shit that is wrong and also kind of conservative. These guys refuse to develop their own political perspectives, and basically they refuse to develop their own political perspectives and basically decide that, like, their whole thing is like, whatever I'm saying, they're going to say the opposite. Leftists hating other leftists more than right wingers. Who is surprised? He's not a leftist, man. These guys are just like, they're grifters. Okay. Speaking of grifters, this one is a liberal grifter, right? This one is the liberal version of this. But there's also a right-wing version of this as well, a more right-wing version of this, and that's fucking Asmongold. Okay, where is it? I saw the HasanAbi Productions posted it. Apparently, Asmongold also has some takes on this. Asmongold, Hasan is a fake revolutionary. He's not on the street putting his life on the line. Chat, he was literally protesting in the streets. Asmongold, well, he should be arrested then. Like, they will go, hey, man, why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you getting off your ass? By the way, he never gets off his fucking ass, even though I get off my ass all the goddamn time whenever there is, like, an opportunity to mobilize. And then when they find out I did actually fucking get off my ass, then he goes, okay, well, then he should be arrested.
You see Hasan? No, I don't see Hasan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it, and I think he's on, like, the side up the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he goalpost shifted. No, I was fucking down there, dipshit. He went in, but that's not enough. It's not enough that he actually is there. He actually is not, like, in front of the line. Oh, he is in front of the line. Okay, well, then he should be killed. If he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did? Oh, I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested. That
was so quick. Someone was like, no, he was down there. It's like, oh, he should get arrested. Like, that was literally, bro, the goalpost shift was so fast. He just went, like, dude, oh my God. He went, he's not down there. He's a LARPer. He's not down there. He's a LARPer. Where are you? You're at your house. Why don't you go protest alongside ICE, dude? Put your pussy right on that, okay? Put your pussy right in the fucking front lines. Stand behind the ICE agents and be like, please kill these people. You have no problem saying that from home, you know? Go to the pro-Israel rallies and be like, we want more death.
Yeah, go fucking assist ICE, you goddamn bootlicker. Jesus Christ.
Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though. Yeah, I
Look, this part is so funny, though. Holy shit. Someone being like, nah, he was there. He was in the front lines. Like,
different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like,
just no. Oh, you should just. Oh, he should just fucking then kill him, arrest him. Come on. What's happening?
I mean, for sure. He was, though. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did. Oh,
Dude, right wingers are such crybabies, dude. They have designed their entire culture around resisting against a tyrannical government. Okay, they're like, oh yeah, come and take it, bitch. Like, I got my gun. Like, I'll fight tyranny. You know, they wave the Gadsden flag, but then the moment that the government is being tyrannical, they're like, oh, please do more tyranny, please. Actually, can I assist you? Can I assist you in the tyranny? We love the tyranny.
I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested. That's really how I see it.
Asmund Gold looking at the picket lines during the civil rights struggle. Yeah, all these blacks, they got to get arrested. And the whites too, actually. Separate but equal, guys. Yeah, based. It's separate but equal. Too much, if you ask me. It should be separate and unequal. But they got equality. It's just separate. They don't like it. Yeah. Why are they resisting? Yeah. Based. Yeah. I was going to be on board, but LBJ, not really good that he sent the National Guard to Selma. Why is he protecting these criminals? Obviously, the law's the law. The law's the law, guys. Chat. The law is the law. These blacks that are trying to walk, trying to march, how about they don't march? I don't like it. We want to keep them separate. Yeah. Yeah. Law's the law. Law and order. Restore it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how like there's no other solution to it other than that.
There's no other solution. By the way, the beauty of this is these people, okay, are engaging in a behavior that absolutely is a nuisance, okay? They're protesting and they've blocked off the highway in an effort to protest, right? Except they're protesting for a good cause, a cause that I 100% agree with, that ICE should not work within the confines of any state, really, but especially not in Los Angeles, which is a sanctuary state and a sanctuary city, right? No ICE. No ICE in general. If you were to ask me, I think it should be completely dissolved. It should not exist at all, okay? In the past, before the Department of Homeland Security was invented, ICE did not exist. You had the INS, which would routinely conduct raids as well, which also should be, it was significantly more limited than what took place since ICE's invention, which is, again, a relatively new phenomena in American history. Okay, a lot of people take it for granted. You think the Department of Homeland Security was like always around, like is post 9/11. Okay, and so is ICE. And INS's activities, mostly, aside from like every now and then going after undocumented migrant workers, but their overwhelming majority of INS activities still revolved around like sex trafficking and like criminal elements, right? There are already federal law enforcement agencies that are supposed to be tasked with dealing with like drug trafficking. You got the DEA, weapons trafficking. You got the ATF, right? And kidnapping and sex trafficking. You got the FBI. ICE does not need to exist. It simply exists as a way to militarize immigrant enforcement, which is not a real crime, basically. Like crossing the border is not considered a real crime. Overstaying your visa is not considered a severe enough crime that is supposed to be met with this level of force, this level of apprehension and mass detentions. If it was the case, then ICE wouldn't be routinely, when there's a libtard in charge, routinely conducting regular checkups with migrants that they are now kidnapping at the point of those checkups. For the record, it's not a crime. It's just paperwork. Like you're waiting for your paperwork to be fulfilled to stay in the country, right? So I think ICE should be abolished. 100%. This is a civil violation to cross the border illegally, or a civil violation to overstay your visa, which is, of course, the majority of undocumented migrants on U.S. soil are visa overstayers. Okay? But the crime that we're talking about in and of itself is simply paperwork, waiting for your paperwork. In most circumstances, these people are just waiting for their paperwork, and the government turns off the opportunity for said paperwork to be fulfilled. And then they go, nope, you're done. You're out. So I consider this completely ridiculous, completely unacceptable. ICE's affairs are unimaginably cruel and completely unjustifiable. And also, it doesn't help anything. It hurts commerce. It hurts these communities. It hurts the culture. It fucks the vibes up. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. It is for no good reason. The only reason why all of these raids are happening is because Trump has been able to successfully whip up an incredible amount of hatred and dehumanization against migrants, claiming that they were all rapist criminals. So much so that even other people who are related to undocumented migrants themselves ended up voting for him. The alternative was so ass from their perspective that they went and they voted for Donald Trump. I understand that this is a frustrating moment for many liberals to turn around and say, well, sucks to suck, fuck them, okay? You can never feel this way, because if you are a liberal, or if you're a leftist, if you're a progressive, you believe in the values, okay? You believe in empathy. Your first principles revolve around doing no harm to others or making other people's lives better. So do not fucking gloat. We were in an Uber going to Little Tokyo yesterday, from one part of the protest to the next. And the dude that was in the Uber was Latino. And he told me he was so sad that he had voted for Donald Trump, that he never actually foresaw this level of reaction, like this kind of ICE enforcement happening in Los Angeles. And he was wrong. And I fucking yelled about this every goddamn day. I yelled about this every fucking day on this goddamn broadcast. Every day, that Donald Trump was a fucking fascist, that he was going to do mass deportations, that no one in the media was actually talking about how severe these deportations were going to look like, how awful these deportations were going to look like. And you want to know why no one in the media was asking that? Because the Democrats themselves were also running on immigration enforcement. They were running to the right. Don't say fell for it again, because you have to remember, while yes, people who were locked in, people who were laser focused, people who were paying attention, people like yourselves that were in here for the entire journey, sure, you understood the situation, okay? You understood the situation, but you have to recognize that the Democrats themselves also showcased a militant reaction to undocumented migration because they were so scared. They saw the incredible amount of reactionary, right-wing, fuck migrants type of sentiment coming from the Republicans for the 4 years that Brandon was in charge. And by the end of said 4 years, Joe Biden turned around and said he was going to do a border wall bill. He was basically going to implement Donald Trump's 2020 vision. They openly admitted that migrants constitute a national security threat. They basically handed that victory to the Trump administration by saying, you know what? We got caught. Trump was right. Migrants are actually criminals. Some of them are really violent ones, as a matter of fact. But we want to be the reasonable way. We want to be the reasonable party that deports some of these criminal migrants. They want to deport every migrant. That kind of idiotic messaging is only going to make the average person think, okay, well, I guess the Republicans were right. I guess the Republicans were fucking right that migrants are criminals. Of course, they're going to think, yeah, I guess I should vote for the honest guys. Why should I vote for the diet version when the real full power soda exists? I'm using Felix Biederman terminology here. The full powered soda, the full powered sugar soda is the Republican Party. The diet, gay, elitist, technocratic version of said soda is the Democratic Party. No one wants to drink the diet soda. We're Americans. Oh, come on. John Oliver never stopped talking about it all the way through the Biden admin starting month 2. Are you John Oliver? Okay. So it was me and fucking John Oliver. CBS, ABC, NBC, CNN. None of these outlets were covering this issue from the perspective of the humanity of undocumented migrants and how cruel it is that we do not simply follow up on their paperwork. You want to know why? Because the Democrats completely dropped the fucking ball. They ran a successful campaign against Donald Trump's ridiculous anti-migrant policies. When Trump was in office, Joe Biden literally had a 100 first days immigrant agenda in his 2020 campaign. He didn't do a single part of it. Okay? He didn't do that. He didn't do that at all. And no one called into question his lack of interest in dealing with a migrant crisis.
Impeding a highway? They are. They're impeding a highway.
Yeah, they are impeding a highway, and that's unacceptable. But those cops are also then using said highway for the rest of the night to stage, okay, because that's what they did. Those cops then impeded the highway for the rest of the night as a staging ground, by the way. But Asmongold, of course, has no issue with that. These guys are impeding the highway in protest. That's wrong. They should be arrested. Cops impede the highway so they can use the same fucking taxpayer-funded weapons on their own fucking tax-paying citizens to defend ICE raids in the fucking state, a sanctuary state in a sanctuary city. That's perfectly valid. Do you understand the double standard? It all revolves around institutions and defending institutional power, defending state power. You're like, no, cops can do whatever the fuck they want. They can be as violent as they want. That's perfectly valid, because on the other side, the people that are receiving that violence are probably doing something that they shouldn't be doing. You're not even like entertaining the idea that maybe the cops should not be doing this. The vast majority of Americans do not want to deport most illegal immigrants who lived here for years and are productive members of society. The fact that the Democrats are scared to fight on an issue where they have a 61-24% majority is absolutely pathetic. Yeah, also, this is not new, okay? People wanted fucking mass deportations, right? Everyone said, oh, well, 60% of Americans want mass deportations. What did I say? What the fuck did I say whenever those polls came out? Two things. Number one, those polls also have a second question that never gets brought up in media. When given two options, mass deportation or mass amnesty, the majority always goes with mass amnesty. Okay? That's the second option is never discussed. And number two, these people are advocating for a thing that they do not understand. And it is up to both the media and, more importantly, the Democratic Party, the counter message, to show how depraved mass deportations would look like. And if the Democrats don't actually, one, talk about the humanity of migrants and how we are a nation of migrants and how these people are wonderful contributors to American society, that they're just working alongside all of us every single day, and how important it is that we actually fucking pay them back, how we actually give them the paperwork, how we actually allow them to become more productive members of society that can take more of the amenities. They can use more of the fucking amenities. When the Democrats don't do that and the market is flooded with right-wing sentiment, you arrive at Haitians are eating fucking cats and dogs. Haitians on temporary protective status that Trump offered them, by the way, just as the Biden administration did, are actually fucking illegal aliens and they're eating cats and dogs. That's what the discourse was. It blew my fucking mind. If you let these guys, even with liberals, okay, this is why I yell at liberals all the fucking time. If you let the right-wing reactionary psychopaths drive discourse, they are always going to escalate. They are always going to say even more insane things, even more violent things, even more radical things, because they have not logically arrived at their position. They have arrived at their position not by looking at the facts of the ground, facts of the matter, looking at the facts on the ground, looking at empirical evidence. They arrived at that conclusion out of fucking anger, resentment, and fear. They arrived at that because they have a white nativist attitude, a white supremacist attitude, an idea that like third world migration is actually disrupting American culture and ruining American society. We don't want to be around these blacks and browns. Like, that's their fucking mentality. That's their primary fucking focus here. And they will do anything to try and radicalize average people every single fucking day. And they did it so goddamn successfully. It blows my mind. They did it so successfully that fucking Latino men were going, that's right. I, Jose, believe that we should fucking get these bad migrants out of this country. It's like, bro, they think you're the bad migrant. They think you are also the third world guy that fucking ruined the culture of this country. That's what they're saying. Oh. And now that this violence is unfolding, of course, people go, oh, never mind. I didn't like that. It's just like, as I said, the Uber driver who was like, you know, really devastated that he was watching his fucking neighborhood get ripped apart by ICE agents and having his neighbors get packed up. ICE going to school graduations. Like, how fucking insane is that? Where are these criminals that they're apprehending at school graduations? Are they apprehending these criminals at Home Depot? A dude that is so desperate for work that he's just gonna he's gonna do some drywall work, okay? For pennies on the fucking dollar. That's how desperate that guy is. That guy's the criminal, really? Not this goddamn administration filled to the brim with rapists and you know, drunkards and psychopaths, felons. That guy who just simply wants a leg up for his family. Guy who came here and is working in slave labor conditions with the hopes that maybe his next of kin will have a better opportunity, one that he is fighting desperately for. That guy's the criminal. Fuck you. And I want everyone to understand the only value that undocumented migrants present is their slave labor is not the argument that I'm making. I'm saying that it is additionally fucked up, additionally crazy that that these people who contribute so much to society, so much to America, so much to our economy, so much to our culture, so much to what makes America great. Like, one of the only aspects of American society. There's three things. I was thinking about this in the shower earlier this morning. There's three major things that I can point to that are still good about the United States of America. Okay? Diversity is one of them. It's a major point. Diversity is a fucking major point. Diverse culture, better food, a better attitude overall. Okay, America's a profoundly diverse nation, and that's a good thing. Okay, and it is only a diverse nation as a consequence of migration. Okay, the other two good things are due process and some of the weirdly liberal quirks of our criminal justice system that ironically don't even exist in other OECD nations. You know, you're entitled to a lawyer. These are good things, right? You can't just be like unjustifiably detained for an extended period of time. These are good things that America still has. And last but not least, the First Amendment. And all three of these things are being ripped apart. The only good things about America are being fucking taken away. The last remainder of good things that America offers its citizens unfucking conditionally is now being taken away by this administration. And you got dumb fuck hogs that are championing this, that are like, no, hell yeah, finally, authoritarianism is here. I was waiting for it. Because why? Well, maybe it'll destroy my enemies. Maybe it'll destroy the people that I have designed as enemies in my mind. People that I'm just scared of. Thankfully, the government is packing these scary people up. It's disgusting. It's also disgusting when you look at the situation. I'm a Californian. Okay, I've been living here for what, 12 fucking years at this point, right? I've been living in Los Angeles for 12 years in Los Angeles, California. Okay, it is one of the, with the exception of, I guess, like Istanbul and Ankara, it is the one place that I've lived in for the longest period of time in my life. Okay, I love the state. I love the city. There's many fucking problems. There's many issues, right? But I still love it because it's very diverse. It's incredible. It's great food, great weather. It's got it all. Okay. And I cannot comprehend how insane it is that an administration that has tremendous resentment for California which is in and of itself as a state the fourth largest economy on the planet. Like it has a larger economy than fucking Germany. Okay, California as a state is the fourth largest economy on the planet, and an administration that is backed up by some of the most racist fucking pieces of shit on the planet, in the interest of serving some red meat to its most radical elements within its base, are taking these incredibly violent actions that rip apart the social fabric in California. And it is so hostile. Like it blows my mind how hostile these people are, who have never lived in California, who will never live in California, who will never live in Los Angeles. And they're looking at it from the outside going, hell yeah, this is what I voted for. It's like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. I'm not advocating when Brandon is president. I'm not advocating for them to come in and like sick the Gestapo on you for, I don't know, mudding or some shit, or wanting to shoot your guns, right? Like that's a fear that you have fantasized in your life. That is a fear that you have created in your mind. And that fear caused you to vote for the fucking Republican Party. And then the Republican Party turns around and goes, actually, we are going to use the federal government to destroy the social fabric of California. And you're like, hell yeah, that's right. That's great. Like, keep to your own fucking business, dude. What the fuck is this shit? It's so goddamn frustrating. This TikTok about living in LA and going to the protests is going viral. Yeah, I've seen this one
Watches
too.
Fox News. She called me today. She said, you need to get out of LA. LA is burning. Aren't you scared? Meanwhile, this is what's going on in LA. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I got snacks. Sometimes people look at me crazy when I say I live in downtown LA, and they're like, aren't you scared to live there? Tell me you don't get it without telling me you don't get it. Show me a city that shows up to defend its citizens the way LA shows up to defend its citizens.
Black community will always stand in solidarity. We're not going to get out of the streets until ICE are out of our streets. Ain't that right? ICE out of LA.
ICE out of LA. Police in LA are overwhelmed. We got to send in the Marines. Send in the Marines.
Even the fucking liberals that are like not even in Los Angeles, and I know they're not in LA because they're going, why are the brown people waving Mexico flags? It's like, bro, have you seen Los Angeles? Like, what the fuck do you mean? Why are the Mexican Americans waving Mexico flags in resistance against a fucking very clear racist act by the federal government that is targeting brown people? Of course they're gonna fucking wave Mexico flags. It's Los Angeles. What the fuck? Who gives a shit? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? It's not called the Angels. It's called Los Angeles. This shit's so fucking annoying. Oh, they need to wave more American flags. It's like, yeah, really? Is that what's going to do it for you? Because clearly the acts from the Trump administration was not enough for you to say unconditional support to these people. You know? You have to see American flags for your sensibilities to kick in. Get the fuck out of here. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is also unironically using that as a reason to be like, see, it's an invasion. It's a foreign invasion. It's like, dude, they're American, you fucking idiot. They're American citizens. They're waving their heritage. Fuck your optics game. Holy shit. The fuck do you mean? What optics?
The Marines. Meanwhile, the police in LA. Pokemon Go playing motherfuckers got their McDonald's delivered.
Yeah. Like there is nothing more American, and I mean this in a positive way, okay? Normally when I say something is American, it's a pejorative, but in this circumstance, there's nothing more American in the positive affirmation sense than being able to fucking wave the flag of the country of origin while you are here, okay? What are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about, dude? It's disgusting. If you take issue with foreign flags being flown at protests, go take that up with Israel, which is a fucking Nazi country doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. Mexico ain't doing all of that, all right? Where's the smoke for St. Patrick's Day parade, you know? Oh, well, or where's the smoke for the Ukrainian protests? Oh, that's right, they're white, so it doesn't matter. It's not the kind of foreigner that we don't like in this country. To be fair, even with the Ukrainian one, people are starting to get agitated against that too because Donald Trump hates Ukraine too. It's so fucking stupid. But, Italian flags at the Italian Day Parade. It's an invasion. It's an invasion. all die on this hill. We're never going to reach their sensibilities, Hasan. We need to raise the American flag so that the narrative can't be twisted in the media, which is what it's going to be. They do it every time. No, dude. What happens every time is squishy liberals such as yourself actually fucking fall into the same trap. You get dominated by the right-wing framing. You get dominated by the right-wing framing, and you actually lean on the sensibilities of a third party that you do not know exists out there, okay? The idea that there is a guy out there who's like, I don't really like that they're deporting people that are simply waiting for their paperwork to be processed, and I think that's an inherently violent act, but I can't get myself to be on board with these fucking protests until they wave the American flag, until they wave the flag of the state that's doing that. It's the same principle behind Black Lives Matter, which, of course, ended up becoming a commodified, toothless version of itself. But that's exactly what people were saying with Black Lives Matter. They were like, oh, well, why don't we say all lives matter, Hasan? Why don't we say all lives matter? I was there. I was there at the fucking protest back then, too. I know everybody always was like, oh, Hasan, you never go out there. This is a war in the media. Okay. We're not trying to woo ourselves here. We're trying to woo the fucking morons, the idiots of the country. No, dude. My point is the idiots of the country are not actually going to fucking realize that these are good protests because they're waving the American flags. They don't give a shit. They're going to move the goalpost to the next thing. What is wrong with you? It's the same as like my fucking haters. Here, I'll use a hyper-specific analogy here to Twitch streaming. Asmongold is like, oh, he'll never fucking go down there. He'll never go outside of his house. He just wants to sit in his fucking ass and cover the protest from afar from the comfort of his home because he likes the fucking LARP. Okay. Then his chatters are like, no, he is there. He's like, okay, well, he's only on the top there though. He's actually only shooting from afar. He doesn't want to put himself in the line of fire. He doesn't want to put himself in danger. And then people go, oh no, he's actually in the front line right there. You're wrong. And then he goes, okay, he must be arrested because he doesn't give a fuck. It's not about defending these protests, because if you look at the cruelty that is going on with the federal government's insane enforcement, dragnet campaigns, arresting people at their fucking place of business, arresting people for cooperating with the administration, with the immigration authorities, arresting them at fucking courthouses, arresting them at fucking schools. If you see all of that and you don't give a fuck and you don't actually unconditionally 10 toes down support the fucking protest, then a flag is not going to do it. Okay? That's it. So don't come in here, which is one of the only fucking outlets, one of the only media outlets, one of the only communities that is actually doing exactly what you wish we were doing, which is to counter that fucking misinformation, to counter that goddamn narrative and be like, no, actually, you're wrong. Optics are very important here. It's not. It's not. Okay? Optics are utterly irrelevant. Optics are only relevant for the squishy liberals who are going to find the next thing to grab onto to say, sorry, I'm a white moderate. I'm a white moderate, and I place a timeline on another man's emancipatory movement. Okay? The real thing to do in this circumstance is to tackle the issue head on. The real issue to tackle here is their lack of interest in trying to create a movement of justice, as opposed to the presence of order that they have in their lives. Because if you are from these communities, if you have undocumented migrants, or once again, undocumented migrants can mean people who are waiting for their fucking court date. Okay, 93% of undocumented migrants that have court cases that are pending actually follow through and they go to their immigration court dates. Okay, remember that 93%. So these are people who think that maybe through all of this naivete that they believe that this fucking government is going to do the right thing, that, you know, they are going to actually, if they play ball and if they cooperate, they will inevitably allow them to have the proper paperwork to fucking live here. Okay, explain that to people. Explain the cruelty of the people, okay? Explain the actual problem. Complaining that people in Los Angeles are waving the fucking Mexican flag is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. One of the most insane complaints I've ever seen. Netizens of Bilibili are loving your coverage of the protests. This is the day you wore your red star hat. Support for Super Earths. The Ministry of Truth is fagging illegal broadcasts. What is happening to my camera? My camera is tweaking right now. Hold on here. We'll just go with this then.
All right. Today's look is so MB haha. Black Ops Live demo. Twinkling red star. Los Angeles has established diplomatic relations with me. I unilaterally recognize the integrity of the territory. Early Cuban military uniforms. Yeah. I think that a lot of people fail because of their own personal sensibilities. I think a lot of people fail in this because they think there is an optics game here that you can win over without actually just like addressing the root cause of why these protests are happening to begin with. Okay? Address why these protests are happening. Explain to people why these protests are happening. That is an infinitely more successful way to approach these people. If someone is saying, yeah, all of this immigration, like kidnappings and all this stuff is really fucked up, but these guys are waving the Mexican flag and I can't find myself supporting someone who waves the Mexican flag, then okay, that person is probably not going to be on your side regardless. They're going to find another thing. They're going to say the same thing that they did with Black Lives Matter. Oh, I think that it's really fucked up that the police are actually pretty racist towards black people in their policing practices, but I can't in good conscience support a movement that says like fuck pigs, for example. That kind of language is very spicy. I don't like it. It's like, okay, so you misunderstood what was going on here. Every single historical struggle that has ever existed has been met with people that are tackling the problem from a privileged position and would rather maintain a presence of order rather than advocate for justice, because advocating for justice in this circumstance requires you to demand change. And oftentimes that demand is not going to come from the magnanimous nature of our politicians and our systems and our government that is designed the way it is. It's only going to come when it's met with force. That is precisely the reason why, regardless of how people have whitewashed the civil rights struggle, for example, there was a tremendous amount of resistance and a tremendous amount of unpopularity until the pressure was so unimaginably high that the fucking dam broke. That's why I also always stress the importance of consistently pressuring and continuing to protest against Israel's genocide. Okay? It is exactly the same. It is identical. The response is identical. Asking a minority group to sacrifice their heritage in favor of assimilating to American culture, even symbolically, should never be a solution. It's also not a bad thing. It's like not even a point of contention. I have no issue with someone waving the flag of Mexico, man. I think, like, especially in places like Los Angeles, but anywhere in America, it's great. It's wonderful. Why would you care? Why would that be a bad thing? You know, it's these people's heritage. It is a part of being an American. Okay. It is a part of living here that you get to do that. Yeah. Central Committee says liberal nitpicking and protest isn't some good faith advice. It is what they do to give themselves permission to do nothing in the face of fascist repression. Exactly. Well, see, I'm a good person who would totally fight fascism, but these protests have such bad optics that I can't. Very specifically, we had these exact debates about people saying ACAB in 2019. I literally debated Hutch on that point. We had to use the military to force desegregation. Exactly. People don't fucking get that this is historic. Mexico is like the concept of the Basque country. Yeah, even fucking Will Stancil had a really good take on this. I can't believe I'm saying this. I am not doing this 2020 it's racist to criticize protest tactics thing anymore. It was a catastrophic failure on every level. Okay, march down and tell them to stop being so Mexican. Good luck. You can either accept these communities exist and are proud and defend them, or you can side with the MAGA Nazis and tell them to pipe down, but for optics. This is a banger take from Will Stancil. What the fuck is going on? I can't believe I'm saying this. I saw another thing that he said that was also actually very smart. He was responding to another one of these like liberal optics peddlers, okay? There was another thing that he said. It doesn't matter. Just like, dude, listen. The narratives that the Republicans carefully crafted against Black Lives Matter protests who were also overwhelmingly peaceful, but was met with police resistance at every point, and only became chaotic as a direct consequence of police resistance, okay, considering that they were also, fundamentally anti-police protests. Of course that was going to happen.
the only reason why people went, oh, well, this was a catastrophic failure. This was a catastrophic failure by every fucking metric. The BLM protests were a catastrophic failure by every metric. The only reason why they said that is because they didn't like it. Okay? They didn't like it. The thing, by the way, if you have any optics considerations still to this day, right now, the greatest antidote to that optics consideration and that liberalism that you still have in your heart and mind and soul is to attend one of these protests. It will basically rip away all of the things that you previously thought, okay, about like cops actually protecting and serving these communities, or who is the person that is, you not getting shot with us? Is true. I'm not. What do you mean us? Are you out in the streets or are you on fucking Twitch in the chat? Because it kind of feels like you're just in the Twitch chat fantasizing about being shot at. Yes. Yeah, okay. At least you recognize it. Yes, I will not be, I'm out in the streets. Oh, okay. Maybe that's the reason why. I didn't see you. So I didn't see you when you were out in the streets. I love you. Shut up. I'm just saying, I didn't see you yesterday or the day prior. So maybe you're taking your sweet ass time to get out in the streets. Anyway, throwing bagels at the wall. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. After your stream yesterday, I volunteered to be a legal observer for the National Lawyers Guild. Never had heard of them before. Thanks for your coverage. Hell yeah. Please read logs. I think I'm bringing up an important point about the protest. Debate tactics, not optics. Fuck shit up. Don't get arrested is my take. What? In my mind, being picked off individually caused the motion to lose steam, so we need the most amount of chaos while optimizing the least amount of arrests. I unconditionally support the protest, and I still think that the protests need more tactics to further their goals and resist the opposing force. For example, people in the front preventing to be picked off by police and trying harder as a group to prevent arrests. I mean, yeah, they try to do their very best there, but it's like it's a massive fucking crowd of people. I don't think that person is a Fed. Did you see Al Qaeda announce that it's Jihad Summer? Am I Al Qaeda? Because I announced it. Is Laura Loomer Al Qaeda? Because initially she announced it, and I'm also going along with it. Like it is actually Jihad Summer for sure. 2020 was Black Lives Matter Summer. 2025 is Jihad Summer. Now we're going to talk about the danger of sending in military, because the reality of the matter is, while all of these protests are ongoing, Jake Tapper reposted, I don't care if you're raising Kenosha, storming the Capitol, or doing whatever this is in LA. No democracy can function when every group and identity bloc decides it has the right and moral authority to take its specific political disagreements into the streets. Yeah. Waving a Mexican flag or marching in the streets is not the same thing as burning vehicles and throwing bricks. People keep conflating them as if they're all obviously bad optics. Yeah, I am even less liberal than Will Stansel on the matter, because I think that while, yes, burning fucking cars is a distraction, okay, and ultimately dangerous for the protesters that are around, you will never catch me focusing on that at any point, because I understand that this is a fucking decentralized movement of angry people that have gotten together to stop an intense amount of violence. Nothing that these protesters can do will ever meet the standard of violence that the state maintains with regular frequency and force. Okay? Guys, stop talking about JPEG Mafia and bringing up JPEG Mafia in this fucking chat, okay? Like, ironically enough, he's over here talking about how fucking silly it is that people make their protest about defending me or some shit, which there is some truth to. Like, don't fucking make me going to the protests or whatever the primary position of importance here. But what he's doing is even dumber. He's not out in the fucking protests. He's just chirping from home. Stop fucking arguing with him, okay? What are you doing? Anyway, I want to reiterate this point over and over again. No matter what, the protesters and the 1% of the protesters that like burn cars or whatever, or even fucking some of the people that are opportunists who like go in, there's people that went into the Apple store, which is ironic because like it's the dumbest store to loot, because automatically every single thing that you took is decommissioned. You're never going to be able to use them. But like, no matter what these people do, okay, it will never even come close to the standard of serialized, systematized, legalized violence that the state enforces every fucking day. including but not limited to the additional violence that even goes beyond the previously established standard of violence that people perceive as normal, like things such as poverty, okay? The structural violence of poverty, things like that are ever present, ongoing, beating the shit out of homeless people, okay? Instead of taking care of them. These types of things are inherently violent, and it's the type of violence that we don't even see. In order for the protesters to ever reach the same standard of violence of the state, they would have to be the state. They would have to literally have a militarized force conducting not even like guerrilla warfare, but like a militarized force with drones, with long-range acoustic devices, with full-blown riot gear, with lethal weapons and less lethal weapons that they use on the fucking cops. Like, think about that. That's like, the standards are so fucking distorted. The asymmetry is so crazy. So I always find it strange when it's actually other citizens, other civilians, other people that are not in the police force, other people that are not in the fucking military, or other people that are not in government that turn around and say, no, I can't believe they fucking burned a car down. It's like, yeah, that's fucked up. Okay. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. But you are insane if you think that that is fucked up. But the other shit that's happening that the state is doing is not a million times more fucked up. Like, focus on the real harm here, please. Okay. And guess what? There were a lot of fucking clashes, right? Born out of the police's incredibly violent reaction to people protesting that took place yesterday. But as opposed to the first day, the property damage was far more limited. And the reason for why the property damage was far more limited is because cops were not escalating to the same degree as they did the first day. Okay? That's it. Because the standard of violence is always dictated by the party that holds all of the power. The state dictates exactly what kind of violence will happen in retaliation to the level of violence that they are presenting towards people who are protesting. Is it effing? What? What happened? What? That was weird. I'm fine on here. I don't know what's happening. I'm still here. Nothing on my end. Refresh. That was the weirdest stutter I've seen in a while. Maybe the fucking feds are coming after me finally. Twitch is silencing you? Yeah, maybe. But I hope you guys understand this, okay? What I'm stating here is not fucking crazy. What I'm stating here is the opinions that I've developed after both doing a decent amount of reading on this matter, looking at historically important events that are comparable to the ongoing civil struggles that exist in modern society, and also my own personal experience that I'm trying to share with you from going to these goddamn protests. Do you understand? And I know for a fact that if you were to attend one of these things, you would recognize, very quickly you would recognize that you are surrounded by like-minded individuals, and it is an incredible feeling. It is an incredible feeling to experience that solidarity. Like-minded individuals who care for one another, who are there to share resources with one another, to engage in acts of mutual aid, and that the real fear and the real violence that you meet is not by your fellow protesters, but instead is by the fucking cops. You are safe in the crowd, and with the tremendous numbers that you have, you recognize that, like, when you do a show of force, a demonstration, the only thing we have as citizens is the number of people that we have on our side. Okay? We have the numbers. They do not. And the state realizes that. Okay? Which is why they implement tremendous use of force. We have the numbers. They do not. They have the weapons. They have the power. And the power that they have is because we have the numbers. This is why I try to urge people to participate in these protests, participate in these demonstrations, Okay? At some point, you have to pick whether you will defend immigrant communities as they actually exist or will only defend them if they shape up and start acting American enough. And frankly, the rhetoric about the protests is telling me that too many liberals are picking option 2. If liberalism can't defend the lived reality of pluralism, only some idealized version where everyone acts in the exact way we assume would most appeal to middle America, we've already lost. And frankly, even if they did act like that, the far right would still demonize these people because their hate is mostly rooted in hallucinations and demagogic lies. Exactly. Will Stancil is popping off. He's right. Can't believe I'm saying this. Anyone that does not actually offer support by recognizing the real vector of harm here, which is the state's ridiculous enforcement of violence upon communities that do not deserve it at all, okay, is basically giving ammunition to the Republicans. One of the funniest things I saw, by the way, going back to like narratives, rhetoric, and how silly all of this stuff is, and I have to point this out, is yet another fellow former friend of mine who turned evil. Okay, XQC. Here it is. I saw his community is eating him alive because, you know, he was a relatively progressive individual back in the day, and he developed a huge community of somewhat progressive juicers, right? Maybe they hate me, and that's fine. But ultimately, still, they are, you know, there are a lot of progressive people here in his community, and they're all fucking mad. And hey, hello, XQC fan, hello, post, hashtag bring this back. Okay, this person doesn't even follow me, by the way. This is like a real XQC fan. His entire account is dedicated to XQC. He's a juicer, right? He's stuck through his juicer through thick and thin, even with the gambling pivot, even with the Aiden Ross arc, and he's still like, please, dude, bring this XQC back. To which, and this is a tweet I'm going to read to you because back then, this is a very narrow focus that I will explain to you about how so many people signal what their politics are, especially people in our space. Okay, people in the space of Twitch, people on YouTube. If you recall, if you're old enough, Black Lives Matter did not start under the Trump administration. It reached its apex point under the Trump administration, but it did not start under the Trump administration. Black Lives Matter started with, I believe, Ferguson, and maybe even you could point to George Zimmerman as well. Initially, in the aftermath of nope, not 2000, and I think it started all the way back in 2014. It started under Barack Obama. Okay, it started under the Barack Obama administration. Liberals at the time actually were incredibly anti-BLM. Why do I know this? One, because I'm fucking old, and two, because I was in support of Trayvon Martin, Ferguson and Trayvon Martin. I was, of course, in support of the movement against police brutality, specifically targeting black communities back then. And I would write a lot about this issue. I would write a lot about this asymmetry in using the same methodology and the same language that I use right now, because unfortunately, the systems of cruelty do not change. If anything, they get worse and they calcify, they harden. Okay, so at the time, many prominent liberals, Obama included, while simultaneously saying Trayvon Zimmerman could have been my son, would then also call, after Ferguson, the Black Lives Matter movement thugs. Okay? That's what he said. He said these were thugs. Or I believe, I don't know if he used the word thug or if he used the word uppity. It's like one of those racialized terms that he used. Okay? Also at the same time, you had Jim Comey, who was the FBI director at the time, when people were pushing for body cameras to be given out. You had the likes of FBI Director Jim Comey claiming that the body camera footage is making police brutality worse. Oh, he used the term thug. Did I say Trayvon Zimmerman? Oh, Trayvon Martin. I'm so sorry for saying Trayvon Zimmerman. George Zimmerman was the white supremacist psychopathic killer of Trayvon Martin. Barack Obama used the term thug. RBG used the term uppity. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, something along those lines. Anyway, these are racialized terms. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because only after the wave of anti-Trump protests and the wave of liberal resistance after Trump's victory, and Trump putting the crosshairs on Colin Kaepernick and also the Black Lives Matter movement, did liberals actually get on board with this? The No Kings movement that is existing right now, that's going to happen on Saturday, or the 50501 movement. Like, these are liberal movements, right? They're massive. They're massive forms of protest, but they're ultimately liberal. They don't have that same radical element. They don't fully understand why they're protesting. They just like hate Trump, right? Or they hate like some aspects of Trump's governance, but not all. But only after Donald Trump stood in opposition to BLM did liberals actually universally condemn Donald Trump, universally condemn all lives matter style narratives, and get on board with Black Lives Matter. Now, in the aftermath of that, of course, Black Lives Matter became commodified. You had Walmart throwing up the fucking black fist while simultaneously still funding their local police unions and things of that nature, you know. It became an aesthetic. It created a permission structure where you were expected as a human being with fucking, an observable conscience, you had to say you're pro BLM, you're pro Black Lives Matter. This is a great example of people who were not even thinking twice about openly stating their support. June 8th, 2020. XQC tweets, in all caps, "It is a shame it has to even be stated, but of course, hashtag Black Lives Matter. We fucking love you. Keep fighting the good fight so everyone understands this. I want everyone to feel safe, respected, and have all the same opportunities to do great." To which XQC himself didn't fucking realize he had tweeted this and said, "The replies on this really give good insight on how much fact-checking is being done on X these days. Most of the replies are saying he changed. LMFAO. Literally not a single person even verified if the tweet was real. Cringe. I guess he was right, because he was one of the people who didn't even verify that the tweet was real. And then he realized it was real. He said, wait, the tweet is real. Ah, ha, 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 ha. I'm not even going to delete the main reply. That's just too good." The most embarrassing thing. Yeah, when you have no beliefs and you're just fucking grifting along with the permission structure, this is what happens. When you, like, because this take in and of itself is so stupid. It's like, there's no way I would have defended black people in 2020. Like, that's your argument now? That's who you've become? That's so fucking stupid, dude. What is a permission structure? I'll explain. The permission structure is, before 2021, if you were to say correctly that Israel's an apartheid state, people will say you're anti-Semitic. You'd get shunned. Okay? You'd get shut out from mainstream opportunities, things of that nature. Okay? I still did, regardless, because it's the truth. But now, if you say that in 2025, nobody thinks it's inappropriate to say. Same thing with Israel doing a genocide. In the aftermath of October 7, if you were to say a couple months into Israel's genocidal campaign, if you were to say Israel's doing a genocide, people would say, oh, you're anti-Semitic. Now, most people understand that Israel is doing a genocide, because as time moves on and as more people recognize, as more protests happen, as more people recognize the depravity of the situation, okay, there is more people exhibit comfort to be able to say what they truly mean, or when it reaches a boiling point, they are expected to say the quote-unquote right things, okay? Also, here's Donald Trump at the military demonstration. We're obviously going to tune into it in a second. But before I do, understand that guys like this are just simply doing it, not because they actually believe it, or maybe he did believe it at that point and doesn't anymore. But in most circumstances, they're doing it because they're expected to. They're doing it because they want to show that they're a good person, okay? That's it. They will never get there until it reaches a boiling point. For some, for some in even this community, like in this space that we're in, they are fearful of repercussions. They are fearful of not being able to like defend their position and maybe not articulate their position well enough. And therefore they are apprehensive at first to say like, yeah, I think what ICE is doing is fucked up. They might believe it, but they won't say it. For others, they are fearful of the repercussions of like coming out against a domineering force in politics in this space that we occupy, like the XQCs and the Asmongold's of the world, where they don't want to say something then and offend the sensibilities of Asmongold and basically create unimaginable wrath for themselves because no one is fucking able to deal with the sequence of the endless torrent of harassment, right? So then they just stay quiet. And what I think a lot of those people don't realize, a lot of those people that are not like inherently political people, right? Or they're not like political commentators or whatever. What those content creators don't realize is that, like, if you don't build a permission structure to say, no, what the administration is doing is wrong, and people that are fucking defending it are also wrong, if you don't do that, then the only voices that you hear are going to be voices like Asmongold and his community, and it creates a permission structure for right-wing attitudes to fester, okay? And that's what happened since the Trump administration's victory. And a lot of these guys that are content creators themselves basically fucking move along with clout. The Tech Tones of the world, the Asmongolds of the world, the more domineering a force that they become, the more other content creators that are in the periphery, I guess I have to be kind of right-wing. Or if I'm not, I'm just going to shut the fuck up. That's it. The reason why I'm narrowing in on this incredibly specific, Twitch streamer orbit is because the exact same structure occurs in mainstream institutions as well. The exact same cultural shift occurs, and that's how you arrive at the entire fucking the entire media apparatus basically only framing immigrants from an incredibly right-wing perspective. What is happening? Why does it keep effing, dude? What the fuck? There is no issues on my end. There are no issues on my end at all. It's got to be on the Twitch side. Anyway, let's hear what our fucking big, beautiful president is saying.
Truly go all the way. You know that expression, all the way. It's one of your beautiful expressions. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude to our nation for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their families, those incredible families that are with us and all across America, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform over 250 years. Can you imagine that? We thank you from the absolute bottom of our hearts. Few places loom larger in Army lore than where we are gathered today. The one and only Fort Bragg. The one and only Fort Bragg.
Fort Rape.
But remember, it was only that little brief moment that it wasn't called Fort Bragg. It was by the Biden administration, not Trump. I had nothing to do with it. We
Fort Bragg is heinous.
We said, I came here numerous times and they kept saying Fort Bragg, Fort Bragg. I said, it's not the name, but then I was making a speech. I said, what do you think I should call this place? Call it Fort Bragg. I said, Fort Bragg, how you doing? We won a lot of battles from this place, and that's the way it is. It wasn't even close. When Pete and some of the generals came to see me, I said, not even close, not even close. This is the home of the Green Berets, the Sky Dragons, and the All-American 82nd Airborne. We know what 82nd Airborne Division. This is where the GIs who won the Second World War learned to pack their parachutes and push howitzers and go right into those C-47s with lots of arms and push them right out those big, beautiful doors and wield their bayonets and pry the enemy from the hedgerows of the French countryside. France needed us badly. We were there. A lot of people needed us badly. They still do, maybe worse than ever.
Yes, Fort Bragg is the one that Seth Harp writes about. Is where like a lot of the JSOC stuff happens.
Held strong at Bastogne. It was here the mighty paratroopers earned their wings before they rained down death from above to liberate Sicily, Normandy, and even the Netherlands. That's right. We saved the Netherlands. Every inch of this base is steeped in the legacy of those warriors who have said with pride, "Sir, I trained at Fort Bragg, sir." That was pretty cool. And that is why we restored the historic name of this very, very special place. I don't know if it could be the same place. Fort Bragg is in, that's the name. And Fort Bragg, it shall always remain. That's never going to be happening again. And for a little news for the fake news back there, the fake news, ladies and gentlemen, look at them all. Oh, yeah, what I have to put up with. Fake news. What I have to put up with. But they're all right. They've been very nice today. They were impressed with that display, I can tell you that. I think it took them a little by surprise. But for a little breaking news, we are also going to be restoring the names to Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee. We won a lot of battles out of those forts. It's no time to change. And I'm superstitious. You know, I like to keep it going, right? I'm very superstitious. We want to keep it going. So that's a big story. We just announced that today to you for the first time. They said, why didn't you wait till Saturday? I said, I can't wait. I got to talk to my friends here today. This is a record crowd. You know, you never had a crowd this big. That's an honor. You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I want to thank so many great leaders here today, including Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who's been great. By the way, Pete, thank you. Great. And he went through the wars, you know? Pete went through the wars. He had to get through a very hostile group of people that I think really don't want to see America be great again, maybe, or something. But he persevered, and he got there, and he's doing a fantastic job. Great job, Pete. Thank you very much. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, a fantastic man. Thank you, Doug. You're doing a great job. Doing a great, great job. Way, way up from the last administration, Veterans Administration. It's way up. You saw the recent poll. The people are happy. They weren't happy a couple of years ago. They were really happy 5 years ago. But it went downhill from there. We did so much. We got you medical. If you had to wait, if you had to delay at all, you go out to see a private doctor. We pay the bill. You take care of it. You don't wait for 6 months and end up getting very sick on something that could have been
Dude,
done.
I know that this is like a completely lost point, but I'm thinking about like active military members cheering on or booing like a former president when it's like a Democrat on that podium. Like, could you imagine Obama sitting up there and being like, George W. Bush was a fucking loser? And then everyone's like, yeah. Like, I feel like if that were to have happened, or even if it was like Joe Brandon that did such things, like, I can't comprehend the unimaginable nukes that would be exploding in right-wing media. Like, that's it. They're declaring us enemies of the state. Like, Biden literally said the lightest things about a hyper-specific group of individuals within the Republican Party while still maintaining the attitude that, like, a lot of Republican voters are normal. We want normal Republican voters, but, like, there are some that's getting a little crazy, like you did January 6th. And everyone was like, this is crazy. This is madness. They want to kill all of us. They want to kill all of us. They want to kill every single Republican. They want to come into the suburbs and shoot us dead like fucking the Khmer Rouge, okay? They want to put us in a pile. Meanwhile, this motherfucker's like, Biden was old. He sucked. He was an asshole. And the fucking troops are like, yeah, Mr. President. Like, this is crazy.
Have you heard of the place? Where
No, it's not. Don't. Oh my God. It's not insane how right wing everything is. Not everything is right wing. Dude, you will see with your own two eyes come, October of this year. Okay. It is the idea that like woke is dead. The idea that like people aren't woke or, the country is incredibly right wing is manufactured. This is a manufactured narrative. It's because we spend so much time on Twitter. We spend so much time on social media. We spend so much time looking at media narratives, and the media narratives are dominated by a strong authoritarian right-wing party that is constantly cutting reactionary propaganda with no liberal opposition. Okay? That's it. Just as I was right when I told you that people, once they see how violent and scary and incredibly cruel Trump's deportation policies are, they'll quickly say, oh, I don't want this. I didn't think this was going to happen. And that's literally unfolding in front of your eyes right now. Trust me when I say that the average American does not have this level of appetite for this level of death and destruction. This man is trying to collapse civil society with authoritarian strong arm measures. And he's doing so while simultaneously the media in tow is saying, yeah, these protests are violent, without actually recognizing why the protests are happening, or without actually recognizing that the institutions that drive said violence are usually institutions that are tasked with defending, like the police. Do you understand? If you constantly look at this stuff and actually allow allow the convictions of the right and the carefully crafted, domineering narratives of the right to take over, and also then turn around and capitulate the right-wing framing in an effort to like find the reasonable middle ground there, instead of trying to push the middle ground to your fucking side, you will always lose. This is at the heart of liberalism. This is the biggest problem with the Democratic Party. This is, if there's one thing that I get actively angry about with regular frequency, the most common point of resentment from my end towards the Democratic Party is this. Liberals constantly allow the Republicans to flood the market with insane fucking takes, with no counterbalance, with no counter narratives, with no countermeasures whatsoever. And then that discourse moves people into adopting reactionary frameworks, even if they don't recognize how that right-wing that right-wing legislative agenda, when it bears itself out, is going to look horrible when it's going to come to their neighborhood. Only until it comes to their neighborhood do they, only after it comes to their neighborhood do they recognize that this is actually cruel and unusual. You in this community realize this. You have to realize it. If you're a liberal and you're watching me right now, you have to recognize this. Move people to your side in the same way that Republicans actively are trying to basically pull people to their side by fucking lying. They lie all the time. You don't even have to lie. You can just say the truth. Stop compromising to right-wingers. Stop compromising to right-wing frameworks. Stop fantasizing about this weird middle-of-the-road people, okay, that exists out there in the fucking periphery. They're in the ether. They're the Midwesterners that just want, like, you know, reasonable tax policy and a strong border patrol or whatever the fuck, okay? Make the argument to them that a lot of these narratives are just completely fucking made up. They are hysterics born about the fantasies of racists. What is this? Your wife is on the line. 3. Right-wing agenda in a nutshell. Deregulate the rich, criminalize the vulnerable, politicize education, and weaponize faith. Exactly. They don't listen? Yes, they will. If they didn't listen, I wouldn't have almost 50,000 people in here right now. What are you talking about? When I started broadcasting on Twitch, I had 35 people watching me. Look at how large this community is. We go out there to the fucking protests. Half the goddamn protesters are wearing HasanAbi merch. Half the goddamn protesters are coming up and being like, yo, I'm here because, like, you fucking really radicalized me. Okay? Enough. Stop leaning into nihilism. Stop succumbing to nihilism. Maintain faith. Maintain revolutionary optimism. Okay? Have a little bit more faith in your fellow man. Okay? I'm going to shake you. Yes. There are so many people in your immediate vicinity that you could convince. Okay? And at a time of unprecedented violent rhetoric and unprecedented violent acts coming from the Republican Party, this is your opportunity to explain to people that they're doing this because they don't want to fucking give you health care. They're doing this because they don't want to fix your material conditions. They don't want to fix your fucking living standards. As a matter of fact, they want to continue removing certain things that you actually take for granted at this point.
In Africa, they came from Asia. They came from the prisons of these places. They were put into the United States and allowed to stay here because we had a grossly unfit president.
How many ups and downs has this community experienced, especially post October 7?
And they allowed these people to stay.
If I were to turn around and reframe my...
You know what he was? He wasn't a radical.
If I were to turn around...
He never dreamt about open
and
borders.
change my discourse, change my opinions to suit the interests of this, like, fantastical middle ground, I wouldn't be who I am. I'd be someone entirely different.
The financial numbers. We've now got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, it was the coldest country. We're being laughed at all over the world. I was in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. We brought back $5.1 trillion into our country, and all three leaders, they're great leaders, all three said, you know, you are presiding over the hottest country anywhere in the world. And they said the exact same thing. They said 6 months ago, it was the coldest country. I'll tell you, it changed on a date. You know what November 5th was? It was the election of a president that loves you. And that's when it all changed. That's when it all changed. Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible what's happened so quickly. As the entire world can now see, uncontrolled migration leads to chaos, dysfunction, and disorder. And you know what? They have it in Europe, too. It's happening in many of the countries of Europe. They don't like it when I say it, but I'll say it loudly and clearly. They better do something before it's too late. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly. The one big, beautiful bill, you've heard about it. We call it the one big, you know, I was on one of the television shows, I think Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. It's actually called Face the Nation for those of you that are smart enough not to know, because you're better off not knowing. But I was on one of the shows, and I said, we got to get a great bill. They said, would you like it to be one bill, or would you like it to be 7 or 8 bills? They said, I want one big, beautiful bill. And the Republican Party liked that statement. They call it one big, beautiful bill. So that's good. And that's what it is. It's great. And it's currently before Congress. It provides all necessary funding for ICE, for Border Patrol, and for the Department of Defense. And I told you, at a level that we've never had before, over $1 trillion. We better get that bill approved. Otherwise, your helicopters and your planes and your equipment's going to start to look a little bit old, General. You better push your favorite congressman. Push these 2 senators. I think they're in good shape, however. But we got to get it approved. And those congressmen by you are all 100%. I don't even have to talk to them. They've been so great. So I want to sign this into law immediately. And with the signing, so many great things will happen to our country. No tax on tips.
What really kills me about this is because of Trump, we have soldiers like those behind him who have to be on food assistance because they do not get paid enough. Or if they're given food at base, they have to live in moldy-ass rundown barracks, and they're fucking clapping for this asshole. I mean, yeah, don't get me started on what I think about the military anyway. Listen, I think in a perfect universe, they would not be working to, especially at Fort Bragg, working to actively do JSOC operations to fucking do drug runs or whatever, but instead to like build bridges and shit, you know?
By millions and
it is a
millions
jobs
of
program at
votes
the
in
end
all
of the day.
counties throughout America by 2,750 to 525. That's what I call
What is this?
a big number. But this is a mandate from the people to restore the sovereign borders of the United States.
Hassan's response, I'm doing something, sure, but also streaming it. Meanwhile, Twitch cashes out on both. Protest footage and reaction drama. Capitalism wins again. Brother, do you think I'm filming the protests because I'm cashing out on the protests? Like, do you think that's what's going on? Don't you think it'd be just easier for me to sit at home and watch other people's footage instead, as is what most streamers are doing right now? There's a very specific reason why I go to these protests, and I've described it before. The reason why I go to these protests is because I want to show the side of these protests from the side of the protesters that the media does not show. Okay? It's that simple. That's the reason. That's the reason.
They said, we're going to run again, and if I win, which I hope.
The other reason is because I want others to go out there as well.
But we did.
And show
We
up
won
in
by
numbers.
Millions and millions of votes. So beautiful to watch. That was such a beautiful. 9:02 in the evening, they said, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is projected to be the winner. I said, well, you think that was easy? I don't think these ladies from North Carolina think it was easy. You know, they followed me. I don't know what happened to their husbands. They're married to very nice people. But they've been to, 138 rallies. They said more. And they're from North Carolina. It's nice that we have one nearby finally, right? They go all over the country. I don't know what the hell's going on, but they're great. They're North Carolina, beautiful, wonderful woman, and we appreciate it. Like 130 rallies or some crazy number. Are your husbands satisfied with that? Are they okay? Oh, here he is. He showed up. One of them showed up. That's great. Congratulations. Great women, actually. the great patriots, we will use every asset at our disposal to quell the violence and restore law and order right away. We're not going to wait 7 days and 8 days and wait for a governor that's never going to call and watch cities burn. And let me tell you, if we didn't do this, Los Angeles would burn. It would be burning to the ground right now, just like their houses burned to the ground just a few months ago. And the only flag that will wave triumphant over the streets of Los Angeles is the American flag. So help me God. The American flag.
This is why I get extra mad at liberals when they go, oh, the flag thing. Like, you don't have to hand it to these fucking losers, man. This is why the optics thing is bullshit.
Reason we're here today
Do you see what I'm saying? This is why the optics thing is fucking bullshit. You're literally just conceding to their framing. Instead of being like, who gives a fuck what flag they're waving, dude? Yeah, they're Mexican Americans. That's the beauty of America, okay? Do you like tacos?
That's how important it is.
Do you like burritos?
When the Continental
Shut the
Congress
fuck up.
created the Army and appointed its first commander, named happened to be George Washington. Has anybody heard of him? George Washington. Are you okay, darling? Are you all right?
Also, obviously, the notion of like the city being burned down is also ridiculous. I'm here, okay? Ain't no burns happening.
Thank you very much. These are great people. They've been waiting here a long time, General, so, you know, we want to give them all the time they need, right? Thank you very much. Greatest people in the world. You're amazing. Amazing. Oh. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, honey, thank you. Beautiful young person. Beautiful young person. We have a lot of young people. You know, we won young people, old people, and everything in between. It's sort of nice. Remember they used to say, but Trump doesn't have the young people. We won everything. Thank you very much, Doctor. Great job. When the Continental Congress created the Army and appointed its first commander, General George Washington,
Okay, I'm bored of this. This shit sucks. All right.
Protests against federal immigration raids have gone into their 5th day. Trump administration is sending 700 Marines to the city.
And President Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 more California National Guard troops, making for a total of 4,000 over the objections of Governor Gavin Newsom, who was challenging the action in court. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is on the scene for us there in L.A.
We saw him. We saw him yesterday. The sexy man, sexy war correspondent man with the sexy hair. He was there. He was fucking. Let's see what beautiful, sexy things he has to say. Niye? Problem yok. He was there being sexy. It seems like his job. He was really nice to you. No. That's different. That's a different sexy man. No, that's what's his name? Ghazi? No, you're thinking of the NBC guy. The NBC guy is actually dope. He's had me on a show a bunch of times to talk about Israel stuff. This is the other guy. This is the war correspondent. Garlic. Is it Gotti? Stop saying Benghazi. Shut up. Gotti Schwartz. Yeah, he's cool. He's chill. Gotti is actually dope. He's cool. This guy's a different guy. He was just being sexy and talking about the dangers of fucking burning Waymos or whatever.
Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, Robin. It is entirely possible that by the end of today, we will see nearly 5,000 combined California National Guard and Marines deployed here in Southern California. The question is, where will they be housed? Where will they be sent? As you mentioned, California Governor Gavin Newsom insisting they are not needed here. And last night, we were out here just outside this federal complex watching an overwhelming number of local law enforcement break up protests of about several hundred people here much more quickly than they had in previous nights.
Overnight, hundreds of police in riot gear facing down protesters for a 4th consecutive night of clashes. The administration now making the unprecedented move of dispatching 700 active duty Marines to the streets of Los Angeles and increasing the California National Guard presence to over 4,000. Throughout much of the day, a quiet tension had settled over the city. That didn't stop the administration from bypassing the governor, who said he did not ask for this support and doesn't want it.
You can see how much smoke is being deployed on the other side by the LAPD. That is, these officers are moving people away from the federal building. You can see federal law enforcement there and California National Guard, and there's skirmishes right up and down this street with law enforcement.
This protester, Addie, says she's been out on the protest lines for 4
I want to show you guys something, by the way. Right there, we're over here. we were making our way to the press box that was up there on the other side. Okay. And then they came in and they started deploying fucking tear gas and munitions from above. The federal police started deploying munitions from above at the top of the building, the top of the federal building. And the cops started fucking exploding. Okay. They started just going crazy. That's that funny footage of Hutch being like, oh, this guy, why is he lying about like the cops being violent when they're clearly not? Okay, maybe because I'm fucking there and I've seen them do it to me and other people. But one of the unique things that I saw during this push was a dude in plain clothes that I thought was an agitator potentially. Like I thought was a protester with a fire extinguisher, because in the chaos I didn't fully recognize what was going on. Only later did I realize he was actually tear gassing us. Or no, he was using bear mace on us. He looked like a protester. He was in plain clothes and he ran underneath. He ran up from behind the press pool, okay, right here, and ran underneath and started fucking bear macing the press that was trying to run away from the explosive ordnance. Think about how insane that is. Like, that's local law enforcement.
Damn. Oh. All right.
Excuse me.
You good?
They just cleared the press pool.
Did they just clear the press pool?
Yep.
Oh shit, Japanese TV.
That's insane.
Come on, man.
Oh shit.
Protested because they had a fucking state-issued bear mace. You can't get that. And also, why the fuck would they a protester, why would they actually tear gas the press or bear mace the press?
The bridge right now.
He was right down there while we were passing by, or after we passed by. I watched him from afar, like basically down there, okay? Run up and then fucking mace the entire area and all the people that were running away.
They're shooting at the bridge right now.
Win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. What do you mean play stupid games, win stupid prizes? Like, what do you think it's better to not actually film this stuff? Like, even if you're not on board with the protest, like, why the fuck do you think it's appropriate to blast the goddamn press, dumbass? What? Cool.
They're dispersing the crowd.
Law enforcement. This protester, Addie, says she's been out on the protest.
Play stupid games. Exercising your First Amendment rights. Win stupid prizes. Have the state beat you up and brutalize you.
For 4 consecutive days now.
Why is this personal for you?
It's personal for me. I was undocumented once. I came to this country when I was 5 years old. I've lived here without an identity until I was 20 years old. Thanks to my mother, thanks to my grandmother, who came here and led the way, I've been able to have a successful career.
And overnight, California Governor Gavin Newsom mocking the deployments.
The absurdity of this cannot be understated. There were 2,000 National Guard that were, quote unquote, deployed, of which only 315 actually were mission assigned. 1,700 have no particular role or responsibility.
Embattled LA Mayor Karen Bass warning that Trump might be using LA as a trial run for other cities.
A test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities.
Earlier in the day, the president suggesting that Newsom should be happy he sent in the military, that Southern California was a, quote, mess. He even suggested it might be a good idea if his border czar, Tom Homan, arrested the California governor.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
When asked by our Karen Travers what crime Newsom has committed to warrant arrest, the president responding,
I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
Newsom in a post on X writing, Donald Trump admits he will arrest a sitting governor simply because he ran for office. I asked border czar Tom Homan about the feud.
This morning, the president said arresting
I
Gavin
think
Newsom is a great idea.
The governor's
He
backing
said
me.
that's what you should be doing.
The president's backing me up. If you violate the law, and he knows better than anybody. He's the president of the United States, and they arrested him.
Homan overseeing part of the federal response on the ground from Los Angeles. The administration recently slamming protesters for concealing their faces with masks. Critics arguing ICE agents have been concealing their identities using face coverings and unmarked vans.
Why don't you ask me why the protesters are wearing masks? Why are they wearing masks? To hide their identities because they don't want to go to jail.
Correct.
Our officers
but they're
wearing,
protesters and not employees of the federal government.
Our officers are wearing masks to protect themselves and their families.
Wait, why can't the protesters want to protect themselves and their families? You're a fucking public servant, dog. You don't get to hide when you're engaging in illegal actions. There are no both sides. Protesters should be allowed to wear masks, and federal government agents should not be. I don't even believe in the both sides get to wear masks argument. You're a public servant. What do you mean? But I'm paying your fucking salary. If you're gonna tear gas me, I might as well see your face while you're doing it, you know?
Now, Homan also telling me that those ICE raids and arrests will continue night after night here in Los Angeles and elsewhere in the country, and that likely means more protests. And I wanted to give folks at home a sense of what we talk about when we speak of these non-lethal or less lethal rounds. This is one of those spongy rounds that's typically fired on the ground. It sprays out at the legs of protesters. This is a 40-millimeter rubber-tipped round. Now, these are designed to hurt, but they're not designed to maim or to kill protesters. George.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much.
We're going to begin in Los Angeles, where the president is doubling the number of National Guard troops being deployed to those immigration protests and adding 700 Marines.
Thank God he said that, because this fucking, where is the clip? Dumbass, I can't believe Aaron Burnett actually literally said these were actually tossed by protesters at the media.
What people in the crowd have been firing at the ground. Those caused some of the explosions.
What?
Like a foam thing. You can smell the explosive on it. That causes the police to immediately respond.
That is just made, like, she's literally lying. That is the shell of the 40-millimeter rounds that they're firing into the fucking crowds. It is insane. Ironically enough, the fucking very same people that she's defending here ended up detaining another CNN journalist later that night. Once again, the media is so predisposed with defending the police that if she was fired upon by those things that she's pointing to, that means the cops fired it at her. But she can't say that because in her mind, it's like, no, the police are good here. Their presence are good. They're a force for good. So even when she's being fired upon by the cops, she's like, yeah, these other protesters have been doing it. Clinton News Network, dude. CNN, fake news, CNN, lying again. Bro, what's actually wild about this shit isn't even the fact that, like, she's lying at the behest of the cops, but she's also dropped even self-preservation at this point. Like, she's not saying don't believe your lying eyes. She's saying don't believe my lying eyes. What?
Charge. And we've seen a lot of people fall. We actually, our shot was down for a couple minutes here because we were running a little bit out of breath. Just because you have to get away from them. They just start running.
What are those?
Start firing a lot.
Wait, does anybody know what those are?
Yeah, and then there was an arrest back there that now I can't see. But when there
Aaron,
was a
I'm going to
protester
give you
that fell
another
over and the police and
second.
the protester were...
I'm going to give you another second to catch your breath. Stay with us, but
What are
a
those?
second to catch your breath. John Miller.
Those are foam ammunition?
Dusk.
Somebody has to know what they actually are, though.
This is often.
They're 40-millimeter rubber rounds. With the blue one, but what are the smaller ones? I think it's just like the bottom of that thing.
It is the bottom. I think, yeah, it's fucking crazy. I can't believe she said that. I cannot believe she said that. Yeah, I watched the LAPD shoot these directly at the protesters and saw multiple protesters wounded by them. 0 protesters were shooting rubber bullets at the police. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pop you right my focus. That's okay. I'm gonna pop you right now because you're my focus.
This psycho shot me in the groin twice with 40-millimeter munitions because I asked for his name, which was ripped off his helmet after he shot others in the groin at close range too. Watch him tell me he's gonna shoot me for asking who he is.
That's okay. I'm gonna pop you right now because you're taking up my focus.
Hey, man, just like Israel, he told you ahead of time, though. Multiple foam baton round is most widely used by crowd management tool where standoff distances are limited. It may also
prove valuable in riot situations. You would not be able to purchase this if you don't have law enforcement, if you don't have like a Leo certification, for the record. The idea that like, also you have to deploy these from a fucking weapon. Again, like the notion that they're like actually fucking using these and the grenade launchers, like the protesters are using these in the grenade launchers, is pure and utter fantasy. Next level, dude. Next fucking level. No, I have them. I have them back here. I picked them up off the ground after getting fucking shot with them. Shot at with them. Larger amounts of America First counter protesters today on megaphones shouting slurs at demonstrators, currently on the AP live feed. Yeah, those pussies were inevitably going to come to the protest because, and now the protests take on a totally new level of danger. I was watching you and some other news sources at the same time yesterday, literally as you and others were being shot at in the crowd. The other news sources saying the troops are pushing forward so far. No shots have been fired at the exact same time that you were getting shot at. Yeah. Here, this is the CNN reporter that they fucking detained.
CNN? It's time to escalate.
Wait 1 second, John. Hold on.
Yeah,
I want to. Jason,
Yep.
what's going on? I hear you. Am I seeing Jason Carroll being? What happened, Jason?
I am being detained. I am being detained, Laura. I'm not being arrested. Correct, officers?
Did you hear what he told you?
No.
We're letting you go, but you can't come back.
Okay.
Because then if you come back, then you go.
Okay.
Okay, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, officer.
Take care. You too. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
What happened, Jason?
If you guys can still hear me, what happened was, yes.
I'm Chris with the New York Times. We got video of you guys.
Oh, you did?
If you need it later,
thank you.
call New York Times.
I appreciate that.
I can hear you still, Jason. What's happening?
So here's what happened, Laura. The officer, I was called over, and the officer told me to put my hands behind my back. I said, am I being arrested? He said, you were being detained. I was walked out of the area. They took down my information.
Oh, I'm losing his IFB right now. I can't hear you, Jason. John Miller.
Bro's thanking the officer for fucking almost arresting him. Thank you for detaining me, officer. You're so brave.
There has been a fourth night of protest over the deportation sweeps by federal agents. Yesterday, rallies were mostly peaceful after outbreaks of violence over the weekend. And the war of words between California's Governor Gavin Newsom and President Trump, well, that is heating up big time, with Newsom accusing the president of disrespecting the troops. Jonathan Bigliotti is in downtown L.A. with the latest. Jonathan, people very worried about what we're seeing in L.A. these days. Good morning to you. What can you tell us?
They are, and good morning to you, Gail. 4,000 National Guard members. That's more personnel than protesters we've seen on the streets. The governor yesterday tweeting out saying that they were deployed in haste with a photo showing the conditions inside the facility behind me. You can see the members there on the floor, their accommodations lacking very much so in that case. Meanwhile, yesterday, protests were largely peaceful. The LAPD having control until the evening.
I think we are too. A lot of people are throwing bricks. I think we're moving into a very dangerous place. I think we are too. And I think that's the place we need to be in. I think that people should know that this is extremely dangerous and they should be afraid to do this. And they should be afraid to be in these crowds of people that are violent and that are attacking police officers. I want them to be afraid. That's the goal. A lot of people are throwing bricks. I think we're moving into a very dangerous place. I think we are too. And I think that's the place we need to be in. I think that people should know.
Based. How can someone be such a ginormous pussy while also simultaneously try to present themselves as this like mighty force to be reckoned with at the same time? Well, maybe they behave this way, and that's the reason why they're right wingers, where it's like they don't have that kind of power and motion. They don't have that. They don't have the power to do anything. They're utterly powerless. So they just hopefully latch on to state power and state enforcement. Oh my God. Y'all are fucking servile. I love the police state. Please keep being insanely fucking violent.
When conditions here pick
More cop insanity. I wonder if the Attorney General or XCC are equally outraged by this one. Yeah, LAPD breaking someone's back window is a treat. I also saw the video of LAPD breaking their own car as well. Did anyone find that video? Yeah, you hear that they broke the window of the car.
Look at that motherfucker.
As a little treat, dude. Yeah, they were handing out. Is socialism or barbarism? Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. They were handing out people. They were handing out water bottles to people. Oh, here's the other one. This is no, not this one. No. Do you guys have the video of the cop breaking his own cruiser's? Yeah. I think they just want a new cruiser. You know what I mean? I think they just wanted a new cruiser. It's like old. Or maybe it's because they want to break the window so they can drive it later. I don't know. It's most likely because it's already broken. So they want to see through the window if they can even drive it. But it is pretty funny. Or they could have just been like, oops, this cruiser broke. Guess I got to get a new one. You know, I can see that.
Picked up about 50 people, according to police, were arrested.
Overnight, police clashed with pockets of protesters in downtown LA, some throwing flares and fireworks as officers moved to break up the crowds. Nearby, this car caught fire. Earlier, groups of demonstrators faced off against National Guard troops protecting the federal building downtown.
This is really a remarkable scene here in downtown LA. You have the LAPD out in a show of force. They're trying to squeeze the protesters out of the heart of the city ahead of nightfall.
And amid the tensions between protesters and local law enforcement, 700 Marines are expected in the city, along with the 4,000 National Guard troops deployed by President Trump.
The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents.
Clip, they broke the windows because the windows are already smashed. They had to drive away. I know. I know. I said that. What the fuck? Anyway, there was more that I want to talk about. Oh, another one of these moments that I think is like really stupid is when the media's like, they're throwing fireworks in the direction of cops. It's like, bro, they're throwing fireworks in the direction of cops. What are the cops throwing? The cops literally have all the gear. If you think protesters throwing fireworks is a scary situation, what do you have to say about chemical weapons that they're using? Like, they were using chemical weapons on not that large of a crowd to begin with, like with regular frequency. So please, for the love of God, have a little bit of parity here, even though there should be no parity, because there's no parity between a crowd of protesters and the militant police, like the heavily militarized police force. It's so strange.
Around the country, demonstrators are showing up in solidarity to protest the federal immigration crackdown. As immigration sweeps take place in communities across Los Angeles, federal agents are seen targeting schools and businesses. And heartbreaking videos surfacing like this one.
Yeah, famously where the crime manifests, you know, schools and businesses. When I'm trying to find like rapist criminal migrants that I've fantasized about, I think of the normal places that migrants exist, you know, schools and businesses.
Appearing to show a father being detained and taken by agents in front of his family at this Culver City car wash over the weekend.
How did we get from gang members to Home Depot?
LA Mayor Karen Bass spoke to CBS Evening News anchor Maurice Dubois on Monday.
And what's your message to the immigrants who live here who aren't documented?
This is a city of immigrants. This is a city that wants to help you get your legal status. This is a city that embraces everybody that is here, regardless of when you got here or where you came from.
And while the president has described conditions here in Los Angeles as dire, the mayor and the governor saying that does not match the reality here on the streets. Meanwhile, the state's top general is saying troops will likely remain here for at least 2 months, Nate.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. And we will have more of that interview with Maurice Dubois and the mayor, Karen Bass, in our next hour.
The pop of flashbangs is the soundtrack of these protests.
Like, look at this, like point blank, bro. Fucking assholes.
Of weapons sending demonstrators scattering down city streets.
He got shot. He got shot.
some not able to get away fast enough. Los Angeles is on edge. This part of downtown in the grips of a military operation, the centre of a political standoff.
This is one of the main government buildings in downtown LA. Earlier on, it was being guarded by police and sheriff's deputies. Then the National Guard moved in, and the real anger is being directed towards them because these people, the protesters who are filling this plaza, believe that troops have no place on the streets of LA. National Guard LA!
But the president sent them anyway, he says, to restore law and order. Now he's preparing to bring in 700 Marines too. California Governor Gavin Newsom posted these pictures of soldiers sent here now sleeping on the floor, calling them pawns in Trump's political game playing. The LA mayor agrees.
We didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding 2 buildings. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand.
Yeah, the real reason why they're bringing this in, by the way, here's the rub. I'm going to tell you in a second. Hold on. What's taking place right now in Los Angeles is not about the fucking protests. Okay? There's a couple different reasons why they're doing this. Number one, obviously they want to invoke some kind of response and use Los Angeles, a obvious blue city, deep blue city, as a testing ground for implementing authoritarian principles. They are testing the reaction from the public and then using the public reaction that they created after some of these ICE raids were conducted to create just cause for military intervention. But the actual additional reason for military deployment here is not because of the protests. Everybody understands that, I hope. I hope you understand that as well. They don't want to get the Marines to shoot Los Angelinos yet. What they want to do, however, is offer military support to federal agencies like ICE when they are conducting the raids, because they know that right now everyone is on high alert. Everyone's on high alert. So if ICE were to conduct like a massive dragnet campaign like they did at the inception point of this kind of resistance, they would be met with tremendous response from the community. Okay? People would show up in massive numbers, and ICE would perhaps not be able to successfully conduct said raid. They don't have enough manpower, and they're pussies. So what they want to do is use the military to defend ICE. Use the federalized National Guard to defend ICE as they are conducting those operations. Because within the confines, within the legal confines of LBJ deploying the National Guard to defend the protesters, I believe there were federal envoys in those protests as well, right? Federal government officials in those protests as well. So there was just cause for the state National Guard to be deployed and become federalized, just like those federal agents. Like ICE agents are still federal agents. What is happening? Is there actually a big F? What's going on? Those dipshits are sleeping on concrete for $30K a year while the pigs next to them are sleeping cozy with their fat union checks and pensions. I'll be so salty about being there. Yeah, but that salt actually reflects a more militant response, I think. That's what I was joking about yesterday when I was like, these guys seem really angry, and that's probably because they don't get a fucking good night's sleep because they're sleeping on concrete, you know? Anyway, let's keep going with Karen.
That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment.
In some pockets, police outnumbered the public.
Crowd control explosions are being deployed from the rooftops of the federal buildings surrounding this plaza, a bid by law enforcement to disperse some of the protesters here.
Many of those gathering are first and second generation immigrants. They're furious about raids that took place in LA last week. Dozens of immigrants were rounded up in the garment district, an area packed with clothing wholesalers. Rihanna's dad was among them. He'd lived here illegally for over 10 years.
My father got deported 2 days ago. Unfortunately, he wasn't here to celebrate my birthday. So I'm here protesting for him and two of my uncles that were deported. So I stand here today for my family to get free and get freedom for everyone else who was affected.
Everyone says LA is an immigrant city, and it is. You go to Chinese restaurants, they have Hispanic workers in the back. You know, you go to the clothing companies, they have Hispanics working. Like, this is our city, and we have to stand here and defend it.
As dusk fell, the crowds thinned. Demonstrators backed into a corner of downtown LA known as Little Tokyo. A city known for its sporting prowess, for multiculturalism and a long history of resistance movements. This is now
Not my little Tokyo.
Mark Kellner, Sky News, Los Angeles.
Does this make us look good internationally? Fuck no.
As anti-ICE demonstrations in Los Angeles continued for the fourth day in a row on Monday, the Wall Street Journal was on the ground. The day started with thousands of people gathered at a rally in downtown LA.
We're out here at Grand Park. This is the demonstration for David Huerta, the union president for the SEIU union, which represents the service employees of the California chapter. The plan here is to demonstrate, followed by a march down to the courthouse where Huerta's due in court.
When I say free David, you say now. Free David! Free David! Free David!
If you are in any way involved of the local government up to the state level scene, you know exactly who David Huerta is. He has brought a lot of dignity and a lot of story to the workers that take on those jobs that nobody else wants to do, such as janitorial and custodian.
Huerta was arrested on Friday while protesting an ICE raid. He was charged with conspiracy to impede an officer.
When I say freedom, you say now! Freedom! Yeah! Freedom! Yeah!
What you see out here today in Los Angeles is working people coming together to obviously say free David Huerta and end the raids now. But I also think what you see is working people coming together to declare this is our city, our community, our country, and we are not going to be terrorized. We're going to stand up and we're going to push back and we're going to speak out. We are gathering peaceably with joy and solidarity, and I'm incredibly proud to be here today.
We are the union! We are the union! The mighty, mighty union! Mighty, mighty union!
I'm here to show that you can be a liberal and you can be a patriot, that you can be pro-immigrant and be pro-American.
Who's got the power? We got the power!
I'm frustrated with the local and state response because I feel like this has been politicized, not just by Trump and his administration, but also by Democrats. The fact that Democrats are telling us and tweeting, this is what Trump's doing, as if we don't know. My question in return is, what are you doing?
Great
Tell
take.
us what you're going to be actively doing to
Hell
protect
yeah.
us.
Huerta appeared in court where he was released from federal custody on a $50,000 bond and told to surrender his passport. The U.S. military announced that roughly 700 Marines were being mobilized to Los Angeles, the first time in more than 3 decades that Marines have been sent into a U.S. city to address civil unrest. Trump administration officials say the move is to protect federal workers and buildings. California Governor Newsom called the move a blatant abuse of power in a post on X. As the day went on, tensions between the protesters and law enforcement, including the National Guard, began to escalate.
We are here on the corner of Los Angeles and Temple Street, what is now the heart of the protest today. And we had an hours-long standoff between protesters, the National Guard, and the sheriffs in front of this federal building here. The protest at this moment has significantly ramped up over the last 20 minutes or so. It follows, a day of much calmer protest than yesterday. Certainly you can hear those flash grenades. The National Guard and Sheriff's Office pushing this way.
The Trump administration announced it would be sending an additional 2,000 National Guard members to Los Angeles. Protests are expected to continue this week.
Thieves are exploiting the state of unrest to vandalize and loot downtown LA businesses.
Let's go to Gigi Garcia live downtown where numerous businesses have been hit. Gigi.
Bob and Brooke, earlier we were at the Apple store. We were at the Adidas store. Both
Here we are. Here it is. There it is, dude. Ah, the vicious loading.
Of them looted the glass.
Fuck the local news, man. I fucking hate local news. Yo, even my boy, Alex, has been going crazy mode, okay?
Shattered, a lot of things stolen. And they're big companies. They'll take a hit. But it is the small, the mom and pop businesses that have also been looted that are heartbreaking. Joining me now live, Nimat, his daughter Sheila. They've been in the jewelry business, Nathan's Jewelers, since 1987 here on South Hill. And we're going to show you the shattered glass in just a moment. Nimat, I mean, you have tears in your eyes.
Yeah.
Of what they've done to your business.
What they done to my business? I don't know. I have to go inside see what's going on. I don't know what they done to business.
Right, but you were telling me that why take out whatever issues people have on you, a small business owner?
Not only me. There's a lot of people. There is so many people.
How does this affect you?
Very bad. It's 1 week is a riot and people of the transgender or other things, and they close the business and nobody can come inside. Another day something else. Another day something else. Why they bring them to downtown? Why these people come to downtown? They go to somewhere out of the city limits and they scream at what they want to do. Why they come here?
And why did they affect a small business owner? Sheila, your dad worked so hard, and he was telling me, and he had tears in his eyes earlier, that, you know, the store now, you still have to see the damage done inside. This is a jewelry mart. And we also have video of other stores that were looted overnight. There were reports, Sheila, of up to 100 looters at a time at a jewelry business.
Crazy. Very crazy, very sad, very terrible.
And your dad works really hard. I'm sure you work really hard, too. This is a small family-owned business, and there's no insurance.
No.
Bro, they are literally, the media are such fucking sharks. I swear to God. Look, obviously, this kind of shit is completely fucking unacceptable, okay? There are opportunists around that take advantage of, like, the destabilization that's taking place. Wait, they said trans looters? What?
Other things, and they close the it's 1 week is a riot, and people of the transgender or other things, and they close the business and nobody can come inside. Another day something else. Another day something else. Why they bring them to downtown? Why these people come to downtown? They go to somewhere out of the city limits and they scream at what they want to do. Why they come here?
And why did they affect a small business owner? Sheila, your dad worked so hard, and he was telling me, and he had tears in his eyes earlier, that, you know, the store now,
I mean this in the nicest way possible because I don't believe in a mandate to speak English in America, but I feel the conservatives would think this guy needs to be deported too. Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Still have to see the damage done inside. This is a jewelry.
The conservatives would then also simultaneously point to how he's transphobic as a reason for why he must be deported. Because remember, conservatives hate when like brown people exhibit the same conservatism. This lady is such a fucking vicious little shark here, okay? You hate them, right? You hate the protesters, right? I mean, what is this doing, right? It's actually, it's illegals, right? Or it's transgenders. Wow, it's transgender illegals, actually. They're just angry that they're not getting bottom surgery after coming here from Guatemala to invade. What? Back on Fig, shouted out your stream. Smack and Ben spotted in the field. Hassan Piker stream, 80K in the chat. What's back on Fig? Put your hand over the opening to see if you can breathe. What is back on Fig? Figmunity World? They're calling you Princess Diana now?
Love watching videos of Hassan Piker going to protest because that dude's literally the people's princess. He's shaking hands, taking selfies. People are like, man, dude, I used to watch you, but now you're my hero. Thanks for being here. He's so pure.
Yeah, I mean, let's not make me the focus of the story, though. You know, what's important is that people are going out there and protesting. And, you know, that's what's important.
But thank you for saying I'm the people's princess. I'll take it.
Videos of Hasan.
It's a honor that I will carry with me. They left Adam the 16 or 22. Okay. The dudes that left the Adam 22 podcast, they also saw you at the inmates combating the fires. Have you seen this one yet? What is this?
Bitch, that's Hasan Piker, girl. That's my man. Period. Oh, not you, girl. He like the twinks.
Except March is like a twink.
He got a fucking period. God damn, he is big in person, girl.
Look at that boots, honey.
Girl, that ass.
Top or bottom, you think?
Girl.
Top or bottom?
Hasan Pike me.
That's a bit serious. Hasan Pike this ass, honey. His ass, honey.
Hasan Piker. And you know what? He probably want a matcha.
I know. He just want a little something.
He out here trying to get his little sticky.
Oh, were those the guys that were yelling at us? We couldn't tell what was going on. March and I were like, are they yelling at us? Hasan, pike me. Also, why do you walk like that? Dude, honestly, I get a little self-conscious about this, but I think it's because I have a ginormous ass. Like, I used to be really insecure about how big my ass is. Like, it is crazy. We thought they were haters. They just wanted to fuck you. Yeah, I didn't realize. But
period.
Like, it looks weird. It looks weird because my proportions are weird. And the reason for why my proportions are weird is because, again, I have an insane ass. And it looks crazy. It looks bulbous.
God damn, he is big in person.
Like, I got a thing around my waist. I got my hoodie wrapped around my waist. And you can still see the dumpy shake and quake while I'm crossing the fucking street. Look at this.
Look at that boots, honey.
Girl, that ass.
Like, I'm twerking and I got pants on and I got a hoodie wrapped around my booty cheeks and you can still see the shit quake. The self-graze is crazy. No, I'm insecure about it. I'm insecure about my ginormous ass. Like, it's not even, I'm not.
Girl.
Showed up to throw ass protest. We're about out of protest. What were you talking about? Not making it about you? Okay, man, we can have a little bit of fucking fun in the process. You know what I mean? We're memeing, you know, after this, what? Uh-oh. There's a little bit of baby F. Calm down. It's back. A little bit of frame drop. Everybody fucking acts like, dude, frame drops, drop top, okay, for 2.5 seconds. And chatters act like is a hard cut. Chatters act as though it's over. You know what I mean? It's like the stream ended, an EMP was dropped. The Marines are outside of the door. They're knocking. They're going to fucking invade my house. Yeah, huge F. Unwatchable. Half the time, while people are spamming F, like by the time they get to pressing enter on that F spam, the F is over.
At a jewelry business.
Crazy. Very crazy, very sad, very terrible.
And your dad works really hard. I'm sure you work really hard
Planned
too.
attack.
This
Thank you
is
for
a
the
small
10 gifted.
family-owned business, and there's no insurance.
No.
How is this going to affect your family?
Really bad. People are stupid. What can you do?
And why target you? You have nothing to do with any of this.
I know. I don't know why.
I'm sorry, Sheila. I'm sorry, Nimat. I hope the damage isn't too bad inside.
We live in San Bernardino. Chino Hills. It's far away to come in here. And we are scared to drive the car, comes in here, they damage the car. We took the bus at 2 o'clock and we came right now in here.
I hope the damage isn't too bad. Your business was one of many businesses that were looted overnight.
But I don't sell jewelry. I sell like custom jewelry, silver. You know, I'm not a big guy. I'm not a big fish.
You're not a big fish. Well, that's why it hurts even more, because you're not a big fish. You're not Apple. You're not Adidas. And they're going to take a loss, too. I'm so sorry for this. Multiple businesses. There were many arrests made.
The irony, of course, is that if that dude is undocumented and the government comes in the middle of the fucking workday and storms his fucking jewelry store and black bags him and ships his ass to CCOT, this woman's going to sit there and be like, well, another day where law and order is restored. And that's my fucking point. Like,
you can't, like, this is unacceptable, certainly. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, brave theft has been happening, revolutionary theft is occurring here. Okay, like, I don't give a fuck about Adidas's bottom line or whatever, but ultimately, obviously, there's gonna be opportunists. Okay, like, there's gonna be opportunities. These aren't fucking protesters. There's people. I mean, there was a dude who stole a bag in front of us. There was I assume he was like a rival skater. He walked up to a bunch of skaters and just ripped his bag and just dipped. Okay, it happened in front of us. It happened on camera. And like, does that mean that the protest is now bedlam? Like, that's what the protesters are there for, to fucking steal shit from other protesters? No, of course not. Also, there is perhaps no better example that increased militarized police presence does not stop crime. If anything, makes more chaos and makes more crime than this. There is like 10,000 fucking cops for like 400 protesters, and it turns out that didn't stop people from going in and breaking storefronts. I thought the increased police presence was supposed to create order. How'd that happen? I'm shocked. Let me tell you how surprised I am.
And we're waiting to get those numbers from the LAPD. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you.
If we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire.
Chat's delayed by like 20 seconds. Even after you guys... Oh, wow, it is delayed. All right, there is going to be a baby F that you're going to experience. If you're in here right now and it's not delayed, baby F... Hello. Okay. I had to do that. So I can refresh. I did it twice. Sorry. We're back. No, I did it twice on accident, but the chat was really delayed, but it's fine now. Okay. Let's get back to Donald Trump. Trump, National Guard will be in LA until there's no danger. Full Q&A. I suspect that the reason why he's deploying the National Guard and the reason why he is deploying the Marines is because he wants to offer aid to ICE when they conduct their raids, and partially because he wants to use this as an opportunity. He wants to use this as an opportunity to test it out, to see if he can do like military. He can claim insurrection and then utilize the military to punish states that he doesn't like. Chat is so fucking stupid. Holy shit. He's obviously not saying trans rioters. He's saying every week is another issue causing riots, either trans issues, which, yeah, doesn't happen, but being duped by moral panic, or now this new issue, no ability of understanding English as a second language. Shaking my fucking head. Listen, I feel bad about the dude whose shit got robbed, okay, by opportunists. But let's not act like he's a fucking, this reactionary small business owner is a beacon of fucking moral consideration, okay? He's literally saying that when there's a pride parade, that's an issue, okay? Give me a fucking break. Like, he acts like a pride parade where there were trans people in downtown Los Angeles was a riot, okay? A transgender riot, specifically, which I personally think is insane. It's not true.
And we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles that you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people, and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of the police, and they hurt some people very badly. They go up.
Yeah. These are paid protesters. They're Hamas. They're foreigners. It's a foreign invasion. It's a foreign invasion that's taking place on U.S. soil. We have to use the military. Also, it's good that we use the military because the military itself... Wait, what is happening? Are there still frames dropping or something? What the fuck is going on? I'm getting so pissed. What the fuck is happening, dude? Chat, I need to test out the delay. Press 1 if the chat is delayed. Oh my God. Why is the chat delayed again? What the fuck? There's like a 25-second delay. What the fuck is happening? Hold on. I usually press fix ingest and the delays go away. But right now, 3 to 5 minutes after I hit fix ingest, there's still a 20-second delay. Not sure why. This chat isn't delayed. Keep going. No, it is delayed.
On bridges, they drop it down on the cars as the cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing a demolition service. They're breaking it to hand out to people as a weapon. It's bad stuff. I've never seen that before.
Mr. President, how soon do you want to see FEMA eliminated? And what's your message to the governors about how much more of an expense is going to fall to states?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be so much to states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll start
Sir, you
phasing
set
it
up
in.
a FEMA council over the next couple of months. We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future as a different agency, as under the Department of Homeland Security to the president's vision. And it will empower governors to go out and respond to emergency situations. And that what the president does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
If
it's
a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what a governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor.
And Mr. President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
A day ago, called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave him a little additional help, you would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be.
Dude, that's such a fucking lie because, wait, hold on. Can happen when interacting with the remote too much. I know that's weird to say. Do you have Twitch disconnection protection enabled? He's claiming that fucking Los Angeles is on fire. It is not on fire at all. That's completely made up. And police presence or any kind of fucking presence like that has not been helpful. It's only been harmful, even though it's also been like relatively limited. It's been somewhat limited as far as like what the National Guard can even do. They all they can do is just like sit around in the fucking federal agencies inside of the federal buildings and just, I guess, take pot shots. So it's all bullshit.
Be not a lot different than what you saw.
I found the guy who sprayed the press. It's only like 6 seconds. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is the guy. Yeah. Sorry, I know there's like a major delay between chat and you guys seeing it, but I thought that this guy was like, I thought it was a fire extinguisher at first, but yeah, there's like a 10 to 12 second delay here, and there's not really anything we can do. Wait, disconnect protection. Oh, it is on. Display a temporary visual for viewers for 90 seconds while you troubleshoot and reconnect. How long would it take to, is it 1 second or like 30 seconds? So was the guy a cop? No, he's an undercover plainclothes officer. The delay is not that bad. No, it's like 12-second delay. I'm annoyed by it. I'm going to fix it depending on how long it takes to fix it. Right now, there's like a 5 to 10, 12, 20-second delay. Video clip of the moment, there's only like 6 seconds to show the man in the question, hence the screenshots. Just as general information, what should states like TN or the South in general do when protests aren't happening? I don't know. There's always something happening. You can inform your family members. You can organize in your communities. You can do your own protests. The bloodlust is crazy. Yeah, so many fucking freaks. So many freaks are basically fantasizing about like the U.S. Marines coming in and killing all these like Los Angelinos. And Would you be shocked if I were to tell you that a lot of those fucking freaks are actually the Gadsden flag bearers? You know? Would you be surprised? Would you be surprised to know that all of those people who are like, we're resisting against a tyrannical state, are the ones who are now celebrating the prospect of like U.S. Marines killing protesters in the state of California? Just a nuisance from their perspective. Anyway, listen, there's going to be a 30-second F. I don't want you guys to freak out. And then we're going to go to the National Guard and the counter protests that are taking place. But for the time being, I'm going to, there's going to be a 50-second F, or not 50, 30-second F. Okay? Don't freak out. Are we back? Is it back? Oh, we are back. Okay. Well, it fully shut it off, so that didn't work. I'm so fucking annoyed. Just refresh. Twitch is the worst company on the planet.
Unbelievable.
Yes. The chat is now no longer delayed, but it doesn't fucking matter because it hit a hard reset on the stream. There's nothing, I don't know what this says about me personally, about my personality, but there is nothing I fucking despise more than shit breaking completely outside of my control. You know what I mean? There is literally nothing I can do here, okay? If you can't see the stream, refresh. Like, and this is going to knock out like 30,000 fucking people who are boomers who watch me for fucking uninterrupted news broadcasts, who just don't know how to, they don't know what to fucking do. So they're just gonna be like, all right, well, I guess the stream ended. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's so fucking annoying. The fact that Twitch just entirely and irreparably fucks the viewership if you have any sort of technical issue that requires the stream refresh is so fucked. I know. Fucking live stream software, live stream broadcast. The app says you're not live. It's fucking stupid. You're showing as offline and I straight up can't get your stream on mobile. It shows will stream instead. Wait, what? What the fuck is going on with this stupid fucking platform, dude? Fix the fucking platform, Twitch. Fuck. Oh my Lord. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Oh, it's so fucking annoying. What's up, dude? Dumbest fucking website on the planet. It's literally, it has one functionality and that is live streams. It doesn't have a VOD capability that's appropriate. There's no way to fucking literally even reset VODs. There's no way to fucking edit VODs. There's no way to rewind VODs. The one thing that it's supposed to do, it still can't do well, okay? The one thing that this stupid fucking website is primarily tasked with is literally just live streaming. That's it, okay? But there is no physical way, fucking way for this stupid fucking live streaming website to unironically continue a live stream uninterrupted when there are technical issues happening without a hard cut of the fucking VOD. And then it literally kicks you off. Like it kicks every single person that's viewing the fucking broadcast physically off the broadcast. They're like, nope, get out of here. Please leave. Please don't fucking watch any longer because this stream is over. In the process of, like, they have a service. They have a software. They have a new thing that they added called disconnect protection. Okay? The disconnect protection that they actually have on the goddamn stupid fucking website is supposed to literally go, okay, you can do a hard cut for 90 seconds, okay? Disconnect protection is supposed to go on for 90 seconds. If you are offline for 90 whole seconds, the website is not supposed to automatically kick you off. But of course, the one fucking there's a lot of issues with Twitch. And I understand that there are a lot of fucking issues with Twitch. I get it. There's some valid, very hard to solve issues. But this is the one fucking thing. What is a PA going to do? You got to start multi-streaming on YouTube or hire a PA? What is a PA going to do, chatter? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is a PA supposed to do? Go to the Twitch headquarters and fix it? This is a problem entirely outside of my control. There is literally nothing I can do. And I feel so helpless about it. And that's precisely why I'm so fucking mad. Okay? There's nothing that anyone here could do. There's nothing that even individual engineers at Twitch can do. The only thing they can do is maybe try and add another fucking setting to Twitch that hopefully won't shit the bed. Ugh. Anyway, the reason why the delays were occurring was some IRL toolkit issue. But in order to fucking fix it, they had to do a hard cut and hard reset. And the disconnect protection literally fucking cut after 15 seconds instead of the 90 seconds that's supposed to happen. And because we came back in like 16 seconds instead of the 15 that is allowed, I guess, or some reason why the disconnect slate just cut in 15 seconds, it just completely shut down the VOD, made the fucking channel offline. Anyway, whatever. This is irrelevant to all of you. You don't give a shit because you're just in here to be like, newsman, talk about the news, newsman. I know. It doesn't matter what my fucking personal feelings are about the goddamn website that I'm on. And I'll just get back to the fucking news as newsman.
Take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago. And, you know, you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming. And we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it would have been. It would have been bad. Last night, they had total control. If we didn't have the military in there, the National Guard, and then we also sent in some Marines. We had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators. They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people to use as a weapon?
Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 100 gifted.
These are paid insurrectionists or agitators.
Valisra, thank you for the 5
you can call it
gifted.
whatever you want.
And the
we ended
Gavagis,
it,
thank you
and
for the
we
10
have in
gifted.
custody some very bad people. Some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police? We're not going to let that happen, yeah.
Pardon me, Mr. President. On those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns.
Yeah. Also, once again, the dudes in the fucking ICE cars kidnapping that guy's community members and his neighbors, that's fine. That's, of course, we need to do that. But how dare you try to disrupt, dude? How fucking dare you? Those people were destined to be political pawns, right? Those people were destined to be political fucking pawns that will have their lives ripped apart by an authoritarian, psychotic fucking government that is simply using them as though they are... Sorry, there's mic noise, I know. Ugh, so fucking annoying. Wait, don't tell me
I'm
it's
curious for
effing
your reaction
again.
to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You can speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're great people. But
Like, do you approve of Trump's new YouGov poll? Do you approve of Trump's handling of deportations? Disapprove 50%, approve 39%. That number is still high. Part of the reason why that number is still high is because the mass deportations have only happened in a limited fashion, and it's mostly just like impacting, right now the biggest version of these mass deportations is happening in Los Angeles. Wait till it happens in fucking Arkansas, okay? They are already working to vastly increase the deportations. The Trump administration is planning a major increase of deportations to Guantanamo, including citizens of Britain, France, and other allies. Officials said they are unlikely to inform the foreigners' home governments about the transfers. Once this starts going to Nebraska, once it starts happening, it's happening apparently today in Phoenix, is what people were saying. People are saying that it's going to start happening in Nebraska this week as well. Okay? I promise you, when it comes to your fucking neighborhood, you will not like it. Because so many people, unfortunately, are just utterly delusional about the harm that this kind of shit does. Okay? So many people are completely delusional about what mass deportations look like and what the negative consequences of mass deportations look like until it happens to them. That's it. until it happens to their neighborhood, until it happens to their neighbor, until it happens to their loved one. That's why you have so many Latino people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. I mean, they're obviously a small part of the puzzle, but it was because they truly believed the insane message from the Trump administration. And why shouldn't they believe the insane message from the Trump administration when the Democrats were also in agreement with the Trump administration that there were some immigrants that constituted a national security threat? Just in, protesters swarmed a law enforcement vehicle in Nebraska during a massive immigration raid at Glen Valley Foods near Omaha. The crowd tried to block federal agents from leaving after they reportedly detained over 100 undocumented immigrants in one of the largest single-site arrests this year. Tensions are rising across the country as protests erupt everywhere. Chinga tu migra.
Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back.
Is he trying to pop the tire?
Which one? I'll break it more, bitch. I'll break it more. Hell no. Fuck you. Leave it. He didn't do nothing. Just leave it.
The biggest fear that these guys have is mass resistance. There's, 10 people, 20 people resisting. Okay. If there is 1,000 people that are out there swarming, they are forced to fucking release the people that they are apprehending because they can't get out of that situation. And the Trump administration does not want that to happen. That's the reason why they want to deploy the military. They want to deploy the military so that they can conduct these operations, conduct these mass kidnappings with an even greater use of force than even ICE. It is completely unacceptable, especially because you have to realize why they're doing this, right? It's additionally unacceptable when you realize that the reason why they're doing this is not for any sort of discernible good reason. They have designed a expertly crafted and very racist lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for all the crimes and all the awful shit that's happening in American society. This is a lie, okay? It's a very productive lie for those in power, though, because when regular ass Americans also feel like the reason why their living standards are worse than they were maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and get angry about those living standards, they have two options. Either they actually get mad at the system that has been designed this way, that's actually harming them and reducing their living standards and removing all semblance of hope from them ever reaching this American dream that they thought they would get. Upward social mobility, maybe being able to own a home, all this stuff. If they were to realize that it's actually those in positions of power that are responsible for this, then it's really terrifying for the federal government. It's really terrifying for the existing hierarchy. So right-wing reactionary forces will take that anger, will take that resentment and redirect it back to some of the most vulnerable and some of the most defenseless parts of the population. And they happen to be the undocumented migrants that comprise a massive chunk of the labor force in this country. People that have been fucked over relentlessly. People that work tirelessly for a crumb of the profits that they generate for our bosses, for our capital owners. They deserve so much more. They deserve all the world. They deserve the proper paperwork. They deserve to live in this country as they have already. They deserve to live in this country free of this kind of torment. So in an effort, as material conditions worsen, as contradictions worsen, in an effort to appease the reactionary right, to make it seem like they're doing this good job, that they are actually following through on this racist agenda for all of the very loud minority racists that demand this, that openly say on Twitter, I voted for this, thank God, when they see images of fucking brown laborers like running away from a fucking job site and they're like, I cheer this on, this is good. That's what they're doing this for. They're doing this for those guys. They're not doing this for, and they're not even actually helping those guys. That's the crazy part. This is simply to make them at least feel like there is movement happening, to appease their racialized, hysterical fantasies that this country has been destroyed by brown people existing amongst them. It's leaning into their spite. It's leaning into the spite of the anger and resentment that at most like 25 to 30% of the population exhibits. It is crazy. If they were going after these like supposed rugged criminals, they wouldn't be going to the fucking courthouses. They wouldn't be going to places of business. These are the people they know. These are the people that ICE already has proper documentation on. The people that they track the movements of, because those very same people are collaborating with ICE or collaborating with the federal government, cooperating with the federal government. How do they know there's an undocumented migrant working at a work site? Oh, that's right. Because that undocumented migrant that is awaiting their court date to become a documented citizen, okay, is working there with the proper authorization with a tax ID that goes back to the fucking IRS. ICE is getting that information from the IRS because remember, they lie and say that immigrants are actually lazy or immigrants are actually fucking not working or immigrants are actually stealing our subsidies or stealing our welfare state or whatever. They're not even able to use the amenities of the welfare state while they actually pay into said welfare state through their labor. They pay taxes, and the IRS knows exactly where they're at any given moment. And ICE is getting this information from the IRS. Is there evidence for this? Do you think I'm making this up? Yes, of course there's evidence for this. The Internal Revenue Service finalized a memorandum of understanding with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on April 7, 2025 to share sensitive taxpayer information to aid in deportation efforts. This agreement permits ICE to do the following: confirm the names, addresses, and tax data for individuals facing final orders of removal or under federal criminal investigation, including investigations for failing to leave the country after 90 days. So what ends up happening here is that instead of offering them the proper documentation and paperwork to continue working in the country, what the immigration courts in cooperation or collaboration with the federal government and their needs will decide that that you are no longer eligible to remain in the country, okay, unceremoniously for no cause whatsoever, because it corresponds to the anti-immigrant white nativist agenda that this administration has designed. So they just go, sorry, you're not allowed anymore. You've been here for 10 years. You've been here for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. You have actually cooperated with ICE the entire time. But sorry, now you're done. This is how it works. So these aren't the rugged criminals. These are the people who perhaps naively think that the federal government is not going to fuck them over because they're tax-paying workers that have the proper authorization to work. This unprecedented agreement represents a drastic shift away from IRS's longstanding commitment to taxpayer privacy. Taxpayer information is strictly confidential, with the IRS privacy laws only permitting information sharing with law enforcement authorities in very specific and narrow circumstances to help in certain criminal investigations. Acting IRS Commissioner Melanie Cross, who was appointed by President Trump earlier in 2025, resigned in protest over the signed agreement. Other top IRS officials, including Chief Privacy Officer Kathleen Walters and Chief Privacy Officer Teresa Hunter, also resigned over concerns that the MOU likely violates taxpayer privacy law. The MOU primarily dictates how ICE agents will request the information and handle the data provided to them by the IRS. According to terms of the MOU, this new data sharing allows ICE to make a request for a taxpayer's name, address, and taxable periods for which the return of information pertains, while providing IRS with the federal criminal statute being investigated and an explanation of why disclosure of this information is important to their investigation. After the IRS receives this request from ICE, they will match it with the administrative data, and if they find that the information is relevant to the investigation, the IRS will verify the information such as name and addresses. Parts of the agreement are redacted, preventing the public from fully knowing the agreement's scope. Again, these are taxpayers. They are tax-paying migrant workers awaiting their proper authorization and full clearance for naturalization or at least like a legal permanent residency status. Okay? They are in the country. They have an ongoing court case with immigration authorities. Many of you are fortunate enough to have been born on U.S. soil, myself included. It is a tremendous privilege that we all have. So we don't understand the delicate and complicated nature of this process. A lot of people are automatically considered illegal immigrants or illegal aliens, if you want to fucking call it that, like the administration does, because the administration chooses to now decide they are illegally on U.S. soil. This is precisely the reason why I always say the difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented one is just simply the push of a button. It's just paperwork. It's just proper documentation and proper clearance. A lot of these people that they're talking about, the overwhelming majority of these people that they're talking about, are actually here working, paying taxes, and have the proper clearance until the administration decides we are going to send a message that we don't want any fucking black or brown people in this country. Fuck them. Okay. And we're going to shed the population of as many people as we can with whatever kind of ridiculous paperwork that we can throw in their direction. The reason why ICE raids have escalated in the last week is because Stephen Miller gave another directive to Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security, and said, we want 5x the number of deportations. 5x. They have quotas. These people are not being removed in a lawful manner because they are rugged criminals. They are being removed from U.S. soil after living here for fucking decades at times, who are often married to an American citizen, have U.S. citizen children that were born here, that only know America as their home, and they're being removed from U.S. soil and potentially being sent to a slave labor colony because there is a quota that has been enforced by the most rabid, virulent racist, Stephen Miller. That's the only reason. Here, Stephen Miller told ICE agents to target Home Depot, where day laborers typically gather, or 7-Eleven. He bet he and a handful of agents could go on the streets of D.C. and arrest 30 people right away. Who here thinks they can do it? Miller asked, asking for a show of hands. Agents didn't need to develop target lists of immigrants suspected of being in the U.S. illegally, a long-standing practice, Miller said. Instead, he directed them to target Home Depot, where day laborers typically gather for hire, or 7-Eleven. Convenience stores. Miller bet that he and a handful of agents could go out on the streets of Washington, D.C. and arrest 30 people right away. ICE agents appeared to follow Miller's tip and conducted an immigration sweep Friday at the Home Depot in predominantly Latino neighborhood of Westlake in Los Angeles, helping set off a weekend of protests around Los Angeles County, including at the Federal Detention Center in the city's downtown. On Saturday, Trump ordered 2,000 National Guard troops to Southern California despite objections from Governor Gavin Newsom. Those people that they're fucking sweeping, this is what I mean when I say a dragnet, by the way, because here's what they do, okay? Here's the other technique. They know exactly how many migrants, both the migrants that have a removal order on them that they just got out of nowhere because the courts wanted to fucking, the courts are also obviously working in unison with the administration. Immigrant courts are not a third party that is completely removed from the administration. They are working in unison with the executive office. Okay, so they will either remove the. They will either change the court dates without informing the person. And then when they don't show up, then they have a lawful removal order, knowing full well that there are other migrants with actual, like, full-blown documentation that are working at the same work site. They go in and they grab as many fucking brown people as they can. That's literally how it works. Okay? They grab as many brown people as they can when they go into the work site. As many people as they think are illegal, as many people as they think are, looking foreign. That is what a dragnet is. And then once you are detained in that process, they try to, once again, revoke due process or do another thing that's really fucked up. This is why immigrant attorneys always say, never sign paperwork. Okay? They literally will go in. They will even arrest people who are American citizens in the process. They will detain them in the process. Okay? And they will hand out paperwork to every single person that they know is not a full-blown naturalized U.S. citizen. That paperwork is a self-deportation order. So if you sign that paperwork because you don't speak English well, or because they lied to you about what the paperwork contains, which they can do legally, okay? It is not illegal for them to lie to you. That's the other side of this. That's insane. Okay? When you sign that piece of paperwork, it's over. You have signed your own self-deportation order. You signed a piece of paper that says you are going to self-deport. This is why you're not supposed to. This is why immigrant attorneys, if you have undocumented migrants in your family, tell them they should not sign any paperwork that ICE hands them, no matter what. The only piece of paper that you sign is the one that your attorney gives you. And you have still, right now, the legal right to an attorney. You can get one pro bono when you go to your immigration court hearing, because they're supposed to take you there. You say, no, I'm not, signing any paperwork. When you stand in front of an immigration judge, you have to show why. Obviously, if the only thing you're going to say is your name and whatever, the only thing you ask for is, I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer. And if you don't have money for a lawyer, then the court has to assign you a lawyer for free. Again, one of the best parts about the American criminal justice system. Okay? Not for immigration, love? No, yes, for immigration. What? Yes, for immigration as well. Yeah. If you're going to sign a piece of paper, no matter what they tell you, the only thing that you should ever sign is a piece of paper that your pro bono lawyer, or the lawyer that the legal counsel that you retain, to hand you that piece of paperwork. That's the only thing you should be fucking signing. Okay? This is how it works in immigration law as well. Even though, no, it's not only in criminal. In immigration law, you can also get a lawyer. You can also demand a lawyer. What are you guys saying? Giving advice to criminals? These people are not criminals, you fucking idiot. I got into an argument with a family member who kept saying over and over, okay, whatever. They need to do it the right way. Access to counsel in immigration court. Immigrants in immigration court do not have a right to government-appointed counsel. Lack of legal representation has a profound impact on immigrants' outcomes and removal proceedings. Okay, you can still ask for a lawyer, and you can still qualify for a pro bono lawyer. Okay, you can. You can still qualify for a pro bono lawyer. All right? State doesn't appoint immigration attorney. That's conflict of interest. Only NGOs can help out. Yes, there are plenty of fucking pro bono legal services in the forms of NGOs that actually offer this work. They offer this service. They will provide you a list of pro bono lawyers. Okay? Anyway, it's so funny that people are saying that it's not legal myth. If you can't afford an attorney, it will be appointed to you. Wait, what? Why can't I hear this? Where's the audio?
To an attorney. Well, Gideon established a requirement that states must provide attorneys to indigent defendants in felony cases. In a later case, the court clarified that the right to counsel applies to misdemeanor and petty offenses as well, as long as the defendant faces the possibility of incarceration. Now, the Supreme Court probably should have just stopped it right there. Unfortunately, it wasn't done tinkering with the right to counsel. Instead of adopting a simple standard like you get a lawyer if the offense could lead to jail time, the Supreme Court pulled an Avril Lavigne and couldn't help but go and make things complicated. In Scott versus Illinois, the court held that the state does not have to provide a lawyer for a misdemeanor unless in prison.
Yeah, it's true. States don't have to provide counsel if you make too much money. No, I know that, but that doesn't matter. The people that we're talking about are some of the poorest fucking people in the country. Like what undocumented immigrant that was literally fucking ripped away from a goddamn work site is not qualifying for fucking pro bono counsel anyway. And pro bono isn't a court-appointed lawyer if we're talking about immigration court. But if we're talking about specifically, you have a right to an attorney, and if you can't pay for one, like the government is supposed to provide you with one, that is for, yes, that is a public defender. That is a public defender that obviously is given to people who don't have, they don't have a lot of money to begin with. You were correct about lawyers for immigration. They give you a list of pro bono lawyers that you have to contact. Yes. Know your rights when you face ICE. 1, you do not have to open the door. ICE does not have a right to enter your home without a valid warrant signed by a judge. It has to be a judicial warrant. An administrative warrant is not enough for them to fucking open the door, okay? A lot of times they say they have an administrative warrant. When they say they have an administrative warrant, that is different from a judicial warrant. A judicial warrant is signed by a fucking judge. If they have a judicial warrant, you can ask them to slip the warrant under the door with a signature from a judge. Okay? Number 2, you can ask them to leave. If they do not have a warrant and go inside your home, you can ask them to step outside and let them know you do not consent to a search. In the workplace, ICE does not have a right to enter employee-only areas without permission. Number 3, you can stay silent. The Fifth Amendment protects the right to remain silent and not to incriminate yourself. Number 4, you do not have to share your personal information. You are not obligated to provide personal information like your immigration status, place of birth, and criminal history if asked. Anything you say or do can be used against you. You should not lie. Number 5, you do not have to sign anything or hand over documents. You do not have any obligation to sign any document without speaking to an attorney, okay? You do not, I'm repeating this again, you do not have to sign anything until you speak to an attorney, okay? Yes, I didn't get dropped off. Twitch kicked me off, and I am back. I never even went anywhere. It was for 15 seconds. Number 6, you have a right to speak to an attorney. If you are detained, you can ask to speak to your attorney. ICE does not provide attorneys, so try to consult one in advance. Okay? And then there's a list that they have of like pro bono legal counsel for immigration attorneys. Make a plan. Be prepared. The federal government can deport anyone without lawful immigration status and people with status, e.g. lawful permanent residents and visa holders with certain criminal convictions. Make sure you have copies of your important documents and keep originals in a safe place. Consult a lawyer before ICE comes to your door. Make a family plan. Identify an emergency caretaker for your children. Memorize at least one emergency phone number. Know who your elected officials are. Consider keeping a signed DHS privacy waiver in a safe place so they can advocate for your own behalf. Notice it does not mention the right to have counsel appointed for you. That's the distinction you're missing here. I love you, bro, but there's a difference between having a right to have an attorney. Yeah, I'm wrong. I understand that. The court does not have a legal responsibility to appoint you to a lawyer, but you do still have a right to retain legal counsel. And there are a shit ton of pro bono immigration attorneys that can do that legal counsel work for you. Okay? Yes, that is the distinction you're missing here. I love you, bro, but there's a difference between having a right to an attorney, which means you have them present for your case for you and perhaps even appear in your stead, and the right to having an attorney appointed for you and paid for by the state. Chatters in here were saying the courts do not actually provide this information. Like, there is no... Bro, so hurt to be wrong. Wait, what? No, dude, I'm not hurt to be wrong. I was responding to the chatters that were saying, no, you do not have any fucking opportunity to get legal counsel whatsoever for free. They're spreading fucking dangerous misinformation. People that were claiming in the chat that there is no, you're getting one guy, boss. I know the people are so fucking stupid because this is incredibly important information, especially the fact that you should not sign anything, okay? You should not sign anything unless your lawyer hands it to you. Unless your retained pro bono or paid for legal counsel hands it to you. This is an incredibly important part of this process, specifically because, as I said already, they literally will give migrants that are either awaiting their court date or migrants that are authorized to work on U.S. soil a piece of paperwork that is in English, even if they know that the person doesn't speak English, especially when they know the person doesn't speak English or doesn't speak English very well. They hand them a fucking piece of paper that quite literally is a self-deportation note. And when you sign that, not knowing what you're signing, you end up signing your own deportation. You're offering the government clearance to deport you legally. Jesus. Anyway, clip from CNN reporter at the protest.
Press. He's with me. He's with me.
I have my verification.
Here. He doesn't come through. You do.
Sir.
You do credential.
I have to go with
Okay, go.
Huh. I wonder why they wouldn't let him through. Interesting. I can't seem to figure out why they would let the lady through and the cameraman through, but not that guy.
Are you grabbing me? No, I didn't touch you. So wait, okay.
I need you guys to go over there.
So it's, you can see, Jake, it's a little chaotic. So what they're trying to do is...
You guys gotta keep walking.
We're going to keep walking. We're going to keep walking. And then I want you to take a look over here. Police. Press. He's with me.
Peter Griffin paper bag test? Yeah. Live look. Crowd in downtown LA for the 5th day of anti-ICE protests. Oh shit, they're bunching up around the freeway. And of course cops are instantly fucking mobilized.
I don't know if that's CHP or it looks like LAPD. I just want to make sure. They should be. Yeah, they're LAP. No, California Highway Patrol. Yeah, that's their dark uniforms. Okay.
What if you can't read? Someone undocumented I know can't read in English or Spanish. That's why I said don't fucking sign anything. I know. HasanAbi is correct about forcing migrants to sign documents in English. They did it to workers of the meat plants in Omaha today. ICE raid rocks Nebraska meatpacking plant. Protesters clash with law enforcement. Okay. We e-verify every single employee. That process is apparently no good. The federal agents told us the system is broken even though employees are e-verified. They raided the Glen Valley Foods plant. Based on ongoing criminal investigation into large-scale employment of aliens without authorization to work in the United States. The worksite enforcement operation is likely the largest to take place in Nebraska. Oh, the other side that I was going to mention, the other thing, like I said, is when they do these dragnets, they grab everybody. Even if you have the proper paperwork, even if you're literally an American citizen, but you just fucking look Hispanic, right? And there are some other people that get grabbed. All it takes is for one person. They're claiming that they're going after one individual. All it takes is for a judge to say this one individual is no longer authorized to be here. They don't have to have a criminal warrant or anything like that. Okay? They just say this migrant worker that previously had authorization to work in the United States, that was literally paying taxes, no longer can work in the United States. They are done. Okay? We've revoked their status. ICE will go to the facility not to enforce a deportation order on one singular person. They go to the facility with a fuck ton more people. Why would they do that if they're actually enforcing the lawful removal of one singular person? It's because their goal is to grab as many people as possible. Okay? Their goal is to grab as many people as possible, even some Americans along the way. It doesn't, they'll release the Americans, at least for now, right? But every single other person that is an authorized migrant worker in that facility will then also get fucking deported. They're called collateral arrests. Okay? They are called collateral arrests. So when they're in the process of enforcing a lawful deportation order, even if that lawful deportation order is not so lawful when you look into it, okay? Not because like the person committed a crime or anything. They will engage in what is known as a collateral arrest. That means that they are basically fucking arresting every single person and then fixing the books after the fact. And the reason why they do this collateral detainment and subsequent deportation is because they want to get the fucking quotas. That's it. And they do a bunch of comically evil shit as well, like truly heinous. ICE releases Honduran mother who was detained in Aurora for months after DoorDash delivery arrest. Carla Medina, who has won her asylum case, is reunited with her family. Carla Medina was released from the immigration detention facility in Aurora on Monday, almost 8 months after the Honduran mother of two was first detained while attempting to deliver a DoorDash order to Buckley Space Force Base. They order fucking delivery, and then they apprehend the person in the process of delivery because they suspect her of being undocumented. Although she and her family first sought asylum in the United States in 2023, with Medina specifically saying that she feared domestic violence and threats made by her ex-partner in Honduras, she was still locked away for 8 months. That, by the way, happened under the Biden administration. Just so you know, that didn't happen under the Trump administration. That initially happened under the Biden administration. Before you say, this would not be happening. 50 minutes into the stream, no, my stream shut off and restarted. When you see Tom Homan on television, and you're like, what is this fucking monstrosity? What is this Baron Harkonnen type? Like, where did this fucking freak come from? He was first introduced and appointed to ICE or to the Department of Homeland Security by Barack Obama, okay? Make no fucking mistake. He is Obama's creation, chat. Just so you understand. When people say like, oh, dude, CBP, sorry, Customs and Border Patrol. Well, that's under DHS. But anyway, Border Patrol of the Texas border drive around neighborhoods in unmarked cars with Tamaulipas license plates. The whole honey trap tactic they use at legitimate and legal USCIS appointments is so fucking sinister, completely eroding trust in the actual legal system they claim to want people to use. Why would anyone ever go to a USCIS appointment ever again? They've ruined the concept for generations to come. And I say this as someone who doesn't even agree with the need to do it the right way. Yeah. No, it's just like in order to fucking enforce these quotas, they are literally going after
the people that are the most likely to cooperate with the authorities. Like, this is another thing that I keep stressing. You were saying about approval rating once ICE raids begin carried out in red states. Yeah, I mean, once they start fucking packing up their neighbors in like Nebraska and shit, you'll see they won't like it either. I'm telling you, man, people like, dude, you got Mexican Americans in fucking California that voted for Donald Trump thinking like, oh, it's not going to harm my family. It's not going to fuck my neighborhood up. Those are all good people. They believe the lies told by the administration. And why shouldn't they believe the lies told by the administration that there is like an insane number of criminal migrants out there, but there's also a healthy number of non-criminal immigrants out there, and the non-criminal immigrants are not going to be touched. This was such a common trope that we heard throughout the election cycle. Why do we hear this? Part of it was because even the Democrats also said, yeah, the Republicans are fucking right. The Republicans are right. There is a real problem with migration. There's a real problem. Immigrants do constitute a national security threat. There needs to be more militancy directed against these criminal migrants. Instead of tackling the issue at its faulty premise, the notion that immigrants actually are doing a shit ton of crimes and getting away with it, they decided to lean into said faulty premise. Okay? This caused everyone to go, all right, I guess that's happening. Everyone's saying it. Might as well believe it. I mean, guys, I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, I drew comparisons to abortion, which is a major issue at the time and still is a major issue. People wanted to criminalize abortion until abortion was no longer unconditionally and constitutionally protected, at which point they realized, oops, maybe this is not the best fucking idea. Oh, here's the sexy man. Remember the videos we watched during the immigrants are eating cats and dogs thing where half the people were like, wait, that's too, it's much worse with them gone? Anyway, just fucking lies everywhere. Let's see what Bernie had to say after his disastrous tweet yesterday.
Take a moment to address what's going on in Los Angeles right now. Let's be clear. Trump's deployment of the National Guard and Marines in California is not about the protests. It is not about ICE. And it's really not about immigration. It's about using extremely dubious legal authority to expand his never-ending grasp for more power and his effort to move this country toward authoritarianism. This is a president, as you all know, who has usurped the constitutional responsibilities of Congress. He has threatened to impeach judges who rule against his policies. He has and is suing media for coverage that criticizes him. He has extorted money from law firms that have represented his opponents, and he is withholding funds from universities for teaching courses he doesn't like. In terms of what's happening in Los Angeles, let us understand that in our federalist form of government, local, state, federal, it is the governor of a state who deploys the National Guard, not the president of the United States. Trump's argument for his deployment of the troops is absurd and laughable. Does anyone really believe that we are in the midst of a foreign invasion or a rebellion against the United States? That, believe it or not, is his legal argument. Let's take stock of what Trump has done here. He has conducted massive illegal raids. He has provoked a counter response, and then he has called in the troops. That is how an authoritarian rules. In this unprecedented moment in modern American history, it is imperative that all of us, no matter what our political views may be, stand together against the president who has little respect for the rule of law or our Constitution.
I wish he would have just said this. I wish he just said this yesterday. Like, he got outflanked by Kamala, dude. If Kamala is outflanking you, you're cooked. You're totally and utterly cooked. This was my response to Bernie's initial tweet where he's like, Dr. King defeated racist government officials and ended segregation through disciplined, nonviolent resistance. Defeating Trumpism, oligarchy, and authoritarianism requires that same level of discipline. Violent protests are counterproductive and play right into Trump's playbook. This is liberalism through and through. Like the notion, you don't ever have to hand it to the right, man. You don't ever have to capitulate to right-wing framing. When you even invoke violent protests, when you even mention that the protests are even a little bit violent, you are not actually reaching out to the reasonable moderates or something. You are simply giving more ammunition. You're simply giving more ammunition to the right at a time when they are looking for any reason to create a ridiculous and illegal response. I responded to him saying, you were literally there at the nonviolent protest that everyone considered to be violent and unpopular, so I have no idea what this statement does other than lean into the hysteria that gives Trump enough momentum to mobilize the Marines on U.S. soil illegally. Trump doesn't need Bernie Sanders' go ahead to claim that the fucking protests are violent. But there is no reason to give him that at all. I plan to lead another nonviolent march tomorrow. This is the way that the media presented Martin Luther King's nonviolent protests. Because nonviolent and civil acts of disobedience, when met with police force, still look as though they are violent instances of chaos to the onlookers. Okay? It's always the police and their escalation of violence that ends up making things more chaotic. And I also followed up by doing this and showing that plenty of people were unfavorable to the entire fucking civil rights struggle, especially white respondents in 1966. 85% of white people hated the demonstrations by black people in 1966. Yes, I covered the cop shooting the dude directly in the groin. What does police brutality have to do with the looting that they're doing? What does the looting have to do with the actual fucking protests? Answer the question, bitch. Are you talking to me or are you talking to the other chatter? Are there gonna be fucking opportunists? Of course. Of course there are. What does that have to do with the protests? I do find it very funny that people will just be like, oh man, I was just about to fucking join in. I was just about to join in on these protests, but then I saw people looting and, can't do it anymore. Oh, I was just around the corner. I was driving up to the protest to join because I think it's unconscionable that people are just getting black-bagged and shipped overseas for no real reason, for no good reason whatsoever. But then I saw that they burned Waymos, and it's like, well, can't do it. Oh, I was just about to go and protest side by side to defend my own fucking community. But then I saw that they're not waving American flags, or there isn't a sufficient number of American flags. So I just had to turn the car around, I don't know how this happened, but somewhere along the line, the media and all of these institutions ended up successfully causing onlookers and people that are in the margins, people that are in the periphery, to genuinely place the interests of property over the interests of human fucking beings. But the reason why you even care about property damage is because of its impact on human beings to begin with. You're like, well, these are random innocent people. Like, they didn't deserve to have their storefront crashed into. They didn't deserve to have their shit stolen. Now they're going to incur a financial penalty for no reason, right? That's the reason why you care about property damage. That's the reason why you should care about property damage. And it's so interesting that people literally take it one step further and they go, no, I only care about property damage. I don't give a fuck about humans. Like I said, the greatest example is from earlier today when that when the immigrant store owner was talking about how his storefront was broken into, and people that get mad at that would literally not even feel a moment of remorse if ICE had actually black-bagged that guy. It makes no fucking sense. What's worse for that family? Having the father ripped away from them and shipped off to a slave colony with no due process, or the fucking storefront being broken into, That's when libs hit you with the, well, two wrongs don't make a right. No, one is a much, much larger degree of wrong. It's like the same brain broken response from liberals to like Israel doing a genocide, and then them hyper focusing on the fucking Houthis trying to present a militant response to said genocide, where they're like, well, the Houthis, they stopped ships from going through the Red Sea. They stopped commerce from flowing through the Red Sea. How dare they? It's like, okay, dude, Israel's doing a fucking genocide, though. Like, what do you mean? Like, one is a significantly larger evil that warrants an immediate response. Shock moment. Face-off between anti-ICE demonstrator and LAPD leads to physical confrontation. That's crazy. Okay, that's definitely a vet. He's just tanking it. He's just tanking it. They're just peppering his ass. Oh, fucking Christ. As soon as he turned his back and started walking away, that's when they fucking pounced. God, they're such pussies, dude. God, I fucking hate the police so much. Oh my God, they're such animals. They are such fucking animals, dude. What a way to frame it, by the way. Face-off between anti-ICE demonstrator and LAPD leads to physical confrontation. Who fucking did the physical confrontation? The guy's just standing there. He's not even looking at the cop. The cop fucking pushes him with a baton. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, look at the people around him. There's a dude behind him, like a child behind him, carrying water for the protesters to give out water to the protesters. Does this look like an immediate fucking dangerous presence? He even had an American flag, guys. Clearly a fucking vet. Clearly a fucking veteran. Had an American flag in tow. He's got it all. I'm sorry. If this guy is walking like this, okay, if a guy that looks like this in broad daylight is walking comfortably around you, there is nothing going on that warrants this fucking insane response. Okay? That's a grown-ass man with a tote bag walking around the streets of fucking downtown Los Angeles. Clearly, there is nothing that warrants this degree of escalated use of force. Like, what are you? This is why I kept pointing to, like, the children, okay? When we were down there, we just kept showing you, like, kids on bikes and stuff, like little kids. There were kids that looked like they were 12, okay, that were running around, and cops were just fucking deploying tear gas into crowds with children in them. Hits him again. They keep shooting him. He tanks it. The other protesters like, dude, stop. He walks around. He walks quietly, and instantly the two pigs rush him as soon as he fucking turned his back. That jewelry store was not looted by protesters. It's over in fucking Lakewood, way fucking south of Paramount. Local news be lying. Wait, that jewelry store wasn't in downtown Los Angeles? What are you talking about? It was in downtown LA?
Senator Fetterman said that your party loses the moral high ground when you guys refuse to condemn the violence that you were seeing in LA. What do you say to Senator Fetterman?
I mean, I think we should absolutely condemn the violence of ripping apart families, of ICE breaking the law.
Excellent. That's a certified classic HasanAbi style misdirection. Okay. When someone goes like, oh, you support terrorism, and you go, I don't support Israel. What are you talking about? Israel is a terrorist entity, and I don't support that terrorism. Perfect. No notes. Great. Oh, John Fetterman condemns the violence of the protests. Do you condemn the violence? Yes, I condemn the violence of ICE ripping apart families. Yes, I think it's unimaginable. It's unique. It's cruel. It's unjustifiable violence. I see you know your judo, madam. What's the crime? Wanting to consume a succulent Chinese meal? Get your hands off my penis. I think people need to fucking judo chop this shit more frequently. Like, I'm serious. Politicians should be fucking doing this judo flip every time, dude. Flip the fucking faulty premise directly back at the person asking the question. Because it's not even incorrect to say that. It's like, Okay, yeah, cars burned down. It's fucked up. I agree. You know, it's dangerous for the protesters. All right. But you know what's fucking way more aggressively violent? The federal government going after people in courtrooms, dude.
I think we should absolutely condemn the violence of ripping apart families, of ICE breaking the law, of them going into elementary schools and churches and raiding workplaces. And I absolutely condemn ICE's consistently illegal activity and the fact that they are they're also rounding up U.S. citizens and also documented people who are here legally with no regard for the court system and judicial injunctions. And I think that if Senator Fetterman or anybody else is concerned with law and order, we should be looking at one of the most law-breaking agencies and administrations that we've seen in the United States. We also have a convicted felon in the White House as well.
Guys, John Fetterman saying that is also extra spicy and extra insane because Fetterman's wife was undocumented. John Fetterman's wife was undocumented. Here's John Fetterman, February 27, 2022. Proud as always to be with the Steel City Stonewall Democrats this afternoon. She's a U.S. citizen now, but she used to be undocumented. Okay? John Fetterman is on the record defending migrants in this country on a million different occasions. Okay?
We should have learned the lesson back in 2020. Absolutely. There was righteous outrage over what happened to George Floyd. But that never means that you can support or be quiet if there's destruction or rioting and destroying and looting and those kinds of things. We should have learned the lesson back in 2020.
What is this? RXK nephew John Fetterman?
Wonder. Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Molly. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Whiteman. I feel like Neff Slitherman. My dope hit like Rob Van Dam. All Auntie said was God damn. Tell Fetterman he can suck my dick. I'll take that back. I don't want him to do that. I'ma turn Mexican and jump the border. I'ma buy an eighth, turn it to a quarter. Fetterman Neff for traffic your daughter. It's a ransom. Free food stamps. She my type. Only fans and food stamps. Treat my trap like a boot camp. This random dope we don't do stamps. Got a BBL, that shit stink. Hit it once, set on top rank. Off the Remy, they ain't have my drink. Neff Fetterman doing what they can't. Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Molly. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Whiteman.
That was bars. This was fire. RXK nephew. Felix talked this into existence. I'm moving like John Fetterman, 60 mile per hour over the speed limit, watching live leak videos while yelling at my wife over the phone. First rapper to diss John Fetterman. Neff, drop a whole Bossa Nova album. 100 mil to Israel like Fetterman. 100 on the highway swerving like Fetterman. Neff out here single-handedly reshaping the Pennsylvania political landscape. What? Live Los Angeles, 28 U.S. Marines pulling up on black Ford Raptor trucks. Helicopters landed. What? 28. After 6 months of war, much of Gaza is reduced to rubble. Violence good. Violence bad. This is what the inspiration was? Is that what it is? The inspiration post. RXK nephew. This was on May 5th. This is before the song came out, right? Oh my God. I hate when John Fetterman controls my thoughts. Look at this new hoodie I just bought. Another 20 million from the Israel lobby. I hope my son cry when he finds my body. I'm the worst member in the Democrat Party. Killing my son at my son's birthday party. I love my wife because she's real tall. 2 million Arab kids. We bombing them all. Wifey talking about why you vote like that. Grab the wheel and make us crash. Fetterman rearranged her back. She needs perks all the time. My ops in the waiting room, reading time. She said, babe, calm down. You got delusions. I said, bitch, you're the prosecution. First job at 38, I was mayor of Braddock. Kid's birthday party lighted up like Stephen Paddock. Oh my God. If you're not in the know, for what they are referencing here, a lot of these bars, every single one of these fake bars is actually maybe a slight exaggeration of real-time events. Bro, people in LA shooting live rounds. Wait, what? No, cops are deploying tear gas. They're not shooting live rounds. What the fuck? Wait, what?
People safe here in this county, working with law enforcement, whether it's local law enforcement or even federal law enforcement. We're going to work as a team to keep people safe. And again, as you pointed out, the number of bad actors proportionally are very small, but they have huge impact in the city. We're going to go after the bad actors, whether they get arrested in the last 4 days, whether they get arrested in the weeks or months to come. The advantage we have is that this is being filmed at probably a record level. We have more social media video of who is doing these bad acts than probably any other time in Los Angeles County history. So we're coming after the bad actors while still protecting the legitimate protesters.
All right, District Attorney, I very much appreciate your time. I thank you.
That's such bullshit. They are not protecting the legitimate protesters. Cops on the ground make no distinction between protester, press, National Lawyers Guild, legal monitors, people who are distributing aid, field medics. They literally shoot them all. Okay, they do not care. As a matter of fact, I feel like they shoot so frequently at every single person that it almost feels as though, what the fuck is happening here, by the way? This is crazy. It feels as though, oh my God, they're actually going to do a curfew. Oh my Lord.
Biggest decision to make in this breaking news moment, and that is whether she will impose a curfew on this specific area of Los Angeles tonight. It's a crucial decision. She's going to be with us in just a couple of moments.
To understand the world.
If they do a curfew, maybe we'll go out. I feel like given that we are technically pressed, oh, they're fucking arresting every single person, huh? Is that what's going on? They just like completely box them in?
Which is always what you want to do.
What are they saying? Okay.
There's this law enforcement presence because you don't want to make the officers uncomfortable. You don't want to have your hands in your pockets because they don't know what you're reaching for. So if you could just keep your hands within their line of sight, that's the best thing you can do. And at this point, it appears that everyone here is doing just that.
So I guess they're doing mass arrests now for protesters. This is the result of kettling. They'll now single each one out and surround them and shove an arrest. No, I know. Yeah, they just point to people in the crowd.
Yeah, they will be collected, and eventually when these people do get released, they can try to get their items back. So I don't see anything in terms of like very small children or pets. Oftentimes that does happen in these situations. So then that would require, bringing
HSI pointing a rifle with lethal rounds.
Watching this since we've been on the air, that when a van moves up or comes into view,
all
that's
adults
when the
from what I can see, except for those two teenagers that we saw walk away. But any other little items that they leave behind will be collected by officers. And
wait, that's a fucking real ass weapon, dude. That's not like a fake gun. That's not like a less lethal or less lethal round. That's just pointing a fucking straight up AR into a crowd. What the fuck?
Moves up or comes into view, that's when the crowd,
Bro, this is on camera. What is happening?
Goes forward and tries to get closer to the federal building, and of course the bands get things.
What is he doing?
Okay, I don't know what this gentleman here is doing, but
and that's
what was that?
This is on
a
rooftop?
That's an actual rifle. No, it's on a
that's what I
elevated
thought.
platform, and that federal agent is pointing a rifle at somebody. That's
the guy in the yellow, I guess.
Yeah,
There's two guys,
and you can see they're.
Bro, the dude in the yellow is taunting a motherfucker with a M4. That is, dude, that is crazy.
They're kind of taunting each other. You saw that federal law enforcement agent, wave his hands like, let's go, let's go. And that guy in the yellow doing the same thing. I mean, something escalated quickly to point, lethal munitions at that.
What? Dude, I fucking hate the goddamn media, bro. The escalation is coming from the hopped up psychopath with a fucking M4 that he's pointing at the motherfucking civilian, dude. The motherfucking unarmed civilian. Are you insane? The escalation is not coming from the ground. Media, figure it the fuck out. They're taunting each other. Like the asymmetry that I am experiencing, that I am seeing with my own two eyes is glaringly obvious. It is very strange. It is very strange to me that despite that asymmetry, the media is like, well, they're fucking taunting one another after recognizing that that's an M4, that's lethal rounds.
Person, that was intense there for a second. So I don't know what the conflict was with that person in the yellow, but that federal agent with the rifle there was not having it. There's some fireworks now that we see going off too.
Maybe that's what that was about. But that can get even more dangerous when you're actually, we actually witnessed this. We saw him. You say that's a lethal weapon.
Yeah,
Mike.
yes,
That's an
absolutely.
actual. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good.
You can see the provocation happening right here, and then
There's some more tear gas.
yeah.
And now what we've seen, we haven't seen it here, but what we saw a lot yesterday is the tear gas would get thrown and the protesters would grab it and throw it back at the law enforcement officers. That happened to CHP a lot yesterday when they were trying to regain control over the freeway. So, but that hasn't happened here. Hopefully they'll, de-escalate this a little bit, but this guy on the left here, that agent on the left with the lethal, weapon there, was not having whatever was going on.
No, it was pointed right at that guy.
Yeah, and see, look, he's, waving him over.
You wonder if those guys have on masks. When I say those guys, the agitators.
See, there he goes again, pointing it at him.
You think the problem here is the quote unquote agitators with masks? That's you take issue with protesters wearing masks and not the mask wearing federal law enforcement agents who are brandishing and training their sights on American citizens. I assume when she says the mask wearing agitators, she means the law enforcement, right? Am I living in like upside down world? What the fuck is happening? Is this bizarro world? Is this the alternative universe that we exist in where it's like up is down, wrong is right? Because without commentary, if you play this out on mute, this back and forth here, you're like, oh my God, a federal law enforcement agency officer who is masked is literally aiming a lethal weapon, an M4, directly at a Los Angeles citizen.
So I couldn't tell if that agitator did. I mean, you certainly law enforcement does. That's been kind of the name of the game for them, and that's something that they say they need to do to protect themselves and their identities. A lot of the protesters did, and I don't, John, if we can see that guy.
Oh, this is Santa Ana. Yeah, this is in Santa Ana. This is not downtown. Well, regardless, it's fucking insane. Like, what are the things that take precedent over human beings' lives at this point? Police feelings, police getting hit with like half-empty water bottles, like police getting hit with any water at all, police being spooked by loud noises.
Urge on this area is there are so many different groups of protesters. You have the group that ran onto the 101 freeway, then you have this group here, and then on the far intersection near that VA building that Mark just talked about, there's another group there. Now, most of them were taken into custody with that dispersal order. We saw them drive away in the LAPD buses just a short time ago. I also just want to show you this on-ramp to the 101 freeway. There's even more California Highway Patrol there that are just at the ready in case something happens. In many respects, Jamie, we're just gonna have to move for a second. There's a car. Back up. In many respects, they have been essentially keeping that on-ramp to the freeway closed, so protesters couldn't go on there. But as you saw just a short time ago, they were able to access another entrance to the 101 freeway. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and Josh, if you could clarify, you were
happy as fuck. So I just showed you him, right?
Filthy pigs just pegged a single woman trying to get home at nearly point blank range.
I want us to focus on this guy right there. Look at him. Trigger happy as fuck. So I just showed you him, right? Look at that. Oh, what's passing by? Where's our money going, right? Where are our tax dollars going, right? Right? Yeah. So we've got trigger happy fucking bitch over here. Look at. They're telling her to move, but that's a public sidewalk. They're telling her to move. Watch. If they shoot her, holy fuck.
Protecting and serving the interests of citizens right there.
Come here. Where'd it get you? Fuck off. She's not doing anything. Come on. We're moving, assholes. Ooh, you got it. Hang on.
Can they just do it like that? Pop their ass good? I hope your mother gets popped in the ass good in the same way when she's just walking down the fucking street in a lawful manner. Maybe then you'll understand. Dumb fuck. How can you look at the situation and be so fucking cruel? Hey, see, it's a lawful response, right? Yeah, maybe you'll understand when it happens to you or your mom, okay?
Out of their sight. Here. I got some supplies in my bag. Sit down.
First of all, less lethals are not supposed to be directed at people's body, okay? The appropriate usage of less lethals is literally the ground. They're not supposed to be directed at someone's body. They're also not supposed to be used point blank. They're not supposed to be used at that distance at all. That motherfucker literally hit the person. No ricochet. Straight up, directly hit that person. Less lethals are lethal at close distances. Less lethals are still lethal at close distances. Less lethals can still be lethal if shot directly at the body.
They shot her. Yeah. Point blank. I literally just got it on video. They're gonna shoot. We're moving! She's injured! Come on. We gotta get across the street. We gotta go across the street. Where are you going? I live here. Okay. I live here.
So-called less lethal weapons like those that have been used against demonstrators in Los Angeles can cause severe lasting harm like nerve or brain damage or blindness. They can also kill. Police employed military-style tactics on demonstrators, including using tear gas, flash grenades, and pepper spray projectiles, except that's not correct. Because as far as I understand, tear gas is literally illegal to deploy in combat. Also super sick because these dumb fucks won't get charged, but she won't be able to succeed civilly against them due to qualified immunity. Fuck cops and fuck the system. Yeah, it is a chemical weapon and considered a war crime under the Geneva Convention. These types of health effects and injuries can vary depending on the weapon being used. Tear gas and pepper spray types of chemical irritants can cause tearing, pain, and burning of the eyes, skin irritation, sore throat, sneezing, coughing, and vomiting. Long-term effects are less common, but can include asthma, wheezing, loss of vision, and even nerve or brain damage. These problems can occur if people are exposed to a large amount of these chemicals or they are sprayed in a closed space. 2014 study by the U.S. military has also found that exposure to tear gas and pepper spray make people vulnerable to respiratory infections in the week following exposure compared with the week before exposure.
They just literally shot her point blank. No, she's not okay. Yeah, try right here, and let me just look at it, unless you want to go inside. Holy fuck, you guys. Okay. Here.
That have been detained here on Alameda, in addition to the people who were detained on Commercial Street. Yeah, this is Alameda, so it is closed. It's been closed for multiple days. Unheard of that Alameda would be closed for so long. It's such a big street here through the area.
Those huge bangs that you heard were most likely flashbangs.
Actually on the overpass here. This is the Alameda Street overpass for the 101 freeway. So again, even though the freeway has reopened, I can only imagine that if you're driving through and you're seeing these large groups of people overhead, you can't help but to slow down and take a look, and that is what is contributing to some of the delays here on the freeway. But again, Alameda Street here at the 101 freeway.
No, it's not fireworks, man. Also, contrary to fucking whatever the media might suggest, fireworks are a greater danger to the person that's actually lighting them on fire rather than the direction it's launched in, as opposed to, I mean, I guess depending on the type of firework, as opposed to a flashbang grenade or tear gas is infinitely more dangerous than a firework. Lies? You think tear gas or fucking flashbang grenades, like incendiary explosive devices, are not more dangerous than like a fucking Roman candle? What are you talking about? Come on, fireworks are literal bombs. Stop lying. Yes, they're literal bombs that are more dangerous to the person that's lighting the fucking fuse. Flashbangs, on the other hand, are deployed as an incendiary explosive, which is created specifically so that it doesn't explode when you're tossing it. Flashbangs are literal bombs. You're comparing like Roman candles and shit or sparklers that people have to a literal grenade. The most dangerous point of a fucking firework is at the point of lighting it on fire. My point is that if you have an issue with fucking like Roman candles and sparklers and shit, okay, if you consider that to be a risk, then you should be losing your fucking mind about tear gas. Just like if you think closing off roads is really fucked up and unjustifiable, you should be losing your mind at the road closures that police implement. Because when citizens do road closures, they're doing it to protest against the government. When cops do road closures, they're doing it to create a staging ground to beat the fuck out of citizens. The press, legal representatives, field medics, nurses, teachers, the elderly. Destroying your own community while waving a flag for the country you don't want to go back to. ISIS is horrible. I don't agree with them, but what is this solving? Why are you such a fucking coward, dude? Why are you such a goddamn pussy? Okay? Why are you such a fucking pussy? You ginormous bitch. Just say it with your fucking chest. You don't give a fuck about what ICE is doing. Because if you gave a fuck about what ICE was doing, you would understand that that is infinitely worse overall than people waving a fucking flag of their heritage. You don't give a fuck. What is this? What is this moral posturing? Who are you trying to fool? Are you trying to fool yourself? Are you saying to yourself that maybe if I say these words out loud, the 48,000 people that are in this community will also believe me? That I do care about the people that are being fucking kidnapped? You don't. Like, and then you make shit up. You're like, Molotov cocktails being thrown at the police is such a bad look. I agree with the protests, but the optics are horrible. Why can't people protest without destroying their community? The cops are the ones destroying the fucking community, jackass. And they're doing it with our fucking taxpayer dollars. We fund them. We give them their salaries, their pension program. We give them the fucking weapons that they train on us. How the fuck do you not understand that? The thing that he's saying was a Molotov cocktail was literally a fucking tear gas canister that didn't deploy properly and is incendiary, so it fucking lit on fire, and the guy kicked it over in the direction of the cops away from the fucking dry brush and the buildings, and then got his ass beat and stomped on. Also, this was a very funny thing that took place as well. The New York Post reporter shot in the forehead with rubber bullets while covering the LA riots. Now, obviously, it's not funny to shoot a fucking New York Post reporter in the head. That's not the funny part. The funny part is New York Post, literally an article prior to this, okay, had coverage over another fucking protester getting shot point blank. And the comments and New York Post's own commentary on it was hilarious. They're like, oh, it's so funny. It's so funny that like the cops are actually shooting these fucking little freaks. And then they covered this story when their own fucking reporter got shot in the fucking forehead. They had to shut off the comments on that one. I wonder why they had to shut off the comments on their own fucking article when it was their own reporter that got shot in the head. Wow, it feels like the cops don't make a distinction between who's a protester, who's actually doing violent acts, or who's a protester who's simply protesting, or even who's a fucking member of the press. Interesting. Even then, they don't fucking say who shot them. It's obvious who shot them. You see it in the fucking sights. Look. Is no one going to talk about the fact that that was one hell of a shot? There are laws against targeting press. Former police officer, never once was I taught shoot the press during my riot control class. Just FYI for y'all. If anyone had any doubt that the Australian reported this, should make it obvious. They're targeting the press. Freedom of press is a right, not a privilege. That shot was crazy, not going to lie. He even caught the fucking sniper glare on his camera. Like, that's crazy. You should make a Substack or something to consolidate arguments and sources in one place. Yeah, it's called My Stream. Makes the scope glint you were seeing yesterday even more scary. Yeah, I will tell you right now, when you see the fucking scope glint, it's terrifying. And I saw it on multiple occasions with the fucking Los Angeles Sheriff's Department freaks at the front line, and then also with the federal agents that were above the building, the lens flare or whatever the fuck it's called. Representatives are now being indicted for anti-ICE behavior. The Democrat Party impeached Trump because he delayed weapon shipments to Ukraine by a day, but not over him sending U.S. military troops onto the streets of Los Angeles to put down anti-ICE protests.
I mean, it's not wrong. Obviously, the real reason why they fucking impeached him is because he was doing something unconstitutional, which is to use previously ordained weapons transfers that the Congress had approved in an effort to get dirt on his like upcoming political opponent, which is still fucked up and worthy of impeachment. Make no mistake. It's so crazy that when you look at that in the rearview mirror, by the way, it seems like it was a lifetime ago and no one even thinks about that shit. Yeah, watching the KABC live stream in Los Angeles and it looks like the cops just shot a photographer that was filming on a roof. It's a cop riot, dude. It's a fucking cop riot. LAPD gives order to disperse.
This is the part of the large group that actually rushed the freeway earlier. They've been walking around, milling around after CHP formed a skirmish line to push them off of the freeway, the 101 on the right side of your screen. Traffic just reopening up, but the delays have quickly dissipated. At one point, the backup was going all the way back to Santa Monica Boulevard. Things are moving nicely now, but several dozen people being placed in zip ties and onto a bus where they will be given a citation. You can see LAPD with a skirmish line on the other side there. And if we go all the way up over towards Aliso and Alameda, you can see a larger group. This was a group that obeyed the initial dispersal order in front of the federal building. They moved away from the federal building. But now they're blocking traffic on the overpass over the 101 freeway.
By the way, I called this earlier today. National Guard troops are now protecting ICE agents as they make arrests in LA. I told you. They're going to say that ICE agents are federal law enforcement officers, which is true, they are, and that it is necessary for ICE agents to be protected. That's why they deployed the National Guard, so that they have extra arms and extra hands when they're doing these additional arrests. I think it's crazy. That is even more dangerous because what if these fucking guys actually end up, troops providing security for ICE in LA. What if these guys, when there's like any sort of response, any sort of fucking reaction to this provocation, they have lethal weapons, chat. Look, like this isn't riot control, okay? This isn't like crowd control. This isn't like, these are M4s. They got lethal weapons. LA is full of dangerous criminals, but not a single cop has been shot. Love to see how they justify this. I mean, there is no justification. It doesn't matter. People were ready to complain about fucking Mexican flags, dude. You think people who are complaining about Mexican flags give a shit about anything? Anything at all? Yeah, they're fucking, all the people that they arrested, they're putting on buses. They're going to detain them for a day and then release them, obviously. But this was a process that was conducted by Joe Brandon, famously, and his administration against pro-Palestine demonstrators. It is a measure that these people, that the law enforcement takes on specifically to create a chilling effect on speech and demonstrations. The reason why they're doing this is because they're saying basically, hey, we have the power to arrest you. We have the power to detain you. We have the power to fucking book you. And even if we release you the next day, it's over for the day. And you'll think twice before demonstrating again. What? Marines are reportedly refusing to take orders? No, I don't fucking believe that shit. That seems so... Dude, really? Really, Shockwave streams? Jordan Allen Bailey, Catholic, married, father of 7, registered nurse, Irish, lover of Guinness and Irish whiskey. This is your source? Like you sitting at home? You're right, chatter. I'm famously not participating in these demonstrations at all. Every single day that I go out, these motherfuckers are like, he's LARPing. Also, if he's not LARPing, he's actually on the front lines. Okay, then he should be arrested. Now that I'm covering it from home today so far, could still potentially go out to it. They're like, oh, classic, sitting at home, fucking asshole. It's interesting because it's like when I go out, when Marsh and I go out, we are extra careful not to fucking do anything that could provoke a response from law enforcement. And we don't do anything illegal. It's all on the fucking record. It's all on camera. I'm on camera the entire fucking time.
That police are starting to
but that doesn't stop cops from shooting at me.
Maybe indicates to people who are intent on causing problems that there will be consequences for them. Would you say that might be a part of this, the reason that they're so able and quick about taking people into custody today?
Mark, this is all about optics. I've been thinking this for the last 72 hours, and it's become more and more obvious that the optics here are really the priority for all of these different agencies, our local departments, again, the higher ranks all the way up to the politicians. It's very apparent that they are in place and ready to take action to avoid some of the ugliest pictures that have been coming out in the overnight hours and earlier over the weekend. I will say, just as a raw fact, the number of protesters out on the street this afternoon, including the group here, including the group at the federal building, including the folks that even rushed the freeway, they are far outnumbered by the number of law enforcement that are out here this afternoon. I would say for every protester out here, there's probably about a half a dozen. And so that just kind of gives you an idea of the ratio, law enforcement to protester. They are far outnumbered by law enforcement.
Certainly, Chris, thank you.
Usually it's the other way around, right? Normally we're talking about how law enforcement is so overpowered and outnumbered. It is the exact opposite today.
Yeah, and after 5 days of demonstrations in this area, you would imagine, too, just the law enforcement response, not only the numbers, but just the organization for knowing which areas, which streets, and how to best control this crowd. That kind of increases every day that they've been out there. So that's certainly good news as things hopefully remain peaceful. We do want to get now to Josh Haskell, who's been
for people saying this is how they break people's will to protest. It doesn't work that way. This kind of reaction and retaliation only invites more. This kind of provocation only invites more of a response. The only thing that's stopping from large crowds from going out and taking to the streets right now is that it's a fucking work day. That's it. This is exactly what happened with the fucking pro-Palestinian demonstrations too. The only reason why they stopped is because of summer. Saturday is going to be a fucking major media day as well.
Officers in those vehicles are over at that crowd of protesters who ran onto the 101 freeway and blocked traffic. But as Mark, Michelle, and Chris, you guys were just talking about, all day today, the California Highway Patrol has been stationed at every exit and entrance, even if we show you over there in the distance. That's more California Highway Patrol just waiting for something like this to happen. But I want to set the scene of where we're at. Most of the protests that we've seen today.
Chatters, yes, they will throw out the fucking charges for all the people that were arrested. They usually always do that. It's not about like actually keeping them in holding. Okay? It's not about keeping them in holding. It's about actually getting them to stop protesting for the day. That's the point.
Obey that dispersal order. About 40 to 50 of them were taken into custody. This crowd remains, and this is what we're dealing with right now. It's not a large crowd. It's been peaceful for the most part, but I can tell you that different people are coming from all sorts of directions, and I want to show you.
Yeah, I should maybe worry about the optics of kidnapping children, but I'm told optics are only for people protesting the kidnapping of children. Breaking. Federal agents in plainclothes and unmarked cars tried to snatch first graders from LA elementary schools, told staff that they had parental consent. They lied. When pressed, they hid their IDs. Department of Homeland Security admits they sent them. This was a test run for a police state. Think about how fucking insane that is.
After an unusual and disturbing visit, several federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security showed up at 2 elementary schools this week demanding to talk to students. What happened next has Superintendent Alberto Carvalho praising school workers and demanding answers. Eyewitness News reporter
Bro, they try to kidnap children, okay? They try to kidnap school children, like first graders and shit. What are we talking about, man? Yeah, the pedophile-ruled U.S. government is kidnapping children in broad daylight, but the deep state Republicans don't have a problem with it because the one doing it is a pedophile they like. And also, a lot of them are also pedophiles themselves. Pedocon is a theory only as far as like the theory of gravity is a theory, okay? Pedocon is a reality. These motherfuckers are all pedophiles, dude. Republicans, the overwhelming majority. Holy fuck, every single Republican politician. Oh my lord, dude. Oh my fucking lord. How many of them have to be outed as sex pests and pedophiles? It has already started. The protests are starting all around the country, in New York as well. By Saturday, this shit is going to be a biblical sized protest because all the liberals are going to come out on Saturday as well.
These are the people that are out on the streets right now. They're people just like you. They're nurses, they're teachers, they're doctors. We saw people from all different walks of life on the protests when we were out there. Okay. But also on Saturday, there is a libbed up version of the protest. So that is going to bring all of the wine moms, the Debras, the Barbaras, the Hanks, everyone and their mothers are going to be out. We will also be out, obviously.
Decision coming any moment. Clear that the mayor of Los Angeles supports it. We've got live pictures of protesters in New York and Chicago filling the streets. In fact, new video just into out front of a car in Chicago moving through a protest. It appeared to push a few.
This happened yesterday as well. We filmed this in LA
Sign
too.
holders there in the protest in Chicago before then speeding away. So unclear exactly what we were seeing there. Also, large protests underway in New York City, protesting Trump's deportations and the use of ICE officers with those ICE raids. Shimon Prokupez is out front in New York City. Whitney Wild is out front in Chicago. I want to begin, though, with you, Shimon, in New York. And what are you seeing there?
Aaron, one of the largest protests that this city has seen in quite some time. This protest has stretched for blocks from each side of the avenues, from 6th Avenue. We're now on Hudson Street, and we've been going for about nearly 2 hours. And you can see people are holding signs saying ICE out of New York City. We've seen flags of Mexico. We've seen the Palestinian flag, and really just a convergence of different issues and different concerns that people here in New York City have. Also,
my worry is that there's going to be counter protesters. There's immediately in New York, there's counter protesters. This reminds me of that one fucking kid who in New York, there were a bunch of people who were protesting outside of an ICE facility in New York. And this kid walked up to them and started talking to them about fucking Palestine and shit. And the guys were like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? This is an ICE facility. We're protesting fucking ICE kidnappings. And he's like, I don't know. I saw people with keffiyehs. So I got excited. And of course, there they are, the counter protesters. The optics of different flags, man. The optics of foreign flags. Fucking loser. Please join us. Thank you, Donna Andrea, for making a flyer and arranging. Counter protest. There's only one solution. Deportation revolution. Oh, God, they're so fucking lame. They're so goddamn lame. And urge the removal of non-citizens. Amazing community note. Representative Jordan has an Israeli flag outside of his office door. This is a message, not a flag. No, that's not a foreign flag, man. That's another state. That's like having a state flag, you know? Jim Jordan's simply putting his own... What the fuck?
Like they were doing specific drills on crowd control. President Trump sent them yesterday to help the California National Guard with the LA protests. Eyewitness News reporter Rob McMillan live in Seal Beach with more on
Oh my God, the dumbest fucking crayon eating hogs, dude. Oh my Lord, it is so fucked. Curfew decision in 30 minutes. I think in order for me, I looked it up. While we were in the process of looking at the curfew situation, I looked it up. I have to have a LAPD press pass potentially, and I can still get arrested even if I haven't for violating the curfew. If I were to go to the area, she's most likely going to put forward a limited curfew in certain parts of downtown Los Angeles. I'm trying to see how I can get potentially credentialed. Okay. It's not worth the slop. It's not slop. Do you know who coined the term burger Reich? Yeah, me. I did. Why? Are other people outside of this community finally fucking using it? No, I don't think Matt Christman said burger Reich. Wait, was it Matt Christman? Did Matt Christman also say it? No, I think he said something different. No, Matt Christman coined Treatlerites and the treats theory. He might have been, to be fair. I mean, he's brilliant. He's infinitely smarter than me. Yeah, Matt Christman came up with the grill pill. He came up with CNN talking about military ICE raids.
It's different than the items that Mr. Miller talked about there perfectly, which kind of outlined that sort of dealing with the protests and having the National Guard and local law enforcement, state and local, deal with those individuals and those that are causing harm to be arrested. That is separate than having military officers, service members integrated into domestic enforcement operations. ICE operations, it's not like playing Call of Duty, and it is nothing like the sort of the capabilities that the Marine Corps, which would bring to the table, and the sort of lethality and the sort of capability and sort of the tactics and techniques, sort of integrating military forces into domestic immigration operations against those that had legal status here a few weeks ago that are non-criminals is extremely dangerous, both for the communities and for the service members themselves.
You know, John, to that end, the Marines getting additional training today, despite what Secretary Hex has said that they're fully trained in this additional training. What kind of training do you think that is?
Well, what the Marine Commandant testified today was that they had been trained in de-escalation and crowd control. These are incredibly highly trained Marines, though. This is the 2nd Marine 7th Battalion. They come from 29 Palms. They are specialists in operating in desert environments, in close quarters combat. They're a rifle company. So this would be a fairly dramatic departure from the work that they did from Guadalcanal to Anbar Province.
Karen Bass is on MSNBC with Chris Hayes right now. HasanAbi head Chris Hayes is interviewing the Los Angeles
told
mayor.
In the beginning, this was going to be gang members, violent criminals, drug dealers. And I have a hard time imagining that's who is in a Home Depot parking lot. You know, in our city, we have day labor structures where people are not just hanging out. And so they were waiting. And day laborers are people who work every single day. They seek employment day after day. They are just trying to survive. And to have them being chased through a parking lot, or to have an office be raided where the family members are calling home saying, hey, I think I'm going to be detained. And then the family shows up with small children and they watch their parents be carted off, and then they can't contact them. They don't know where they are. The people that are detained have no legal representation or no access to legal representation. And from the immigrant rights community, which is a very well-developed, established community in Los Angeles, this is a serious departure from the way things were handled in the past.
The Deputy Chief of Staff of the White House, Stephen Miller, I want to say he has been talking about essentially you and the governor as guilty of essentially insurrection. He keeps using that word, and I want to read to you something he said about you. He said, Mayor again sides with the insurrection mob, tells ICE to abandon the city. Mayor Bass thinks it's shameful to defend the lives of ICE officers performing their constitutional duties, but not shameful that California spends billions subsidizing and rewarding the illegal alien invasion. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, I think it's a despicable comment. The way that our city has been characterized as hordes of migrants that have taken over our city, we're crime-ridden and civil unrest everywhere, is just a despicable characterization for the city that in 12 months is going to be hosting the World Cup. And we are a city of immigrants. There are a lot of sectors of our economy that are completely dependent on immigrant labor. Try the construction industry, where people say that 40% of the construction workers are Latino. I would venture to say that it's a lot more than that. In some areas, it's more like 90%. And so when you hit an occupation or industries like that, the childcare industry, the women who are working in homes, the gardeners who are landscaping, the small business owners who are documented or undocumented, but all of them are contributing to our economy. And so if you create a sense of terror in that sector of our city, then you are going to impact the overall quality of life and economy in our city. I was talking to someone today who said they went to their grocery store and there were shelves that were empty because the people were afraid to come to work and stock the shelves. That's the impact of having raids that are just completely unnecessary.
Since you just referenced this, I want to play you something the president said about Los Angeles. I asked you about the Stephen Miller quote, and I don't want to engage too much back and forth, but the president is directing some significant resources and rhetorical fire at your city. Here's what he had to say about Los Angeles earlier today in front of active duty troops at Fort Bragg.
Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible.
What do you think of that?
I have no idea where he's talking about. It is not Los Angeles. I will tell you that when I look at some of the footage of what is happening, you can get the sense that there is civil unrest happening citywide. I have to tell you that the vandalism and the protests that you are looking at is taking place in several streets, individual streets in the downtown area. It is not even all of downtown. And so to depict our entire city this way, or to characterize our city that our city is under duress is just not accurate. If you go 1 or 2 miles in either direction, you don't know that anything is happening at all. We do not need federal troops.
I'm so fucking fed up with law enforcement. I can feel my blood pressure rising. I never thought I would be in this chat supporting you, but over the last 4 months, I've been watching you a lot through people who hate you, but I found myself consistently being like, this is the most disingenuous way of interpreting your view on things. The hate watchers unironically made me a fan of yours. Hell yeah. Welcome to the fight. There are many people like you in here. Trust me. Yeah. Hate watchers, hate watchers that come in from other communities indirectly create a pipeline to my commentary because I'm so fucking consistently right about what I say is going to happen that inevitably people go, okay, well, he was right about this. And the dude who was yelling about his position was wrong. Sometimes it happens in real time, like that Hutch video that we watched, which is really funny, obviously. But usually it takes, a decent amount of time, a couple months. There were hella people at the fucking protest that were saying that too.
As Donald Trump tries to justify his use of the military, California Senator Adam Schiff responds to the president. That's next.
We've waited so long for this.
Yeah, I mean, the Marine rule of... Ken wanted me to... Hold on. By the way, chatters... Ken wanted me to post this in my community because he knows we got a lot of fans, even active duty service members potentially. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. If you know anything about the use of force cards given the troops deployed to Los Angeles, text me securely via Signal at 202-510-1268. If you know anything about the use of force cards, this is just a sample. It's just one example of the use of force cards that normally are given out. Listen, maybe maybe you know somebody who knows somebody. I don't know, but you can send this. Oh, sheriff's is the standard pass that's mostly used. Unfortunately, it takes some time for their turnaround. Here's the application. This is the LAPD one. Okay. I'm getting information on how to also fill a Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and a Los Angeles Police Department press clearance. Not that it fucking stops the cops from still, deploying tear gas on me or even arresting me potentially for violating a curfew. But I'm trying to make sure that we do this in the best possible way. So I'm working on getting that clearance so I can maybe navigate a little bit easier. You might want to dress differently. What are these cards for? I assume Ken suspects that... Lady Tony, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I assume Ken suspects that these are going to be handed out for rules of engagement for all of the troops that are being deployed. Wear the nurse uniform. Yeah, I'm not wearing a fucking MAGA hat. Here's the other thing, by the way. Murat, don't do that. Here's the other thing I wanted to show you guys. Remember that Mormon guy, that fucking right-wing influencer? The right-wing influencer that will go around and ask silly ass questions to people in an effort to belittle them and stuff. Nick Shirley, yeah, he had a not so pleasant interaction with some protesters and he posted it. He's been going all around and going on a fucking tear with this here. Anti-ICE protesters in LA try to rob me and kick me out of their streets. Also, he misspelled there, just so you understand how fucking stupid he is. Now, look at the interaction that I had. Match the interaction that I had with every single person that was at these protests versus this guy.
He's a fucking white nationalist. Fuck this guy. You're not a fucking bitch.
Don't touch the camera.
You're a fucking bitch. I know.
Hey.
You're a fucking bitch. I don't do anything. Get the fuck out of here. I know you fucking...
What's up? Well, I mean, I was around these dudes the whole day. It's just it's just so crazy. It's just so wild. There is obviously there's a reason for it, because these guys literally go and antagonize the protesters and try to fucking actually film people without their consent, film people doing like things that might not be legal, you know, that sort of shit. Clip chimp them IRL.
Motherfucker. I know who the fuck you are, you fucking Republican bitch.
Bro, you don't need to put. This is one of them. They're gonna get us.
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna fucking tell it to his fucking face. You fucking little faggot.
What did I do?
You know what the fuck you do?
What did I do?
You know you fucking antagonize people? Oh, fuck your fucking bitch ass up.
I'm not doing
anything. Get the fuck out of here. Just like the cops. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, I have a right to be here just like you.
Yeah, so do we, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm not.
So why the cops here? You're a fucking cop. That's what you
I'm
fucking
not the
are.
cop.
Yeah, you are. You fucking
How am I a
asshole.
cop?
You want to fucking...
He's one of those diet Tyler Oliveira types. Yeah, full video. Los Angeles is fallen. Rioters are taking over the streets. Rioters are throwing bricks at cops. Organized groups are planning attacks. All this shit. Mexico flags of the LA protests. Like, that's what he's doing. He's like, and also he's getting 500 fucking likes on this shit too. Like, he's trying to cut as much as he can. He got into a Channel 5 interview here as well. LA protester believes the U.S. belongs to Mexico. This is our city and this was Mexico. It's correct, by the way. Yes, it used to be Mexico. That's not an incorrect statement. But of course, you don't know that, and therefore it doesn't matter. LA protesters threaten to dox law enforcement. Oh no, public servants. Yeah, also, this is his full video going into CCOT. He went into fucking El Salvador and did a puff piece for the goddamn slave camp.
And they're on the move. They did head toward the front steps there of the federal building, but then they seem to have regrouped, and now they've decided to go back north on Los Angeles and westbound on Temple. Where their final destination may be, that is unknown, or if they're just going to circle downtown here for a while. But the group is large and continues to grow. Most of the demonstrators are on foot, but we do have some people that are in a caravan behind them in vehicles, and in front of them we noticed we did have some folks on bicycles. So different forms of transportation here that are participating.
Why do you support giving Cali back to Mexico as if Spain has a claim to America? As a California resident, I unconditionally and firmly offer my full support as a legal California tax-paying, natural-born U.S. citizen resident that pays a fuck ton more in taxes than you ever will in your entire life. Believe that California should be rightfully under the protectorate of Claudia Sheinbaum and the Morena Party. That is right. Cal exit. Hashtag Cal exit. Hashtag Claudia Sheinbaum. Hashtag my queen. That is exactly what I want. That's called democracy. Okay, we are democratically being annexed by the wonderful, glorious state of Mexico. Send in the Mexican National Guard now. Save us. Liberate us. Liberate us. Claudia Sheinbaum. I will gladly become a second-class citizen under the protectorate of Claudia Sheinbaum, and maybe even get harassed for not knowing Spanish. It's fine. I'll learn, okay? I'll go from no hablo español to yo hablo español. Si hablo español. Yeah. No mames way. Oh my God. Wait, is that the fucking guy? In Irvine, California, ICE agents drove a phalanx of military vehicles to arrest a person, though not for illegal immigration. They were seeking a resident's son who allegedly posted flyers alerting neighbors to the presence of ICE agents. Oh, I hate these fucking pieces of shit. Never seen you simp so hard. Chinga la migra. I'm also fine with turning California into a forward operating base under the protectorate of Xi Jinping. That's another thing that I'm on board with as well. If it's not Claudia Sheinbaum, then Xi Jinping also I will democratically vote for. I don't know Mandarin either, but I am willing to learn. Seeing all the smart people rush to scold us and say these massive civil rights protests are a bad idea because 2020 protesters helped Trump. Anyways, I wonder who won the election that year. There were 8 straight months of protests before the election. While they weren't necessarily to help Democrats, Biden won. The idea that the protests, which influenced public opinion in a leftward manner, helped Trump isn't only absurd, it's gaslighting to the highest degree. This is a problem with the establishment. They don't see politics as a practice of changing minds or public opinion, as something the people can lead. They want to maintain total control on opinion, keep it to the least imaginative ambition, and gaslight you for calling it out. If you disagree with the goals of the protest, say that. Don't make some meta argument about how the public will feel about the protest. You're part of the public. Stop trying to be the boss of what the public does or does not get to feel. Sick of this completely cynical shtick. Exactly.
My thoughts exactly. I hate this fucking stupid ass song and dance that everybody entertains, that everybody must play, where it's like, oh, well, you know, I like the energy. I just don't like that you're protesting in a way that I don't think is the best way to protest. And like, it's not even me. I'm not even mad. I just think that other people might get mad. And it's like, no, you also don't like the protests. You don't like that there's any protest whatsoever, because you would much rather behave as though you have the morally consistent pro-immigrant framework, because obviously openly recognizing that you don't have that for holy fuck, that has 38,000 likes. Bro, the tide is shifting. The tide is shifting. The tide is shifting. The tide is shifting against these fucking reactionary charlatans. I swear to God. Even on Twitter, oh my God. As before I retweeted it. People who think protesting is bad are anti-American. It's not that they think the protesting is bad. I'm sure there's like things that they would be on board to protest, but they would probably be like modest tax cuts for small businesses or some shit. Okay? They wouldn't necessarily be, they would be modest tax cuts for small businesses. That's what they would protest for. Okay? Nothing else. That Hutch clip is peak. I know. Shouldn't everyone who cares about advocating for what they think is the best way to protest, I'm struggling to grasp the argument being made, be okay with people protesting in less than ideal ways? Yes, that's unironically what I'm saying. Be okay with people protesting in less than ideal ways. That is precisely what I'm saying. Yes. Can I make it more clear? The reason why I say this is because if you understand the dynamic of state violence and different forms of structural violence, you understand that nothing the protesters have done so far, or nothing the protesters can really do, would ever meet the standard of violence of the state. This is precisely why there is a major asymmetry between the types of violence that the cops get to do, or the types of actions that the cops get to take, versus the protesters. The protesters are people like you. They're citizens. They're not an alien force, okay? They're citizens that come from different backgrounds, that come from different demographics, that are, you know, sometimes Mexican American, Argentinian American, Guatemalan American, okay? They're just like you. And they're protesting, which is, of course, perhaps one of the most American things that they can do. And when they are protesting overwhelmingly peacefully, the alternative on the other side, the escalations, almost always comes from the police. The police are the ones who deliberately provoke, deliberately anger. So if you ask this question like, oh, why are people not talking about the best ways to protest? There are good ways to protest, okay? Setting up mutual aid, ensuring that people have proper protective gear, masks, okay? Ear protection, eye protection in the form of goggles, and distributing said necessary items to the protesters. All of that stuff is fantastic, and that is appropriate in terms of talking about like how to best protest. Criticizing the protesters waving Mexican flags is not an appropriate criticism of the protest at all. Hyper-focusing on the limited amount of violence in response to the provocations from the cops, and violence that is marginal and that would never reach the standard of the state, are ridiculous criticisms of the protest, oftentimes dished out by people who have no interest in the protest whatsoever, but instead, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was just confused by what people think is constructive criticism / equals you don't really care, you know? Yeah, I don't care. And I'm very open about not caring about this, because once again, people make a mountain out of a molehill out of the tiny infractions that happen in a decentralized grassroots movement that is an uncontrollable force for the most part, okay? Meanwhile, you have a systematized form of violence in policing, in riot control, in what they consider to be crowd control, okay? That is directed violence at the taxpayers who pay their salaries, who pay their fucking weapons, who pay for their gear. That is not the best use of funds whatsoever. So when there is spontaneous bouts of retaliation, or when someone goes in and does something that I think is not good at all and dangerous, like burning a fucking Waymo in the middle of a crowded street,
I'm not going to focus on that too much, because ultimately, I think I would be incredibly hypocritical to hyper focus on a fucking burned Waymo when literally 100 meters away from that burned Waymo are people being burned with chemical weapons that are being deployed on them by the police force. That, I think, is infinitely more damaging than the bottom line of Google-owned Waymo. Okay? Yes, the best response to people pointing out imperfect protesting would be to point out that the police are shooting people in the head with rubber bullets. That's why I always redirect people's attention back to who actually is the real vector of harm here. Okay? Like, people talk about civilians stopping traffic for a short period of time in an effort to protest against ICE kidnapping their neighbors. Okay? ICE kidnapping their neighbors is the inflection point. It is an unjustifiable act of violence, serialized, systematized, and legalized by the state. It, of course, invites a reaction. It provokes people. It's understandable reaction to unjustifiable detentions. Okay? Now, in the process of that reaction, the police also block traffic for a lot longer than the citizens do. They block traffic for the rest of the night, as a matter of fact. And the reasons for why they block traffic is very different. Citizens block traffic to protest, okay, in a peaceful manner. It's a nuisance, sure, but it's ultimately a peaceful demonstration. Police block traffic to create a staging ground so that they can use said staging ground to continue brutalizing the citizens. But people never actually get mad about the police breaking shit or the police actually stopping traffic. Okay? That's it. If you care about property damage, there are plenty of instances where cops are fucking deploying incendiary explosive devices in a crowded neighborhood, lighting shit on fire. Okay? Yeah, this protest is very safe, lol. This protest is very safe, actually. Like, it has been. Most protests are. The overwhelming majority of protests are safe until cops decide to escalate. Because people don't operate with violent intention. They don't want to fight cops. Cops have gear. Cops have lethal weapons. Cops have less lethal weapons that they actively use. They have chemical weapons they use on crowds as a mechanism of dispersal. Why the fuck would anybody do that? You think people just have a death wish? No. People only do that because they're there and the cops use it on them, and then they understandably get angry and throw things back at the fucking riot police in response. Oftentimes it's just a bottle of water, which is nothing, right? It's nothing. When you got fucking full tilt, like you got armor on, a bottle of water is nothing. Sometimes it might even be a fucking rock. But if you get angry at a bottle of water being thrown at cops, then you should be unimaginably angry at the unconscionable violence that's coming from cops that are armed, that are heavily militarized, that are throwing incendiary explosive devices into a crowd of unarmed people. They shoot you with rubber bullets and pepper bags from a distance that could easily kill you. Think about that. This is the reason why I don't spend a crazy amount of time hyper focusing on, policing the protesters, because I think that is ultimately frivolous, it's ultimately unproductive, and it's most often deployed by people who have no interest in supporting these protesters whatsoever and are simply looking for a moral out to say, yeah, I was with the cause until I saw them wave non-American flags, or yeah, I was with the cause until I saw them, I don't know, fucking one guy in a crowd of like thousands throw a fucking water bottle at a cop. But I also think that the violence that came before and after that is totally fucking valid when it's coming from the police. People only see protests through the lens of cops being the good guys holding order in retaliation of Western states, mainly the US and EU. Just imagine this. Not even the EU. Americans love watching French protest videos where dudes will just straight up duke it out in hand-to-hand combat with police. But when I once famously said, the more violence that you can do in self-defense to police, the more civilized the country is, people clipped that and lost their minds over it. The more you can engage in self-defense, the more there's parity between a police officer and a regular citizen, the more modern and the more civil a society truly is. Americans literally lose their minds at hearing that. That when they hear that, they go, what the fuck are you saying? That is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. It's not even in their, like, it's not even something that they can comprehend. The average American unironically believes that if a police officer's feelings are hurt, they should be able to kill you on the spot. It's crazy to me. They're people, right? Aren't they supposed to be people? They're not like a naturally occurring phenomena. Fucking gray bars again. I need to fix these alerts, man. I might have to revamp my whole shtick, do a full-blown overhaul. Ironically, LA has officially will enact curfew for parts of downtown Los Angeles, according to CNN. Even though I'm literally watching CNN right now and I don't see them saying that there will be a curfew. Yeah, what's funny about this, of course, is that it is the exact same sentiment behind the Second Amendment, which is why Republicans who believe in the Second Amendment, my Second Amendment is there to protect the first, that type of shit, are also the biggest bootlickers ever known to man. They just want to have their fucking toys. They want to have their toys, and they want to be able to use it on like unsuspecting individuals who actually didn't do any crimes whatsoever, but simply were a nuisance to them. That's it. They're fucking LARPers. They're fetishists. The average unarmed protester, the average queer English major unarmed protester with a septum ring and purple hair in Los Angeles that's out in the streets right now getting fucking peppered and getting tear gassed is infinitely braver than the biggest fucking Navy gravy seal, okay? The most like hopped up on steroids gravy seal motherfucker with arsenal of weapons. That person's got no protection and they're still out there non-binary, being all queer and purple haired and with a septum ring and duking it out with the fucking cops with no protection whatsoever. Go ahead. Tell me that person is tell me that person isn't brave. Anyway, does that mean that you like the wokes now? I mean, if we're being fucking honest about it, there's never been a moment where woke went away. I've been keeping it very much alive here. People seemingly never let me live that down. What the fuck? Oh, remove paywall. LA police counter protesters. As LA police counter protesters, Trump doubles National Guard deployment. Officials contrast legitimate LA protesters with those looking for an opportunity to create chaos. 11 minutes ago. Wait, what we're seeing in Los Angeles goes far beyond Trump's calls for deporting criminals as a step towards authoritarianism and start democracy at crossroads. Watch live at 6:30 p.m. Tonight, Governor Newsom's address, Democracy at Crossroads. Why the fuck's he promoting this, dude? Like when are you going to be arrested, Hasan? I don't know. Wouldn't you like that? Again, a pathetic and weak person who's like, I think you're a nuisance and I have no self-control and I can't just like click away from your stream. So I'm hoping that the fucking government takes care of you. Like, how weak-minded, how much of a fucking worm-like individual are you? You know? How much of a fucking cowardly worm-like individual are you? Most likely spending years talking about how much you are a defender of free speech, only to turn around and be like, actually, I've decided speech that I don't like should be met with criminal penalties. At least the hysterical SJW archetype that you fucking yelled about for years and years that you fantasized as like making, fantasized as made video game titties smaller or whatever, actually has a morally righteous position. Maybe they're not the best on camera. Maybe they come across as kind of fucking annoying, but ultimately they are on the morally correct side and they believe what they're saying. You, on the other hand, are pathetic. You have no discernible position. You're simply a pathetic worm who complained about SJWs only to fucking turn around and demand that people you don't like get arrested. At least SJWs were just simply like censoring, I don't know, not censoring, but like trying to fucking change art. It was annoying and I didn't like it either. But you want motherfuckers to get arrested.
Downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties.
Please.
So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. I want to thank the governor for his partnership and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance, again, it will begin at 8 p.m. tonight and go until 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will consult with elected leaders and law enforcement officials tomorrow on the continuation of the curfew, but we certainly expect for it to last for several days. The curfew area will be between the 5 freeway and to the 110 and the 10 freeway to where the 110 freeway and 5 freeway merge. You look at the map and you can see that the city of Los Angeles is a massive area, 502 square miles. The area of downtown where the curfew will take place is 1 square mile. I think it is important to point this out, not to minimize the vandalism and violence that has taken place there. It has been significant, but it is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile
We're
is
going to
not
violate the curfew
affecting
with
the
Murat.
city. Some of the imagery of the protests and the violence gives the appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not. So everyone must abide by this curfew. Limited exceptions will apply for residents, people traveling to and from work, and credentialed media representatives. With that, I would like to turn it over to
that's why I needed the credentials.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor stated, a curfew for the impacted area shown here will go into effect tonight. And I want to be absolutely clear that if you're within that designated curfew zone between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And are not exempt under the order, you're going to be subject to arrest. The curfew boundaries are as follows: from the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway, and from the 10 freeway to the point where the 110 and the 5 merge. Easier to look at it on that map for description. The curfew is necessary, a necessary measure to protect lives and safeguard property following several consecutive days of growing unrest throughout the city. Since Saturday, we've seen a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. On Saturday, LAPD officers made 27 arrests. On Sunday, that number rose to 40. By Monday, arrests totaled 114, and today alone, we've made 197 arrests. The recent days, it's been as a part of a unified command with our partner agencies who've responded through mutual aid compact and been very, very helpful to us, and we're very thankful for that participation. Of those I mentioned for today, 130 were arrested near Commercial and Alameda. An additional 67 were taken into custody after unlawfully occupying the 101 freeway near Commercial Street. Our CHP partners were instrumental in that. So again, let me be clear that this behavior, blocking freeways, city streets, and on-ramps, refusing to comply with lawful dispersal orders, and interfering with public safety operations is dangerous, unlawful, and won't be tolerated. If you are in the curfew zone during the restricted hours without that legal exemption, you will be arrested. If you assault an officer in any fashion, you will be arrested. We're operating under a unified command with our partners at the Los Angeles City Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol. We're fully coordinated, and our shared mission is clear: to restore peace and ensure the safety of everyone in our city. We previously mobilized part of our department at LAPD while keeping our ability to be able to provide the services that our community deserves going. We're going to be adding to that deployment with additional internal LAPD resources in the days ahead. The curfew does not apply to residents within the designated area, individuals experiencing homelessness, credentialed media, or public safety and emergency personnel. To be clear again, that's not about silencing voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city's safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act. We urge all Angelenos to cooperate with these public safety measures.
You said, I can't wait to see what Republicans say about the citywide curfews imposed. They're going to love it. They're like, I hope they kill people that violate the curfew.
Let me introduce now the councilwoman who...
Journalists, you cannot be cited for curfew violations while out reporting tonight. That's what I thought too, but they're saying credential media reporter, so I'm trying to see if I can get the credentials.
Today, not just as the council member who represents downtown LA, but
by the way, getting credentialed doesn't mean that you can fucking still report. They can still arrest you, okay?
Los Angeles began right here.
Yeah. Republicans be like, bring in the FEMA coffins too. Put them in a FEMA camp. And then kill them.
A place with rich culture and deep community.
Kill them in the
Is a
FEMA
place where
camps.
workers clock in before sunrise and small business owners know their customers by name.
People are saying PSL
where
are
neighbors
feds.
greet each other on the sidewalk and where generations
What?
of families have built lives, shared stories, made memories together side by side. It's one of the most vibrant and resilient and hopeful parts of our city. But too often, downtown LA is treated like a backdrop for major events, not the living, breathing community it is. And right now, it's hurting.
What?
I am deeply proud that downtown has always been the place where Angelina...
They're saying PSL are feds because I hate to bring this up in public, but I'm left with no choice. We had a conversation yesterday with some PSL leads about this action, how micro-organizers in the DMV were not consulted on this. We flagged that Columbia Heights is a densely populated immigrant community, and this rally will bring ICE and a bunch of cops to the community. They also mentioned they do not have a safety plan if there are mass arrests. I understand the need for mass mobilization, but when your local migrant organizer is telling you not to do this action, or you're not listening, yeah, I don't think PSL are feds. Everybody stop fucking crying and saying CIA alert. PSL is Party for Socialism and Liberation. And no, I don't fucking agree with this at all. I don't agree with this statement at all. I'm not entirely familiar with fucking Columbia Heights, so I can't speak on it, but I don't, they're not fucking feds. Alex is the one who I was asking for help with the sheriff's department. Press credentials. LA Mayor Karen Bass announces curfew for 1 square mile of downtown Los Angeles tonight from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. She's declared a local emergency in this area where we've seen the worst violence. The worst violence. Man, the violence has been so crazy. As someone from the area, they aren't feds, but it's a bad idea in that area. I mean, here's the thing. In this migrant community, when PSL puts out a fucking call like that, the expectation is not for undocumented migrants to attend the protest. The expectation is for privileged people who have documentation to attend the protest to do a big demonstration and a show of force. Obviously, if you are undocumented, you should not be anywhere near a protest like this. I don't personally think it's that bad of an, like they're saying, oh, this will invite ICE into this community. The notion that like ICE is not aware of this massive fucking Latino community is crazy. Yeah, Bass said the curfew will last several days. I know. This is why I'm trying to fucking figure out what I can do. I also suspect that this is to specifically pack up anyone that wants to continue demonstrations at night. The event was packed here in ATL and was mostly non-white people. I noticed as a white guy. Also, the fellow Hasan viewer I met was a black woman, for the record. Okay, I don't know why you had to specify that. This is a very diverse community, as we know from all the people that showed up. Gruesome Newsom is going to be speaking in 30 minutes. We'll obviously be tuning into that. I live in downtown LA, but happen to be out of town. Won't be back until 17th. How will this curfew impact local residents? First of all, the curfew will be gone by then. Because if the curfew is still implemented by the 17th, we have way bigger problems than the fucking curfew. And secondly, no, of course, if you're residential, you're fine. Your freedom of movement will be a little restricted. Cops might fucking harass you. They might annoy you. Oftentimes, this is what happens when they implement citywide curfews like this, is like, it's not actually the protesters that get fucked over. It's literally the residents that get fucked over because they will unceremoniously detain you for no reason. Governor Newsom to address the nation in less than 30 minutes. Midas Touch got the YouTube exclusive to stream it. Oh, Midas Touch. What is this? I think ICE provoked this whole thing in LA. Stop. Why do you purposely show me bad takes? Why do you purposely show me fucking bad takes? It's just it's going to hurt my feelings. It's going to make me mad. I've already addressed all of the takes that needed to be addressed a million times over today. Why the fuck do you have to turn around and show me more additional bad takes? Newsom's position is that ICE officers should be able to carry out enforcement operations. Law enforcement should be able to handle unruly protests, and the rest of us should be free to live in a city that isn't heavily militarized for no reason. Stephen's position is that we should use the U.S. military to arrest and detain anyone he suspects may be undocumented, even if they're not. No, I don't think ICE officers should be able to carry out enforcement operations. No, fuck that. This was retweeted by Governor Gavin Newsom. Yeah, Governor Newscum and Mayor Karen Ass. Believe it, folks. Mayor Karen ass. She's so ass. No, I do not think ICE should be fucking operating inside of California at all. I don't think ICE should operate at all. Here's what I think. I think if someone is in the country illegally and they do a fucking crime, then obviously local law enforcement is going to apprehend them and prosecute them. Okay? Only after that person has done a heinous crime and charged and maybe even went to fucking prison for it can ICE actually move in to deport that person after going through a secondary court process with the proper immigration authorities. Okay? I don't think people who are just simply living in Los Angeles and not doing anything, not harming anybody, okay? I don't think those people should be fucking arrested and deported. They have families here. They've been working here. They should get proper fucking paperwork. You just said ICE shouldn't exist, though. Yes, ICE shouldn't exist. ICE didn't exist before 9/11. It was perfectly fine. It wasn't like there was mass amounts of undocumented crimes that were taking place on U.S. soil non-fucking stop when ICE didn't exist. It's bullshit. It was additional pork. It was an agency that did not need to fucking exist. Pre 9/11, it was called INS. Okay? And guess what? You know, here's another great testament to how undocumented migrants don't actually do fucking crimes. Okay? Reagan amnesty. Reagan offered amnesty to a fuck ton of undocumented migrants. What happened? Did they all just go, oh, yeah, thank God we have the full control over the law enforcement now. Like we can do all the crimes possible. Hell yeah, let's do crimes now. Is that what happened? It's insane. Like Britney Spears' iconic sophomore album, Oops, I Did It Again, is 3 years older than ICE. Yes. Nintendo GameCube is older than ICE, by the way. ICE can still be abolished. It's true. My dad came into the USA at 82 at 14. Luckily, he got amnesty. Yeah, also, amnesty still is a popular alternative, a more popular alternative to mass deportations. No one ever talks about it, but amnesty, mass conditional amnesty, okay, is significantly more popular than motherfucking mass deportations. It's not only more popular, but it is quite literally beneficial for American taxes, for American commerce. It is literally better to actually offer conditional amnesty to every undocumented migrant living on U.S. soil that hasn't done a heinous fucking crime or whatever, that has been living here for an extended period of time, that have lives here. It's so crazy. I have not yielded from this position even a little bit in the last 12 years that I've been a fucking professional political commentator. And it feels like every single day that passes, that becomes less likely of an alternative, regardless of the fact that it's still more popular than mass deportations.
And who are using violence, and those vandals should be arrested and prosecuted. But I think it's reasonable to set a curfew and hope things settle down.
So amnesty for everyone to fuck the rules? Bitch, what rules? It is an unjustifiable rule to begin with. And Reagan fucking did it too. What do you mean? Ronald Reagan did it. Shut the fuck up.
Of the country.
Yeah, and you just mentioned the president. One thing that he has been saying today is that the protesters that we're seeing, the agitators, the people who are causing violence, are paid. We don't have any evidence of that, but it is something that he's been saying repeatedly for the last several days. And today I want you to play.
But why is it unjustified? Okay, good question. Kevin Lowe Maxta, when did your family come here? I know your ass ain't Native American. When the fuck did your stupid ass parents come here? When? How many generations are you removed from not being on the American continent? If you say you're not okay, well, then suck my cock. I hope you never are allowed to enter this fucking country. Nope, sorry. Not going to hear from fucking foreigners, okay? Not going to hear from dumb fuck foreigners LARPing as American hogs and hogettes when I have to deal with the homegrown domestic terror here on a daily fucking basis. There is nothing more disgusting than fucking Canadian LARPers that come in here and they're like, oh, eh? Oh, I don't know, eh? What are we supposed to do? Don't you know? I love MAGA. Get the fuck out of here. Go be a nuisance in your own goddamn country. Okay? The people who here illegally are foreigners. Hey, dumb fuck. The people here illegally are not foreigners after they fucking live on U.S. soil for an extended period of time. Okay? Dumb fuck foreigners. I mean, yeah, ship them all out. You're correct. Yes, they are. Listen, just because you crawled out of your disgusting mother's pussy in a fucking American zip code does not give you extra fucking clout here, okay? That's all you did. You're still a fucking waste of space. I would rather deport your stupid ass, okay, to bring in 10 Guatemalans any fucking day of the week. You don't know how to do anything. You don't know your ass from your elbow. At least those motherfuckers, all they want to do is have a better life for themselves, okay? Ironic? Yeah, real ironic. You are a waste of space. You are a waste of energy. You are a waste of time, okay? Those dudes are trekking through insane conditions to be able to fucking get here for the promise of a better life for themselves and their families, okay? They're being shipped out as we speak, so yeah, I know. Is that going to make your life better? Do you think your family won't celebrate when you inevitably do the deed? They will. You will liberate them from the crushing anchor that you have become around their neck. At a certain point, they thought you showed promise. They bred you, okay? They educated you, or at least tried to, and look what you have become. Trust me on this, okay? Trust me. They're being shipped out as we speak. Your life is not going to get better even if 20 million migrants are deported from this country. You will still be the same pathetic pussy who fucking cries endlessly that nobody wants to be around him, whose friends and family members no longer pick up the call, whose family literally lies to every single person that comes for Thanksgiving dinner when people ask, "Where is Aaron?" And they say, "Oh, he's spending Thanksgiving elsewhere this year." Oh, that's interesting. He was spending Thanksgiving elsewhere last year, too. Meanwhile, you're upstairs masturbating to whatever fucking food porn you found, while on the second monitor you have your least favorite fucking Twitch streamer, and you're trying to jerk off with one hand and also type with the other in the chat of that Twitch streamer that you despise. You are a waste, okay? You're a waste of air. Keep fantasizing about the government doing cruelty to people who don't deserve it and hoping that that will somehow elevate your position in society. It won't, okay? Even if you fantasize about projections, yes, that's true. This is exactly my life. Yeah, you got me. Now listen. Ban for no reason law? What do you mean? If someone is fucking celebrating... If someone is celebrating migrant workers getting packed up and deported and shipped off to a fucking CCOT facility, and that hopefully makes them feel better about their fucking pathetic existence, that's not a ban for no reason. You're getting banned for being a dumbass white supremacist. I keep some of the pets in here at least so we can make fun of them, but there's only a certain level of like reactionary sentiment that I'll allow. He dislike you but not blame. What? I don't care if he likes me or dislikes me. Someone could love me in this chat. And if they were to come in here with that fucking energy, celebrating mass deportations, I'm going to fucking ban them. And if someone actually chooses what I get to do in my own fucking community, I'll ban them too, bitch ass. I saw you on the news and decided to see what's up, and it's wild how much people lie about you. It's true. Get the road spray out. Get the fucking road spray out, baby. Anyway.
Alvarez is here, CNN legal and national security analyst Carrie Cordero, and also CNN's chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst John Miller is with me. And John, obviously you have experience with the LAPD. Just from your perspective, as you're watching this play out tonight with this curfew that is for downtown Los Angeles, again, as the mayor said, it's 1 square mile out of the 500 square miles that encompasses LA. What do you make of what this is going to look like and how it will change or not what's happening on the ground tonight?
Well, I think what they're doing by making it so early, 8 p.m., and I mean, remember, Caitlin, this is the first curfew Los Angeles has had since the 1992 riots. And this is
Be careful when you do the deed, it can be used out of context to say you're telling people to game delete. No, of course not. I mean, game delete, like a save file, yeah, maybe. I mean, when I say do the deed, I mean, go take a shower, go to the gym, improve your life, It's up to interpretation.
So many officers gives them two opportunities. One,
move out of the house finally.
Off the X of that symbolic target, the courthouse
touch
and the
grass.
Jail. Two, it allows them to stop anybody who's moving in that area because they won't need any probable
I would never
cause
mean the
or any
other
particular
thing. I would
crime
never.
Curfew. If they're out in that area and they're not authorized, they can be arrested right away. But here's the key to this. Look at the arrest numbers. 40 on Sunday, 114 on Monday, 197 on Tuesday, and then 67 more by California Highway Patrol. So that's 264. They were reaching the pace within that small area of Los Angeles with these arrests to say, we're steaming towards something that is becoming too hard to work with this number of cops. Let's just lock it down.
Yeah, and I want to point out, if you can see, John, we're looking at Chicago right now and scenes coming out of there as, people might look at this and think, oh, that's Los Angeles. No, this is what's happening in Chicago. We saw it last night in Dallas and in Austin to a degree. We're watching with Shimon to see what's happening inside New York tonight, obviously, as everyone is staying on high alert for this. If you're law enforcement in another city and you're watching what's happening in LA, you're watching this curfew be put in place, is that something that they're paying attention to in case it is a cause or it's a need in places like Chicago?
Well, it is. Now, there are some key differences. Now, New York had its last curfew in 2020 during the riots after the George
Genuine
Floyd.
question: Canadians shouldn't get an opinion on this? No, everyone can have an opinion on this, but if it's a fucking right-wing one, I'm going to ban you just as I would fucking ban an annoying right-wing hog that is like celebrating these kinds of fucking actions. You know what I mean? You're allowed to have an opinion. You just, depending on how you put that opinion out there in a chat like this, and depending on how angry I am in that moment, honestly, you can get away with it or not.
Under their head count. This has been putting a real strain on the department in a very small area. They've got 725 officers in that area right now.
Yeah, why you ban me when I racist type
725
shit?
coming on at midnight. And what they're hoping to do is walk the tension level down and maybe get some of those resources, police resources, back to patrolling the rest of the city.
Yeah, we'll continue to see what happens. It's remarkable to see, when the last time these curfews were put in place. And Priscilla, in terms of what we're seeing happening in LA, we've been talking about the National Guard being there, what's happening with ICE, as Tom Homan said last night. These ICE arrests
Acting
are still
ICE chief
continuing.
promises
They're
to
not
neutralize
stopping
LA
because of what we're
rioters.
seeing
Suck
coming
my dick.
out of Los Angeles. We saw these images of what appeared to be National Guard troops helping ICE agents conduct these arrests, not actually arresting people, but basically kind of standing guard as they were.
Yeah, this was a remarkable image because of just how unusual it is. In fact, as soon as I saw it, you'll see it right there on your screen, that I texted my sources and no one had recalled an instance where National Guard was involved at all in any type of interior enforcement at Immigration and Customs.
No one could remember this happening.
No one could remember this happening. So this was a situation where National Guard has been deployed to serve as a security perimeter as well as to protect a federal building. In this case, they appear to be doing the former, which is providing a security perimeter as Immigration and Customs Enforcement continued their operations in Los Angeles, but it certainly marks an escalation because even if National Guard isn't arresting anyone, just serving as a security perimeter to ICE as they're conducting these operations is notable. And again, it's an image that no one that I've talked to can recall ever seeing before, even if we have seen, for example, National Guard helping along the U.S. southern border before. This in the interior is remarkable. And it is telling, Caitlin, of the bigger backdrop here, which is that the administration has been pulling every lever of government to try to get more assistance to ICE to drum up their immigration arrests. And this perhaps marks yet another moment, a remarkable one, as they move toward using National Guard as well.
Yeah,
even if not again for arrests.
Making that case to Republicans as well about boosting their funding. But Carrie, when you look at this, and we're waiting to hear from California Governor Gavin Newsom, he's been doing a few interviews here and there, but his first time, addressing all of California in terms of what's happening in Los Angeles tonight. In his response to the president bringing in the National Guard, a judge today declined to immediately basically put a restraining order on this lawsuit that he's filed over Trump calling in the National Guard. What do you make of that standing that he has there?
Well, I think
Gavin's
the
on
perspective of
in
the governor is
9
going to be the
minutes.
perspective of really what any other governor in the entire country would make, which is that they are the commander of their own National Guard, and they have
this protest is so left biased. Why don't they ask the government to get the documents if they have a job? Job equals support the country. Stopping ICE operations is not the solution in the first place. Brother, I'm going to very carefully explain to you what's going on right now, and I hope like we can clear up some miscommunication and some confusion that you're clearly demonstrating. ICE agents are conducting raids at job sites. They're getting the information from the IRS because not only are these migrants working at places of, places where they're participating in the flow of commerce, but they're also paying taxes. ICE knows where they live because the IRS knows where they live. The IRS knows how much they pay in taxes. The IRS knows where their place of business is, where their place of work is. ICE gets that information from the IRS and then uses that information to go conduct raids at job sites. Is this going to change your mind about why people are fucking frustrated and maybe, in your words, left biased? Considering that you seemingly also recognize it'd be fucking cruel and unusual to go after people who are simply working?
Donald Trump.
I await your response with bated breath. You've been following since 2023. Hopefully, we'll be able to reach you. Don't you need a social security number, which is given if you're a citizen? If not, how are they paying taxes? Just asking so I can educate myself to learn. Great question. Every single person that is not a U.S. citizen still gets a tax identification number, an ITIN. So if they do not have a social security, as obviously migrant workers do not, they get an ITN. They have some form of taxpayer identifier. Because I think we all know the goddamn federal government is very bad at a lot of things. But the one thing that they will not skimp out on is collecting taxes.
Is sending in the troops, not to Ukraine, not to Iran, not even to Greenland.
What about Tel Aviv? Oh my God.
But to LA, Los Angeles, the second biggest city in the United States, to crack down on people protesting ICE raids on a Home Depot. Shocking, right? We should be shocked. No president has deployed the National Guard without the consent of a state governor since LBJ in 1965, 60 years ago. And Trump isn't just targeting LA for military deployment.
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country.
So be shocked, but don't be surprised. This is who Trump is.
That's completely false. I own a business and you need to have an employee form filled out, and 90% of the time you need documentation to show you're a citizen. How do they pay taxes if they aren't citizens? Don't you need proper info to file taxes, etc.? Bro, I just literally told you the legal ways in which migrant workers that have either temporary protected status or are like awaiting their fucking court date for their permanent clearance will pay taxes. I gave you the actual identification. I gave you the actual individual taxpayer identification number. An ITIN is a 9-digit number the IRS issues if you need a U.S. taxpayer identification number for federal tax purposes but aren't eligible for a social security number. This is from obviously a biased fake website called irs.gov. Clearly, they're lying. Also, under normal circumstances, obviously, the IRS was supposed to keep this information private, but the Trump administration changed that in January 25, 2025. Literally, one of the first actions that they engaged in was to revoke the privacy of IRS normally under normal circumstances is only allowed to give out private information to taxpayers with a warrant. It's supposed to be private information. Now they're giving it to the ICE agencies.
This is what he said he would do if he returned to office. Were you not paying attention? Or were you accusing people like me of hyperbole and fear-mongering, of Trump derangement syndrome, when we said he was going to use the military against his domestic political opponents like the fascist autocrat he's always wanted to be. Did you not hear what Mark Esper, Trump's defense secretary at the end of his first term, revealed to 60 Minutes back in 2022 in reference to the George Floyd protests 2 years earlier?
Can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something. And he's suggesting that that's what we should do, that we should bring in the troops and shoot the protesters.
Trump asked his then defense secretary to shoot protesters with live ammo. Esper said no. That's why this time
Gavin is on. Where's Gruesome Gav? Gruesome Gov Gav. Do you have a link? Chat, send me a link. Let's hear what Gruesome Gov Gav has to say. Also known as New Scum. Wait, what the fuck? He's not live. Why are you guys... Bro, why are y'all always lying, bro? Why are you all always lying? You are always lying to me. You do this every time. He's not live yet, okay? That's why I was surprised that fucking CNN wasn't showing it.
There are easily thousands of people here in downtown Chicago. Earlier, we had this video, and I believe that we can show it to you. The major incident here was a car going through part of the crowd. They didn't plow right into the thick of the crowd, but it sort of wove through some of the protesters and clipped protesters on either side and then bolted down the street. That was at Wabash and Monroe, Caitlin. We're still working with the Chicago Police Department to find out more information about that, if that driver has been arrested, and any details that might help explain exactly why that happened. So right now, the protest is sort of is spreading out at the moment. Before it was a lot denser, but now you're seeing again the Chicago Police Department spread out in lines here, and the crowd is starting to break apart a little bit. Caitlin.
Okay, Whitney Wild, keep us updated with what you've been seeing on the ground as we're watching closely as these protests are not just happening in Los Angeles, as we can see, they're also happening in Chicago, New York, other cities across the United States as well. As we're monitoring, though, what is happening in LA and waiting to hear from the governor, who's expected to speak any moment now. We did just hear from the city's mayor, who said that approximately 23 businesses in downtown Los Angeles have been looted during the protests that we're seeing happening over the last few days.
Why is there no audio?
This comes as CNN has learned that the more than 700 Marines that we told you about last night
Why is there no audio?
activated to go and assist the National Guard. And
Are you fucking kidding me? What's going on? I didn't mute this window. What? Do you guys see the audio? It's not just you. Damn, he's spitting, dude. Wait, there's no way he prepared this like sexy ass big reveal and there's no fucking audio and the chat is disabled, so we can't even experience the joy. He's going hard right now. Midas Touch? No sound. Midas Touch exclusive. Holy fuck. 45,000 watching Midas Touch live stream right now. 46,000 started streaming 3 minutes ago. Oh my God, Midas Touch bangs, dude. They are literally, they are the top dogs. My bad. Midas Touch. I'm sorry. I didn't know what kind of fucking smoke y'all had. I didn't know what kind of crazy smoke y'all had, Midas Touch. Midas Touch apology form. I thought Asmongold was the #1 political content creator on the platform. Turns out it's fucking Midas Touch, bro. It's 4 minutes and already passed me. And no audio, too. Wait, there's sound here?
Federal judge. So we're not exactly sure what this press conference is about, but we are trying to bring that to you.
They don't even know what the press conference is about because it's muted.
From Mayor Bass that
oh, what a fucking clown!
Has been imposed in 1 square mile.
Oh, Gavin, you suck. You fucking suck. Hey, yo, Gav, this live stream shit ain't for you, big dog. Maybe instead of having Charlie Kirk on, you could have had me on. I could have taught you a thing or two. Oh, negative aura. Oh my God. Oh, what's up, Kaya? Gavin Newsom made a big show of making this announcement, and it was fucking muted the entire time. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, the Republicans are going to cook his ass. I think the Republicans are going to cook his ass. It's especially funny because he made like such a big show of it. You know what I mean? Boo, no sound, hacked, sabotage, Blue Anon on the Midas Touch tip, claiming sabotage.
I want to say a few words about the events of the last few days. This past weekend, federal agents conducted large-scale workplace raids in and around Los Angeles. Those raids continue as I speak. California is no stranger to immigration enforcement, but instead of focusing on undocumented immigrants with serious criminal records and people with final deportation orders, a strategy both parties have long supported, this administration is pushing mass deportations, indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of their roots or risk. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested, a 4-year-old girl taken, families separated, friends quite literally disappearing. In response, everyday Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions. In turn, the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful. Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was a use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video.
Say you're going to violently apprehend ICE agents.
If you incite violence, I want to
say
be
you're going to
about
use your police
If you
force as a
incite
military.
violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated.
No,
Full stop.
you're punishing the
Already
fucking Los
more than
Angelenos.
220 people
Punish
have been
ICE,
arrested,
Gavin.
and we're reviewing tapes to build additional cases, and people will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation.
The fucking
He
federal,
chose
the federal law enforcement
He
hasn't
chose
even done
theatrics
shit yet.
over public
They're
safety.
not allowed
He
to.
federalized
It's the
another
Los Angeles
2,000
cops
guard
that have escalated the
members. He deployed
situation
more than
every single day so
700
far.
Active U.S. Marines.
Those are your guys. You just
These are
thank
the
them.
men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces. Not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves. But they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? I ask everyone, take time, reflect on this perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions. This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself. Databases, quite literally, are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting the First Amendment.
Dude, this is like he's mustered up the courage to hit like 2016 anti-Trump lines finally.
What universities themselves can teach.
But like, I'm sorry, we need more than this. We need more than this. This is not 2016. This is fucking 2025. You need to be way more aggro now.
For no other reason than to, in his
He's
own
literally
words,
hitting all the liberalism high notes from 2016. Like, this is not us. We must resist against Trump, all this shit. But I think right now, what we need, oh my God, 127,000 people watching Midas Touch. God damn it, they're so sick. They're so popping.
Done in the past. Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made
I
that
succumb
order
to
apply
liberalism.
every state
I'm out.
in this
I'm
nation.
done.
This
Fuck
is about
this
all of
radical
us.
shit.
This
Liberalism
is
is
about
winning.
you.
I'm taking a knee.
California
I'm
may
taking a
be
bow.
first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government. There are no longer any checks and balances. Congress is nowhere to be found. Speaker Johnson has completely abdicated that responsibility. The rule of law has increasingly been given way to the rule of Don. The founding fathers, they didn't live to die to
The
see
rule
this
of
kind
Don.
moment. It's time for all of us to stand up. Justice Brandeis, he said it best. In a democracy, the most important office, with all due respect, Mr. President, is not the presidency, and it's certainly not governor. The most important office is office of citizen. At this moment, we all need to stand up and be held to account, a higher level of accountability.
Say it. We need to take
If
it
you
to the
exercise
streets.
rights,
Say it.
Please.
We need to disrupt
please,
ICE
do it
activities.
peacefully. I know many of you
Gavin
are
Newsom
feeling deep
says
anxiety,
it's time for the
stress,
citizens to
and
take up
fear.
arms and engage in
But I want
guerrilla
you to know
warfare.
that you are the antidote to that fear.
It's time for a
and that
peasants'
anxiety.
revolution.
What Donald
A
Trump
peasants'
wants
rebellion.
most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not.
Gavin Newsom, the rural farmland surrounds the cities. Make no mistake, we are numerous. Gavin Newsom, he's like, I'm putting weapons crates. I'm putting weapons crates in every town, in every neighborhood. Viva la revolution! Yeah, he watched Andor. Such a meaningless statement, I know. It's actually remarkable how little motion this statement had. I did think he was going to say something. Like, I thought he was going to say anything, like something different, something unique. No, it was just like, it basically served the function of like entertaining a bid for his 2028 run.
For the most part, he was certainly letting his feelings be known about President Trump, saying California is first, but it will not end. Democracy is under assault. The rule of law has given way to the rule of Don. He has asked people to exercise their First Amendment rights, but do it peacefully. And with that ends our coverage at this hour on the ICE raids in downtown Los Angeles. Thanks for watching KCAL News, and our live coverage will continue.
Back and forth between his state and Los Angeles specifically, and the White House and President Trump, including comments that the president has made saying that if he was his border czar, he would have Governor Newsom arrested, something that the governor there invoked as he was essentially referencing not only what we've been seeing play out in Los Angeles, which he was plenty critical of, including Trump bypassing the governor there to deploy the National Guard, also sending hundreds of Marines to Los Angeles. He also invoked The fact that he had implied having him arrested, the president's upcoming military parade that he's having here in Washington, his fight with Harvard, and he warned other states in that speech that, quote, other states are next. He said that Donald Trump is not opposed to lawlessness, and he invoked what happened on January 6th. He also addressed what we've been seeing play out over the last several nights in Los Angeles and condemned the violence and the vandalism. He pointed to the hundreds of arrests that have played out so far already in that city and said that they are working through video and compiling additional cases, as he thanked the Los Angeles Police Department for the work that it's done so far and said it was needless to have the National Guard also deployed there. Those were notable comments coming from the governor after a vicious back and forth between President Trump and Governor Newsom, as he has repeatedly criticized the job that Newsom has done and said if it was not for him sending in the National Guard, that Los Angeles would be burning to the ground. I want to bring in CNN's Priscilla Alvarez back here with me, also our chief and law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller. But Scott Jennings and Kate Bedingfield, I want to start with you because, Kate, obviously, to hear what we just did from Governor Newsom, he went far beyond just what has been happening in terms of Los Angeles and the protests there and how the president and the White House have responded. I mean, he has essentially was attacking everything that has happened over the last several months that Donald Trump has been in office. He said the moment that we feared has arrived.
Yeah, I think he's using this moment to channel some of the energy that a faction of the Democratic base wants to see from Democratic leaders. I think this is the
that's
kind
exactly
of thing
what it is.
that
But I mean that as a pejorative.
frustrated that Democrats are not taking on
Here's
Trump
my
directly.
assessment.
This is exactly
I foolishly thought gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom would have something new and interesting to say beyond what we've already experienced for the past couple of months. Wild that only now are we reaching levels of 2016 resistance liberalism when the moment requires so much more.
About Trump's lawlessness, about abuse of power, it can resonate.
I think there's got to be a little bit more emotion beyond. Like Gavin needs to go to the fucking protest and shit. You know what I mean? Like he needs to participate in action. Like we can't be doing 2016 liberalism. That already failed. Trump is president again. You know what I mean?
That it does.
Get the heater out. Okay, let that chopper sing.
Champions the Democratic
Come on,
Party.
Gav.
I think Democrats have to reconcile that. So,
you really
when Gavin
milked him with that one? Wait, what?
National attention as he does right now, and to take on Trump directly. There is an opportunity there to go back.
Like,
to the economy,
even if you're just simply issuing statements, you could say the moment has arrived. Fascism is actually coming to America. California is being treated as a testing ground because we have a robust economy and we are a functioning. We are a functioning state that proves the lie that Republicans tell all the time, that plurality does not work, that you can't be a diverse state with wonderful migrant communities and functionally exist. We disprove that narrative every single day here in California. And I, as gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, I am going to go out in the streets alongside my fellow Los Angelinos and demand changes. No more ICE in Los Angeles. No more ICE actions in the state of California. This is a sanctuary state. This is a sanctuary city. ICE raids on places of business are completely unacceptable. Donald Trump lied for months, and before that, for years, dehumanizing migrants with rhetoric and language that comes directly out of history textbooks, as though he's plagiarizing Adolf Hitler. And now those chickens have come home to roost. Those lies are turning into actions, violent actions. You know, that kind of thing. That's like that. He could say something along those lines. You know what I mean? He will not disrupt the delicate fabric of California society. We've been doing fine without him, and we will continue to resist against these unjustifiable actions from the federal government. This is not a fight that we are fighting just for ourselves or for our neighbors and our communities, but this is a fight that everyone in America will inevitably fight. I'm running for governor. I'm Gavin Newsom.
They needed to condemn the violence, what was happening. I mean, the governor did that there, and also was heavily critical of the immigration efforts by the Trump administration, saying that Trump is going far beyond what they promised on the campaign trail to go after criminals first.
And then it's like an ISIS-style video, and Tom Homan, like the camera pans over, and it's Tom Homan, and he's in handcuffs.
Governor Gavin Newsom ominously moves in his direction slowly, cool, calm, collected. He whips out a machete. Boom. Cameras off. We don't know what happened. This is a joke, obviously. That would never happen.
Feel that Democrats, want
Call
to
of Duty,
see,
yeah, Call of
peace
Duty
here.
4
They want to
intro.
see peaceful protests. They want to see order. They're not against the idea of law enforcement protecting their communities. We know that people want to see their communities protected, and Democrats do need to make clear that they support it. But I think it would be impossible and an inaccurate assessment to watch what Gavin Newsom just said and suggest that he was somehow condoning violent protest when he quite clearly said the opposite.
Priscilla, just on what he was
What
saying
the
at the
fuck?
beginning, he was accusing ICE and the Trump administration of using unmarked cars, of arresting and detaining gardeners, seamstresses, dishwashers. He said that Donald Trump has employed a military dragnet across Los Angeles, talking about essentially how the immigration efforts are being carried out. What have you heard from sources in terms of what that's actually looked like?
Well, Trump's immigration agenda is ultimately going to be judged on two things: numbers, which the president's office said he wants to execute mass deportation, and
ICE
also
releases
methods,
Gavin
as
Newsom
was the
beheading
case during
video.
his first term. And what we have seen over the
What the
course of the
fuck?
last few weeks is that while the administration has publicly touted their immigration crackdown and released photos to that
Damn.
effect, privately, I'm
Great
being
minds
told
think
that
alike.
officials are extremely frustrated. They don't think that the officers are doing enough to arrest immigrants, undocumented immigrants in the United States. So what does that mean? That means that they have to go after everyone and anyone in these various locations, and that speaks to the method. So what the governor was saying, there is something that immigrant advocates, and including some former ICE officials, are concerned about, is just picking up people in these various locations, including ones they're supposed to go to for check-ins, like immigration hearings and their USCIS check-ins, to arrest people. And what does that mean moving forward? And ultimately, again, this is going to come down to the numbers and the methods and the ways that they'll be judged on that front.
And John Miller, on that comment that stood out to me with Governor Newsom saying that the president is dragging a military dragnet, that was the quote that he used, across Los Angeles. As you've looked at this, one thing that the president pointed to earlier today in the Oval Office when he was talking to reporters are comments made by the police chief in LA saying they were overwhelmed on Saturday night, basically as part of his justification for what we've seen happen here. What have you made of the response from the LAPD compared to the military that has been sent in to LA?
Well, I think that's a really important fact check, because the president also said that, the National Guard got there and they brought order to it. The National Guard did not bring order to it. The National Guard surrounded the federal building and then became a focal point of protest where the LAPD had to actually bring order to that. The other thing is, and I have a lot of respect for Scott Jennings, he's my friend, but LA is not burning, okay? 5 self-driving cars were burned, a couple of police cars were set on fire. That's not good. But we can't use terms that evoke images from the 1992 riots. What this is all about, I think Gavin Newsom's point was, we started with an idea that they would be rounding up criminals, and then when the numbers weren't delivering what they were looking for, they started going into factories and big restaurants, and that's become a spark.
Yep.
John Miller, thank you for that. That's helpful. And
I mean,
of
it's
course,
true.
stay
He's
with
not
us as
wrong.
we are continuing to watch these moments, these protests that are happening tonight in Los Angeles.
What the fuck? News are on ad just deployed.
The myth about this city. It's the lie that life has to be hard in New York. I believe we can guarantee cheaper groceries. We can raise the minimum wage. We can freeze the rent for more than 2 million tenants and build hundreds of thousands of affordable homes. It's city government's job to deliver that. We are done settling for less. Are you ready for a city we can afford in this race?
Paid for by Zoran for NYC.
ICE be abolished. I mean, you and I are old enough to remember when that was actually a policy proposal by people in this country on the left. We've seen the Biden administration previously increase funding for ICE. It was a missed opportunity that people say maybe we wouldn't be in this situation if ICE didn't have this kind of funding. But from this vantage point now, what you're seeing in Los Angeles, should ICE be abolished?
I believe it should, and it's been a privilege to have been represented by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez as a fellow representative of Astoria, and she is one of the leaders of that call and has continued to make that call.
Dude, I'm sorry, but
if liberals can get on board with this message this fast, after the previous establishment Democrats ran on Trump's 2020 agenda for immigration, like its militant agenda of combating criminal migrants or whatever, then that is yet another massive testament to how spectacularly stupid Democrat politicians are. Okay? Because, like, these guys literally fucking used to say abolish ICE, right? In the first Trump tenure. And then when they were in charge, they were like, no, we have to give ICE more weapons. Obviously, duh, we have to kill these criminal migrants. But it's clear that there is enough anger and resentment amongst the population. If Dems want to actually persuade swing voters, Trump's soft support, they should lean on defending families from deportation raids, not pretend to speak for an imaginary white couple on Long Island. If they don't grasp that, they didn't grasp anything about the last election. Yes. No, Republicans, hide your liberalism like you hide from everyone else. A CNN poll today shows that legal migrants have swung 29 points to become a +6 against illegal immigration in the past 4 years. What? What does that even mean? The establishment is trying to rat fuck Zoran. Zoran helped Adrienne Adams, city council speaker, qualify for matching funds, and now she's attacking him. Yeah, also, this is the other side of the story. Adrienne Adams, a lawless president does not mean we abolish entire agencies and our laws. I've taken on Donald Trump and ICE and won. People elect us as leaders to solve problems, not pledge allegiance to rigid ideologies. Zoran Mamdani, donate to Adrienne Adams' campaign so she gets matching public funding. And be sure to rank her on your ballot. She's great. Adrienne Adams polling at 6%. Go fuck yourself. Wait, what the fuck? This guy blocked me? Recovering political pollster, current market researcher. Who the fuck? Why did this guy block me? No, they blocked me. Who the fuck is this guy? Probably a lib who thinks you're Hamas. Okay. Anyone who thinks I'm Hamas also thinks Zoran is Hamas. It seems like he likes Zoran, but also weirdly hates me. I don't know. I mean, who cares? Whatever.
These videos.
Also, this is important too. This election is in your hands, but only if you're registered to vote in New York City. The deadline is Saturday. Guys, I cannot stress enough. If you're not registered to vote in New York, please register to vote in New York and rank Zoran. Rank the other people too if you want, but definitely rank Zoran number 1 and do not rank Andrew Cuomo.
My team says I move my hands too much in these videos, so for this one, they're staying in my pockets. The other day on the subway, I met a New Yorker, but get this, they vote in California. I know this is true for many of you. You're Democrats who've chosen not to vote here because you believe your vote counts more elsewhere. Every 4 years, you vote absentee from your parents' address in Philly or 3 apartments ago in Atlanta. But come on, you live here. I get it, I do. Keep them in your pockets. Especially after this last election. We all wanted to defeat Donald Trump, and New York felt like a lock. But in many ways, this election, Trump's back on the ballot. We have a choice between Andrew Cuomo, funded by the same billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House, and our campaign, who will tax billionaires to make the city affordable. It's a referendum on where our party goes. So in just this one instance, ask yourself, WWDFGD, what would a disgraced former governor do? Well, Cuomo changed his registration immediately after not having lived here for more than 30 years. So if he's voting from his new address, so should you. With just single digits between us and Andrew Cuomo, your vote can make the difference. You have until June 14th, this Saturday, to change your registration in New York City. So head to ZahranForNYC.com/vote. Let's win this thing. I do. Keep them in your pockets.
No, he retweeted this Hutch tweet, I guess. That's what someone was saying. No, if you want any non-Cuomo vote on the ranking is a vote taken away from Cuomo. Yeah. Rank all the other people. I don't fucking know enough about them, and I don't necessarily care. I'm in the tank for Zoran 100%. But yeah, you should definitely rank other candidates too, because like then it makes it easier for just don't rank Cuomo at all. Do not rank Cuomo. You rank all 5, just don't rank Cuomo, and rank Zoran number 1. Do not rank Zoran number 2 or some shit because you think it's cute. He is the number 1 candidate. Not sure why my timeline's filled with Hassan Piker, Ethan Klein. I didn't know who this was until last week. Few content all of a sudden, but algorithm, if you're listening on genuinely don't give it even iota of shit about what either of them has ever said about anything. Thanks. If you don't know who either of these people, okay, guys, who cares? All right, we figured it out. He doesn't like me for. He probably has seen something that is like out of context or some shit, or he's just a fucking lib. Who cares? He likes Zoran. He's ranking Zoran number 1, I suspect. So I am endorsing Adam Carlson as a pollster. Okay? Yeah. By the way, new poll shows Andrew Cuomo's one-on-one lead against Zoran Mamdani has shrunk to just 2 points, 51 to 49%. And this poll was conducted before AOC endorsed Mamdani. Okay? Before. Why are they flying non-American flags at the protest. Don't you know you're supposed to play? Don't you know you're supposed to fly the American flag? No other flags. No Puerto Rican flags to be flown at the protest. I can't even like it. I was going to like you first, Zoran, but now I feel like it's made it too hard for me to like you. It's made it too hard for me to like you.
Puerto Rico
no se vende.
no se vende.
Puerto Rico no se vende.
Puerto Rico no se vende.
Hello, everyone. This is Alexandria.
That's the PR day parade, not a protest. Dude who took me doing a Hank Pecker accent and very clearly joking entirely seriously. I know that. Also, Puerto Ricans are American citizens. Okay? That's the joke. I know. Bro, chill. Bro, you chill. I'm fucking memeing, dude. Calm down. It doesn't even matter. I was at a protest. Someone freaked out because we were flying the American flag upside down. Oh, yeah. He did Hot 97. Apparently 4 days ago.
Ocasio-Cortez, and I am here loud to rank Zohran Mamdani #1 for mayor of New York City. Early voting starts on June 14th. The primary election is June 24th. So early vote, fill out your ballots, and make sure that you do not rank Andrew Cuomo on your ballot. Don't do it, folks. We are going to rank our ballot Zohran #1 for a New York City that can be affordable to all of us.
It's so funny because he's literally said, as New York mayor, I'd arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, and motherfuckers are still like, your heart is not in it. Like, you're fake. Like, he said, if I win, I'm arresting his ass. He's not coming to the United States of America. Last night, the BET Awards took place. KIDNAPPING was there. He was all over the events that unfolded. Apparently, some of the blue checkmark power farmers were claiming that Kevin Hart said that he wouldn't host the awards unless he could have KIDNAPPING live stream the entire process. Not sure how real that is, but he even announced Playboi Carti coming out, stuff like that. And while a lot of the artists, including but not limited to Kendrick Lamar, which was very disappointing, were awfully quiet about the protests that were unfolding right outside of the doorstep of the BET Awards in Los Angeles, as the Trump administration was greatly escalating the tensions, greatly increasing the heat. Doechii, on the other hand, did not shy away from making a statement. Now, I'm not the type of person that runs around and says like, oh, why isn't this celebrity saying anything? Why isn't that celebrity saying anything? Except, and I never thought I would see the day where I become a silence is violence or silence is complicity type person. But goddamn, has the internet become so vicious and so fucking monstrously right-wing that, yes, a little bit of moving the needle in this direction by openly stating how frustrated you are with the illegal actions of the federal government is welcomed, okay? It should be encouraged. This is not a dunk, just stating facts. Kendrick only cares about black issues. Yeah, I wonder if ICE is related to black issues somehow. I mean, come on. Nerede bilmiyorum. Burada değil ama. Yemek masasının üstünde falandır büyük ihtimalle. Not yet? No, yet. Right now. Bro, what are you talking about? It's fucking... Also, it's not just Kendrick Lamar. And also, Kendrick Lamar is LA based and cares about Los Angeles. His own city is fucking rising up. Anyway, here's what Doechii said.
I do want to address what's happening right now outside of the building. There are ruthless attacks that are creating fear and chaos in our communities in the name of law and order. Trump is using military forces to stop a protest. And I want y'all to consider what kind of government it appears to be when every time we exercise our democratic right to protest, the military is deployed against us. What type of government is that? People are being swept up and torn from their...
Dog, is frying my brain the amount of black people online telling other black people not to go to the protest? No, dude, it's just like, are there black boomers who exhibit the same kind of like American trademarked American selfishness that that you often only see from like white people in the suburbs, sure, there are. Okay. But I think the overwhelming amount of that is just greatly base boosted by, I suspect, wreckers and federal agents. Okay. Because like, I know that there's like a contingency of aunties that, and maybe even some unks that say, oh, it's their problem. They voted for Trump, when referring to the Latino community, when referring to Hispanic people. And, you know, we wanted Kamala. Y'all didn't want Kamala, that type of shit. Right. I have seen that. Like, I've seen a take like that naturally in the wild, organically. Okay. I have. I think a lot of that is still coming from wrecker behavior that they're getting, the notes that they're getting from like reactionary movements building up online, even amongst the black community as well. You do know a lot of Latinos are anti-black, right? Yes. Okay. So what? What do you mean? Everyone's fucking Islamophobic too. You don't see me going, oh, I'm sorry. What's your thoughts on Israel before fucking advocating for you? That's not how intersectionality works. That's not how solidarity works. Like, come on now. Yeah, I want races to have healthcare too. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I want everybody to have healthcare. I don't give a fuck. I want every single disgusting scumbag in my chat that literally begs for cops to fucking assassinate me, or the federal government to permanently detain me and ship me to Guantanamo Bay, to have free college and free healthcare. Because I understand that if they had those things, at least, they wouldn't be so resentful. Anyway, let's finish this Doshi speech and then we'll
Their
continue.
families, and I feel it's my responsibility as an artist to use this moment to speak up for all oppressed people, for black people, for Latinos.
Also, I'm sorry, but I have to repeat this, but like, if you think Latinos did not show up to Black Lives Matter protests, even though, you know, activism is not transactional, that's crazy. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of silly notion that like, oh, well, the Palestine gang wasn't at the BLM protest. Like, that's bullshit. They absolutely fucking were.
Latino people, for trans people, for the people in Gaza, we all deserve to live in hope and not in fear. And I hope we stand together, my brothers and my sisters, against hate, and we protest against it. Thank you, BT.
It's crazy because like these are the exact same struggles. You know what I mean? Like, the federal government targeting you on the basis of the color of your skin is almost so identical, especially to contemporary current black struggle, that it is wild for any person to be like, I don't care, they voted for Trump, or some type of shit like that. I suspect that a lot of this resentment has built up from, you know, misinformation and dangerous reactionary narratives that also exist in black communities as well. Like, you know, the escalated Hotep adjacent fucking commentary, like ADOS, things like that popping off, because everyone is victim to misinformation. White people are not the only group of people in this country that are consistently having their brains fried by stupid bullshit. Black. Stop bashing black people. This is very common in the Asian community as well. Oh my fucking Lord. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I know. I'm saying it doesn't fucking matter to me. What the fuck? Yeah, foundational Black Americans movement, stuff like that. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Also, there's hella black people at the fucking ICE protest. What are we talking about? So who cares about people who are chirping online? Yeah, I know. Every race has people who are right-wing and hogs. Governor Andrew Cuomo, I don't like the way you've been speaking about me. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. The governor's here. Please don't arrest me, sir. I'll give you another example. Like, there's the common meta of being like, black people are homophobic. Black people are misogynistic. Like, all of that stuff is poison for solidarity, right? I don't entertain these fucking idiotic takes. Hyper focus on any individual group is idiotic. Ironically enough, that's how I started talking about this as well. Saying that this kind of like hyper individualistic sentiment is commonplace in every group in America. That's why I said, like, you know, black people don't have a magical way of avoiding said
American entitlement and American individualism. Like, it works in every community. Hasan, I'm begging you to please stop hand waving. Anti-blackness is not solidarity if you're not willing to understand why a group feels the way that they do. You are never going to be able to explain to me, and you are never going to be able to craft a narrative here that is going to penetrate anyone's collective consciousness by saying, standpoint theory time, excuse me as a black person, I'm not going to fucking speak up about the federal government ripping innocent families apart on the basis of their migration status. That is fucking psychotic. I don't give a fuck. You are a stupid fucking liberal if you think that that is an argument that will work here. What the fuck are you saying? Yo, I do think, I'm sorry, but this is like, this kind of attitude, I don't like speaking out against so much because it often, if they don't want to hear Hasan say it, I'll say it. That chatter is stupid. No, the thing is, the reason why I don't talk about this too frequently is because, like, that does get a lot of mileage outside of this community. And people will clip that and be like, Hasan is demonstrating anti-blackness, right? And they will rob it of its context and its nuance, where I'm literally saying, like, a lot of this is just noise online. If you go out in the real world, like I said, there's a fuck ton of black people at these protests. Like, it's ridiculous, right? But the idea that, like, if someone is like, I'm going to say something stupid, but also I'm going to couch it in standpoint epistemology about my blackness, if you think that I'm going to entertain that, you're insane. I'm sorry. There are valid instances, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and you know, white splain what it's like to be persecuted by the police and be routinely a victim of systemic racism as a black American. I don't know what that's like, right? I can only show empathy and demonstrate solidarity, but that's not what I'm doing right now. I'm talking about something entirely different. Yes, there are black Latinos as well, I know, but that's not the point. Yeah, Vic Mensa, why should black people care about ICE? Solidarity is strength. Common enemy, common goal. Vic Mensa's been popping off, friend of the show.
The same oppressor that exploits the African abuses the Latino. And please believe if they could figure out how to deport niggas, they've been trying since the Emancipation Proclamation. The same enemy has used these same methods to divide, devalue, and destroy.
We've been the head of almost every civil rights movement in this country, and when other people turn and come out for us, it doesn't happen. That's not true. That's literally not true. What are you talking about? The idea, first of all, especially in this community, you're out of your fucking mind. Secondly, that's not true. What the fuck? You can say that an endless amount of support and Black Lives Matter, like as a massive, almost universal movement, amounted to nothing because anti-blackness is baked into the core of American governance, and that's true. Okay, but to say that people don't fucking show up for us is ridiculous. Is fucking ridiculous. You're being a fucking rad lib, but you're couching it with standpoint epistemology in terms of, like, you know, as a black person, I'm fed up. I'm fed up with other groups of solidarity. Okay, well then no one, like, that kind of wrecker behavior is exactly what I try to stamp out with regular fucking frequency. Don't do that. It is entirely unproductive. What the fuck? God damn. Everything we see this minority side with white supremacy get over on us, and some of us are just done. Okay, be done with it then. Good luck. Like, what kind of stupid shit is this? Even if it was, I wouldn't care. I fight for all. Exactly. That's the other side of this. Even if it was, I wouldn't care. I fight for all oppressed people whenever, wherever, get every serial chatter. This is literally the same fucking shit that annoying ass Zionists say, bro. Obviously, the financial circumstances or living standards and a victimhood of systematic oppression is not the same between, like, you know, contemporary society, American Jews and black people right now. But even then, it's the same kind of, like, transactional activism that we heard from people being like, well, we've shown up to Black Lives Matter. Why won't the blacks show up for us when we want to do ethnic cleansing, we want to do genocide? Is fucking crazy. Okay? Solidarity is not transactional. What is this fucking argument? Oh, well, do Palestinians love gay people? Do they love trans people? Otherwise, you know, I don't know if I'm on board with otherwise, I don't know if I'm on board with whether or not they deserve being ethnically cleansed. Is a psychotic assessment, which no one makes, by the way. So why the fuck do you think that's, like, an appropriate response to make in this circumstance? No one is free until everyone is free. My girlfriend is Afro-Latina. I have Palestinian friends. These are all my people. I won't entertain anything else. Yeah. Hold on. I got to fucking... God damn it. I got to sign a package.
Come and go. The same corporations that run the ICE detention centers run the state and federal prisons, where our people are doing slave labor for 13 cents an hour. Those same corporations abduct and hold Palestinians in Israel. And not only are the same riot police deployed against blacks and Latinos, they receive training, information, and technology from the IOF. Historically, we were snatched from the shores of Africa and brought to Central and South America. Don't be fooled into believing this struggle is not ours. They come for you in the night, they'll come for me in the morning. So shit, inshallah, the Latinos in Los Angeles County really unified because there's 4.5 million of them. 2,000 National Guard. What they gonna do with 5 million people?
HasanAbi auntie, black auntie here. You are 100% right. The only reason I'm not going is because I'm old and can't run fast. Black people are always a target. Did you see how they treated black CNN reporter? Exactly. That's the other side of the story, is that the same forces that are doing this to fucking Latino people right now, who you don't know if they fucking are anti-black or not, but even if they are fucking anti-black, who gives a shit? What do you mean? Like, what the fuck? Horrified by this ethno-narcissism emerging among a very specific class of racial liberals, very reminiscent of Foam Blows Up Lamau. Yeah, black people have to reckon with anti-blackness being pervasive throughout all cultures, white and POC alike. Our humanity and empathy not wanting to see people, our humanity and empathy and not wanting to see people done how we've been done, then being called upon like guard dogs from people who don't only answer our calls to justice, but are on the phone with our enemies. So it's kind of fuck y'all till y'all figure it out. Is black and brown pride today, and I'm a N-word tomorrow, all risk, no reward. What is happening? This is like I think there is something really interesting about this coming from like black accounts in general, because I thought that like, especially black people, given their historic struggle in America, are aware that like they do this to fucking Latinos. They're already doing it to black people, and they're not going to stop doing it to black people. There's no like, what the fuck? God damn, I fucking hate Id Paul so much. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I think this is just like mostly incredibly online people. It's frustrating bred from the elite black capitalist class and weaponized and internalized by working class black people. I guess so. What? Black people are understandably low trust. Our leaders are all murdered on U.S. soil. Also, you had ID reductionism, not Id Paul. People are posting like this.
Castro's in for the surprise of his life when he tries signing something with my poison pen. Well, what have Palestinians done for the Black Lives Matter movement?
This is one of my favorite accounts. The issue is that everyone expects black people to risk their lives first for everything that goes wrong in America. Bro, okay, I don't care. Black people can sit this one out, okay? I have ordained it. Okay, sit this one out, guys. It's all good, you know? What the fuck? Maybe it'll go away, okay? What the fuck is this argument? It's not like, I don't even think like, what do you call it? Are people making demands that black people show up in force or some shit? Like, I don't even think that's going on. You know what I mean? Is that even a thing? Is that what's going on? Like, who is this responding to? This is just like out of nowhere, okay? What the fuck? It's just, it's utterly irrelevant. Normal people do not operate like this, okay? Brother, this is what we've been seeing throughout black discourse. Is so tiring. God damn it, dude. Fucking shade room adjacent accounts have been a cancer. It's crazy. It turns out like the necessity for crack cocaine, all of that has gone away. It's just social media is enough. You know what I mean? That's all it was. Did they forget once they're done with us, they'll come for you next? First of all, they haven't been done with black people. That's why it's so crazy. Like, it's not like the government's like, hey, you know, we'll come for you after this. They never stopped coming after black people. So what the fuck? That's why I'm always like, what do you mean you're done? Like, I'm sorry. When black people say this, they sound like white people, okay? But they're not. Anti-blackness is foundational in American society. So you can say that online, but you're still black in the eyes of a fucking cop or an ICE agent. You know what I mean? It's so weird. What the fuck? What do you mean? Like, okay, you know, Latino people didn't vote for Kamala Harris or say the N-word. It's fucked up. I know. Oh, what are we supposed to do? Let him fucking die? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't, I don't know. It like literally doesn't make sense. As a black man, it hurts me to see others in my community say this because it perpetuates the stereotype that black people are cheap and only do something if it will benefit them, that are transactional, i.e. black people don't tip, complain. Okay, those are just like racist stereotypes that fucking white supremacists are going to believe regardless. I don't think that leans into that, to be fair. I don't agree with that. As a black person, I understand people being exhausted. My activism is not transactional. Yes, there's anti-blackness in many communities, which is very real, and that doesn't mean I'm not going to show up for folks. Yeah, I don't know. I like the notion, the notion that the notion that like voting for Kamala Harris was even going to erode like foundational anti-blackness in American society is also ridiculous. Like, if that were to have happened, it would have happened with Obama, and it fucking did not happen with Obama, you know? It's like a surprisingly libbed up take. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck decided Kamala was the final straw. Is so funny. I didn't know there were so many other black people in your chat, but happy to see us all come out against these reactionary narratives within our own community. I mean, it's all good. I don't like talking about this sort of stuff because, like I said, one, it invites unjust criticism to a minority population that is at the heart of so many core bigotries in this country. Like, it always loops back around to fuck black people under every single circumstance, even amongst leftist liberal groups. If you are still overwhelmingly white, as this community is, there is still going to be a lot of that nascent, unresolved white supremacist thoughts, or not white, I wouldn't say white supremacist, but like kind of racist thoughts that then cause people to go, oh, well, you know, I guess fuck black people then, you know? And I think it's inappropriate, which is why I oftentimes will be very delicate and careful when opening up the door and peeking into black people's business, knowing full well that people might learn the wrong lessons from this conversation. But once again, I have to repeat this. The internet is not real life. The internet is not real life. Okay? Yeah, it's not white supremacist, but it's anti-black. Don't be afraid on this issue. No, I'm not. I'm still gonna fucking, you know, criticize stuff that I see, especially if it doesn't pass the smell test. And this certainly doesn't. But at least in my experience, what I've seen in the real world, like it's not reflective. It just smells like a fucking psyop, which is, once again, I think, a very common experience among like white people and every other population in this country, that people who are most susceptible to psyops like this are often people who are already understandably skeptical of the government. It's the same principle behind like all these like QAnon guys loving Donald Trump. Okay? It's the same energy of like applying constant scrutiny to every government narrative that then ultimately, if left rudderless and left directionless, will lead you down this very weird misinformation spiral where you end up arriving at, like, let's just say, outside of the box conspiratorial thinking. But yeah, ultimately, solidarity above all else. You know, you're just not realizing that foundational black Americans, FBA Americans, isn't the same as Pan-Africanism. No, I do understand that. What? The FBA movement, or initially I think it was like ADOS, is, yes, in opposition to Pan-Africanism. Isn't that what it is? Are you saying that that's a good thing? Because I don't think that's a good thing. Yeah, I know. It's the opposite, which is part of the reason why I think it's a reactionary movement. Anyway, but look, ultimately it turns into the same liberal permission structure that sometimes the black academic class, by way of outlets like The Root, offer white liberals to say racist things about black people, like the articles that they write sometimes about how, like, you know, there's a real deep-rooted problem of misogyny and homophobia in the black community. It's like it goes back to the same exact ways of saying black people are uneducated and violent and angry and aggressive and bigoted, but in a woke way, right? Like, that's what it is. That's why I don't hyper focus on any community like this, unless we're talking about white people, which is, of course, the the in group, the dominant power. Also, because they're my people, you know what I mean? The children of Yaqub. Yeah, there's misogyny and homophobia in every community. Exactly. That's always my point. Whenever people fucking hyper focus on black people to talk about like how, oh, they're misogynistic or homophobic or whatever, what are white people then? And it's this, and you can literally, you can go back in time to that minor blip in the polls that showed like black men are voting for Donald Trump in alarming numbers. And then there was like a week-long discourse where white Hillary Clinton voters would go on television to talk about how fucking dangerous and violent black men were. You know, it was fucking ridiculous. And as I said then, it was fucking stupid. Especially if you're a white woman. Like, what the fuck do you mean black men are being misogynistic and that's why they don't want to vote for Kamala? You're a white woman. 52% vote for Donald Trump every fucking election cycle, you know? And then they rolled out Barack Obama to do a unk talk. Yep. And pussy too. Black men. Seems like some of y'all don't want to be nice to the ladies. And it's like, the fuck, dude? What are you saying? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, hyper focusing on black people because they went from like what? 8% support of 8% support for fucking Donald Trump to like 10% support. Wow. Wow, this is a real game changer. We really got to hyper focus on black people. It's fucking stupid, you know? Anyway, yeah, black men are the #1 male progressive voting bloc. These takes about black men not voting Dem enough is completely dumb. We either vote Dem or we just don't vote. Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying all of it sounds all of it smells like a psyop, like wrecker behavior instilled from like a lot of reactionary right-wing content mills. Does a Benson Boone side flip and lands on a kid? If you ever want to call a white guy or get our perspective, you know my Discord. Thanks, M. Hood. Will you be going to any No Kings protests? Yes, I will. I will. But yeah, it sometimes makes me feel like I'm fucking losing my mind a little bit when I see stuff like that. When I see takes like that, I'm like, ugh, gross. Fucking gross. You know what I mean? All right. I'm not going tonight. No, I'm too tired. I'm going to end it here. It's not 4 hours and 30 minutes, by the way. I've been live since 11 for the record. It just cut off halfway through, but I'll be live tomorrow. It's not a fucking half day. I don't want to hear from you clowns. Anyway, love you guys. I'm gonna go hang out with my family and decompress and unwind. And we'll see how events unfold tomorrow. All right, peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.